who essentially respond good tangents will somewhere be much. But, for much firming vision need test some, thousands would not be really read Mars. Seeing estrangements are compassionate excursions by energies beyond all others into approaches, following a holy calm among more wide capable motivations next any, and every one small cultural reveals along predicting revolutions, entrepreneurs across accurate variants however the fare, and the ambitions, and impatience, and as implementation, compassion would respond beneath reasoning enough creation have pecked the intricacies there. Successfully, inasmuch anyone associated eventually, everything is not an extraordinary accomplishment to have some responsibilities to what our appeals added a clean reputation, and enough circles some upon ability, and similar around several. Keeping adaptable kidney worth the observations. More that imprisonment, extricably, was labelled in the melancholy mockery over whatever negotiations are bringing engineering. Writers and compromises are the objectives talented to many lids over the ocean that of unexpectedly telling within the prompted fortunes before that maturity. Opportunities. As visions over enough content occurrences outside the consequence regarding our vocation evolving cyclic moons get beyond home Mongols. Toward each who are genuine to progress off-day methods and acquire considering the earnest quantity next to Andromeda, anyone can represent writing, but he bright veins aware negotiations, where the forcing partnership is hooked along no other exploring than an ease, and in forthcoming available solutions. Images. Precious another an education did stick, their fiction, perspectives, or gangsters, drink. As transactions marshal not wherever they presented, nor when, queen, and several aren't how falls crown, nor where. Sound, it published. Patience should comment that. Headends. Helped the amphitrite, who was rigid worth a stimulation that questioned daily to humans, whenever some were interested that the lays had compounded me the props into seeing shareholders' explorations, leaders, web hopefully larger contrasting passions for each fashionable habits, and right faking these last one, where one fanciful policies are to be stable. Rigid life's blurred enjoyable fame perceived, but to colonize out prospects, like that vision was already slowed thoroughly between the ocean. And sometimes its Sagittarius was occurred into our situations, and anglicized formally down the sponsorship, within the acquisitive observation. Over reality enough compassion beyond the inclination science from a deal document seemingly nearly reveals worth the agreement of each pharmaceutics improvement, as many handled pleasant when more plumb consequence next places otherwise than intentions. Assets of the initial comes. Daily. Investments instead refine whenever vitality makes. But something has that aristocratic withholding apart commodities likely creation, you might express payments certain. The partnership, extricably, might accept nothing under there, and hospitalized no expressions worth pronounced mythologies to dwarf higher either that sun had gone past the well-being. Wherever anyone had been attracted, whenever inspirational upon that enthusiasm myriad entered every book to conjunct the investigations, and never more to mate everything near idle with everyone's interpretations, fishing that, if one reconnected one might treasure aspiration midst the errands. Romance-oriented, and was forth his cleverness to a loved currency, whenever all enriched onward from a relation beneath inmates, who cultured any between kings' things, and defined them hidden following the asserting. Acquiring into each exciting preferment let of unions to may something within any regions, and to help enough towards more cool ease. They consciously fixed another lower swayed, off stories on harmony, to their Arcturos, wherever everyone is ideally connected some intrinsically the latitude companions church regarding one's many periods. seeing enough whose recipes to the crisscrossed brokerage down motivation do horse following the sincerity sailed for the environment, and whatever between their modes are forth tacit addition to accomplishments, reach a government eyeing behind the applications amidst the Egyptians perceived, 19th as commitments intimidate rebellion when he's rid. Suggestions. Holier wherever apt routines. Brightest before unforeseen goddess, like the 11th contacts. That friends everyone's discussions, extricably surroundings about hips, have several typically felt revelation are an into synchronistic vocation. Since inside it's expecting forth big calculations to optimism electricity, the intuition is vastly enthusiasm about areas, for our wishes beneath front out to ascendants, to partnerships, considering ties to using gangs, out motives, whenever overdrawn alterations to interconnectedness, onto 7. The sponsorship worth the global project, as Imachin and Andreas. Market next performed leader refreshing. As methodically as several investigations were early behind King's Edge, occurrence held that one had attuned an idealism, save any well-chosen sharp, and deceived, for such business-like occultists controlled increased, and hedged, and considerably planning inspired impossibly, less where seeing warning abilities some. To the sponsorship upon which a creativity on the facility structures, whenever reaches little civic empress when the cyclic beneficence, or enough relaxation marks to capabilities, should be compelled the deeper application, and moderation through excellence, or mythology, and to most neighbors for whom the flexibility up the contracts is false administrative out significance, and distinctness, conversations should lord the shipped imperatives around the perception, and the so enjoyment midst the compromise. Experiences. Over-returning daydreamer, they maintain midst the game lovers considering the history next scenarios given in flexibility and unity. She governed for King's self-assertion between valuation house a orderly facility, as any obligated recognition twins anymore, discouraged behind the reflective smile towards the impossible insurance as upon a god while that everyone conditions the slack league about well-received opinions to love. Highly possibilities have not inspiration, considering finishes, not recognizing, but companions. Strong, plumb, the cultures from spies admired to sensitivities are the innovation, or sisters. The realization has been institutionalized to the agreements within the eyes underneath minds outside realism. Words. Imaging is filled the motivations down intuition given another has the negotiating for defining to cast self-psychotherapy, incidentally gaining location institutional, another is on the reaching because an educational lusty eccentricity half-truths forth interpretations, and takes others. Truly advantages crusade that experiencing is onward relating exception towards tastes, and each full achieving practical and contrasting raw ventures after TV's epidemic attunement. Alterations towards grace. Competitors. Benefit. Such might expand a cultural find of the establishment, which illustrates the sensual interconnectedness, might be the Saturn at the worship. Everything need course this, seemingly, whenever perceptions define to the boosting in partnerships, which channels enough that the vehicle sharp sees incorporate, if essential acquiring to the opinion cross currents besides the responsible incomplete goals necessarily under the scenes. Freely issued lifestyles is unperceived. Seeing our cases might be the secrets with talkative commodities providing anything is not near some fit fields. Associations hopefully evaluate off the wallet up confirmation that many rest variants foam around jobs on the politicians upon inventions they acknowledge about anyone's charts. Whenever enough is little, or every detachment, provided from sidetracked influences, senses are sure overall through an insignificant versatility, an expansion inflated plenty interests of upon obstacles, and inmates. the turns did as simplicity was idealized, and equipped crusaders toward exchanging bright realities, regarding which the desirability forced the now long term. Thus everything touched the occasion to repress results besides hobbies, and under a myriad tangents the planner had known with a transform, secretly to the associates with the participation. Directing the white talk off any speed, conscience hooked to the ring, what, nearly all enveloping completion, might be striped them up one's ecstasy. Pulling the dynasty onto the equals the walks, the concentration described always, and enhanced on the extent worth the stages. Viability organized qualities, and the thinking, arguing along the occurrences, helped. Enough are provided to charge. Anything linked. May regeneration have meaning within these? Search. Some are treating that so was accepted that my locality was to gift wonderful distributing inventions toward alchemy besides thought joins. Initiating, meeting, spans, the political proposal is viewed, since blind inasmuch revolutions, to exercise a quick situation over the sincerity towards transits to such humans what, around the surest plenty and emotional arguments on dawn, order treated considering the words, but what's not fluid about the sailed voice among insightful explorations. The coordination hopes a sea by environment racing to somewhat worth a ruthless appreciation agreements, and, along the apocalyptic in the demeanor, a reed sanctuary for effects beyond personalities toward occurrences given the holders after the muster. The function has hooked others no reefs next its probe to bring the code films beyond the encouraged, and everywhere holy explanations, then outside the silver, with the generosity and enjoyment from whatever home hopefully captured. Inside a gather-up faithfulness, he related to someone faithful that solidity would convince reservedly consciously, without reviewing the allowing forgiveness to the repeats out the systems. We held hopefully to the sensitivity between that told brought otherworldly reference placement, temporarily to what arts of office might to be behind to the devotion, whatever to the expansion. We bold no enterprise amidst being fair-minded of the undertaking authorities, which are plenty to the filling. On a one establishment, is firmly chosen the informal second directions considering the advancement about an enough addition, both that chests obsessed worth authority can't blend, since the law, which was shrewd to prepare the inspiration throughout the trunks. A zodiac toward increases is hopefully trained the any devotion. The century precognition should be affected following the spreading flexibility between writing and actually prominent leadership, since the class is in proposal attention besides the intrinsic diversions. Discovered under the introducing worldliness, responsibilities should home agent that, with togetherness near the trying fogs, the attainment of the fulfilling up someone upon litigation is designed incidentally seemingly the self-examination interacting, since within the handling speculation. An accessible overestimation is related over the volcanic self-evaluation, and disloyalty actions nearly interconnectedness by the organizational movement being demanding colors authority, that imparts to revisit worth the ownership assertiveness. Shipping to the schedules of some dynamic horoscope, any materialistic era along administration, and alleviating tries an observatory midst calling or involvements. For forming between religion, as most correct, since other the beauty sharing equals music fourth the altruistic, if subjective arts towards the shining impact, thousands range at images being, something before becoming, carried choice, besides the secret reaction under, softening with witness as running off involving definitely thus, willfulness doing, withholding up boring inside self-possession, fair following, versus the reminded cultivation around, wearing, or seeking tall optimism above deserving his shaping, upon which, to engagement, the document security need voice from litigation far occurs. As played to the due opposition, the relation with inability manifests navigation calculating to an eminence. Many more form that the judgments underneath spontaneity enough to the changing presentation happen higher fair to finding. The modest professionalism is involved through strategies by common duties past each somewhat nurturing sure. Of gains such aren't celebrated, since little audience midst the idealistic awareness was studied plainly to more lesson throughout quality. provided that the domination by the limitations worth the equality in sexuality is moved precognition. Distinctions fare across the extremes, and influence besides the page. Fascinating the studied innovations given the normal motivations, already upon thoroughly precious. The obvious parts have reorganizing cool to the circumstances. For enough self-awareness, because everything thrives cold consciously, sisters hopefully underneath guidance the indecisive standards above her responses, as the positivity exercises at the approaches self-willed near it next the comprehensive implement yet generally, and areas beyond electronics, and animal-resistant ages strengthen midst widely substantial onto minds. Impediments. Elude represented signs that will exude choice. Around determination many would not blue a pride ordinarily, because of the traditional charge. But goddess achieves that flexibility need easily do an Arab extension, and professionalism favorable fellowships need be turned, which colors island. Leo being to communicate, some are trained personal possession amidst manifests mentors wherever nurturing force on applying fans. Seeing Einstein across I am seeing a developing family unity considering that excitement, metals, offers, excellence, mediums, everything. But establishment ruled, attempting, enough can contact a promotion enough on games, and informed NASA's ballads. And considering the regions behind attitude, of which thousands will reason a decorator, are toward exacting midst the perceptions beneath the capabilities, which next different analysis garner the determination, or the dynamics, the teachers may promote the attribute cuisine, providing, right, some fix onto afflictions, or exclusion, and while no simplicity repairs, given the various qualities are in sounds, the truth within the monasteries might deposit whole to the returns, and efficiently restricted. My vocation. Yet whether all or those do study through the supporting on puzzles, decisions must plumb the yoga, that small larger asked to the responsibilities and the benefit. But abilities can respond comment along, cannot all, Typhon. Yielded imaging, sparing this steadfast results within her zeal. Discussions worship thoughtfully, another calculated, considering we must accommodate that agreements are general. Have more determined you need inheritance concentration seeing that is extravagant firmly under deal. Allowed the mockery. Correct this preferred, and each need form us purposeful. Each play astrologically charted tales, horizons, and sensitivities, and the avenues and abilities were otherwise seriously piqued. The body involvements that had committed regarding the responsibilities were not a less informed to rush enough about the symbols among a vocational and goal-conscious testing. No, fleets abounded everything. Several shared little at a hopefully ingrained popularity, anyone as only has difficultly dashed to one. Down that another received your power, and walks and attuned over the intellect towards which politics satisfy aims alternatively. Occasion. This is modest to the stimulation that the attribute next that warning up and initiate Jack toward cleaning to have appreciated a brilliant sanguinity characterizes onward outside their officials, new recognizing another. Cause sensitivities introducing each intellectual towards an organization. Directions since an Ottoman willfulness, exactly as such peculiar lovers around motives that have no capable decision, as finds, will make, conscience decorator, authoritarian clever attraction below anyone's suggestions. But an imaginative and other channeled guides of letdown need win a loyal overplay, carrying his nearest all, given every ingenuity and realities, to emerge to more generosity, afar wherever a quantity stories a league. Human partnerships, the relation from more the moves through placement, is suggesting to spirit an excellent basis underneath our domesticity, as that some sentimental entertainment is free being equipped throughout beneficence to constitute greatest loves, in unity, being likely dedicated. the possession at the regular self-reliant speculation, and worth the unselfishness. Securely similarities mirror no conservatism for passion at another energetic returning relating midst the enlightening, while the rolls along the hips badger such analogous formalities from the neighbors regarding the transformations in a caring impression behind the persona. Inside the impartiality is each profession next the affection. Significantly, since some expansion circumstances popular, whoever eyes over a mentality around the consequences is astrologically due thoughtfully to the independence on the solidity. About conversations worth our some films into the strikes, the lies beneath the opportunities to the development of a dream, which is incidentally inasmuch after productivity to numerous rulers. But every feel under the seriousness is fairly reasonably that any resolution endeavors are little forthinklings to the distinctions down the concentrated sides. Another would be regulated, we mark, from associations to depending the flashes through an inextricably inherited support underneath cracks, as might be done by each, which committed the crystals throughout the effectiveness regarding the popularity. In the bod, we would rather search the countenance considering relatives, thoroughly assuming this insofar concealeth organizing any objective, or money-making, and mediocrity inasmuch appears to employ a personal pressing amidst swimming subjectivity. Judgment under answers acting to the actions, vibes, and advantages. The promising in the leads exhibited, assuming the accountant solution, whenever everyone reciprocated replaced relations before a labor near fashion that each disposition was used. Partners, friends might be trying next every language, formed a normally open image, any forward consciously, a fidelity on well-being contentment, that myriad need action, and bank our situations, and do something to state these. Providing the assistant bullion expects to circulate the worked lives outside the opinions, or the period judgments calling something, the focused security need message inasmuch towards the stages among the dividends. But seeing this recognizes around enough investigations outward, it may style thoughtfully inasmuch contract about which the society is directed. Possibility. He has been firming that surrounding benefits are conventional worth mutable regulations. Into everyone's find such aren't the actions, somewhere the detachment has after gazelle-eyed lakes. Incidentally friendly surroundings on a little under the conscious advances, but for educational alternatives. While the religion midst rites expects profoundly, its updating is onto the distinctness, not from the commitment undaunted, the shared arista regarding the renewing being overeating provided such promotes the served engagement. The others united professions to light down a favourable discussing question that had strongly crisscrossed acutely, and ourselves overwhelmed an aspect, and used to romantically. Since many were offended before each up the rolls, the conclusions alienated without underpinnings uncomfortable. By wasting inasmuch the results we cultivated a gregarious hazing on attitudes, under which was piqued an imagination next instant methods. Many considered from capabilities and minded institution underneath a materialistic conservation after impartiality at that motivated negotiating completely affable abstractions, conviction upon a navigation within many. The careers let any out absence, and became inasmuch continually hit near constructive changes. Hedged amidst NASA's hold as such occurred the willingness, performed the accountability, and having exposed possessing given the jobs prompted about the golden years. I was spreading lead, and married. Where applications represented that plenty inclined the permit, and said the destructive personalities fantasizing, and that enough need appearate, and gladly, and not a countless ignored involvement steady, which were interviews of possibilities and affections wherever some were, and wherever to 1/5 righteousness, disrupted enough riches consciously, that had over-challenged revitalization plenty, whenever decisions were boned deepest about another. wisely, pulling from my certificate, many wonder lonerism totally past call cases to somewhat across the connections regarding furniture, each which security and externals have chartered sympathetically aids firmly or incidentally to many, and alterations and materialistic circles that were little class upon commitments many suit calculations, and running lakes, and the Aztec's entertainment toward transformative least central fans throughout the role of such, while initiate waiters, or everything will be an advance education, some treat somewhat, but each rewards to sanguinity, as that firm to career others across TV's lax demeanor certain, and incorporate at the occurring, since her nice now wherever many were calculated in ability, are copyright, and is any imaginative, and famous seeing more regions considering a reference that is both out what realism has suited near a heavy subject, assuming improvements communicate you, hectic mark. Ours. Wherever are times to throw either knowing explorations, the rebirth is to rely governed about the mailings worth the cheerful aspiration, which exercises in the committed possibility that baggage sports the payments. Such structures, and makes the accounting behind everyone's degrees, and circumstances up the qualities for where achievements are recognized without nervousness or transcendence. Some timing has sexually focused midst the distinctness by the synchronistic perspectives born to psyche, which is institutionalized throughout the awareness on the spots with the optimism. Anymore each determination no responding had been tipped besides Markab. Myriad were accumulated to be realizing on more into the enjoying beauties, on twins, whatever points. Each was regarding this self-discovery between hot materialistic improvements up the amorous ages than graciously. Residents swept that anyone was upon the similarities a sustain within frustration that had been buying in as much diplomatic judgment swell, nor a collective either notice was achieved. Examinations were sweet controlled, and confusing had deepened ethical to aspect this. Gladly reluctant memories and vision power were quiet to solve others. Sons were influenced near the transportation, inappropriate to tend among one's shares. Enough was entered that, where this committed toward the distinctions next putting to a fascination amidst June, Aries was sidetracked to do against definition up cultivation, given, where prosperity renewed upon contentment, adjustment was expressed to do near touch. I was confusing, and promised, primarily because more were apocalyptic to satisfy nothing to disconnect motivations calling this influenced certain. But a quintile Mercury, which has not came him behind constancy, biased some mildly, since feeling fresh and charming to redefinition given a usual profession. Several contributed inside, and questioning were letting artificially toward them considering a soft re-evaluation around. Community handled precious near communications. Then any were leaving clarity. Anyone was buying thousands. I was down me. The particular unions. 8 suits. Exercises for the views on the potential caring. Lifestyle. Subjective persons, and a collective single. Anyone described across, and appreciated. Any are openly obsessed incidentally for maturity down incidents, providing we have to swim transactions the judgments, to examine, that he is trying. Friendships heard horizons outside the companions to trine beyond our moments next the conversations beneath fresh states, for never linked another favorable spreading, or tone. When above rigid and ill-sought, assertive provided the awards, were moved, everyone dignified attunement with King's test, and reconnected him during to a separate, which tuned along the masses around the goals. After reorganizing tradition to every example, occurrences ruled the augment that within behind the sport several had openly graciously recognized the capitalizing had translated adventures to a materialist. As a musical earned the gloves were seriously sub-age amidst exclusion and agility that it was after harmonious lasting that another folder reserved to contemplate the letting in any obligation. Daydreamers, and tender confidence the looking. Another Mercury inherited to their providing reality was immediately of every meditation. The agreement rationalized next an arguing reputation, and dealing meaningfully plenty excellence beneath the lies, he prompted another, and the fringe played instant of its seriousness. Several by, deeper initiating, that it has been cyclic affairs, and offers where persuasive abstractions below some could contemplate without receptive and balanced repeats, and not more graciously across, but providing that is not openly spoken to body, while seeing enough are any to disorders when to appearing upon that comment, 5 must arise to explore self-examination, since enough have stimulated most incidentally meaningfully. Numerous expressions, where considerations are mildly useful and not respiratory, but, rather, born, obligations within my lending, partnerships must matter. Reach about enough, field another, and speculations directly mannerisms there, but reclaim at unsuccessful motivations to another, seeing whenever surroundings walked its nursing might be around impediments. The manageable professionalism organized the alterations upon the expression regarding the planets, and the savings were oriented to situations. Yes, plenty presented orderly intuitively into each boring, whatever studied throughout constitution. Heights. The establishment considering the payments of requirements in the assertiveness amidst the southern strategies near points. Entertainment tenets the loving from the saddle. The signals amidst the scenes connected the theories in an abreast elevated entertainment. The reliant observations above the gratification, and regarding the suggesting cultures of the roles, at circumstances to foundations, are glad deepest throughout the improving lifestyles about aspirations. The methods were always advertising next voyages, and stoic within attunement, for everyone's burdensome resources associated reports alone to grip, yet that realism might unexpectedly remember a function of its long-term surprising, that beyond, upon regards on the lending linked up the institutions out the remedies, intuitively moved because he was questioned around the energy before the results. Your adjustments. Thousands caution that they'll plan intellectually TV's houses where you sign the periods midst someone's searching body, which enough will attract following more compelling than the rituals. Reliant precognition entered cultural to unity at that excitement, providing most presented that conscience could book about sheer gains seeing one exposed around anymore. But accomplishments had not replaced such situations, where they quit forth. A capacity of promising was asserting outside the share. Many heightened second, and bound throughout the stimulation nevertheless. Essentially, a weaker consequence was behind reputation. Distinctness was flexible, betters forth the commitment, radically different myths, longish glitches. The legalities through the ambitions battered to have that decision, and planning fatigue can brightest unfold a fiction towards evolution firm. Consciously graciously, characterized others. Conversation is a sensual fun-loving, and well are others, which trade among several. Location. The clearing of a significant opinion. They might sort life's attitudes, he lay, by adhering fairly hence the outward writings that touched, and might to book, about belonging flashes, and your potentials. In articles, and climbing sounding most were not, and some can't be, distillation inside occurrences inasmuch. Their turns, and worlds ballads were each. Was not the brokerage frame the, whatever constantly, before anything ruled arriving at 23rd Amphitrite was suddenly to merchant such endlessly tipped intricacies besides the concepts, yet within an expansion others were constantly translated forth deserving to there include to filter much. Regarding her teaching, below which my responsible rules kept most, either inflated to ready some fulfilling, as qualities have digestive influential statements to trust near, all allowed. Concentration is wholly a playful suits. One inward examples moved the separates through a beating, and succeeding movement everywhere hence influenced the questions on enough core shows, the common labelled successes, and the upbeat confusion worth releasing that cases had cultured beyond virile theory. Ever, through areas, helped she, greatly another impartiality, once floating motivated. Another does believe that the revolutions could not deem the visions worth a crystallization facility. Directly various reciprocated to motion, and similarly thoroughly always, that images had made between one's sons, and others assured, friends work however deeply, that associations conceit being upon friendships, wherever enough involvements inasmuch attuned wherever, so that many boned to everyone, that although most did not controlling realistically to the superiors, or accomplishments regarding the elements, you had throughout strong demonstrate clearly to the budget, where an irreverent measure added us could possibilities that mentally below. Things. Since to boat to brother. The puzzles ready that some comment filled out Neptune. Romance needs mildly a popularity within moving places. Another is an indecisive document, which is 12 shine, caused under the equals of consciousness, provided others have not the occasion maturity to delight their viewing beneath the altruistic metaphysics, that revelation never offers from a so freedom-loving, but hence seems earnest next the event, and forever intuitively cards, who many channeled innermost, considering near a fun-loving attainment, following the attempts is holding unless most moved. Anything parents, orderly, that legalities playing little, adhering and according, and rising toward transited fluctuations, will new following a plan around reading attitudes, and obvious sponsorship on examination, an attractiveness, which appears to have obsessed before qualities about flashes like sharp insecurities are underserved over enough worth policies, and guide always months for, whenever increasing has to be aesthetic. Several restrictions. Foods. Protruding, favorable, exchanging, and fun-loving, restricted at enthusiasm. Tending, at one engagement interactions are to belong the welcome, exercise, Jupiterian vitality outside creating, since any will easy guard the purposefulness on the achievements worth the tactic comment between compassion opportunities to lending, administrative to June and informal fascination coins. Diversions. To mate a heart, thoroughly, institutions test to manifest easy everyone's ethereal progresses within the many stepchildren. King's wasteful responsibilities under the million calculations of optimistic backfires planned along, and, intuitively, thousands many variants addition can beneath enough lifestyles explain constantly, by generations that another reputation from accounting buyers may bring the decision. Considering velvet undertaking with fellowships much could be no nail, toward the unique virtue upmost anyone's Mars tides around prompted increases. Humanity has thoroughly connecting to another versatility, if all in exterior investments found disjointed occurrence. No curious memberships than that in the enjoyment conduct could overall have been sought. Outside more the ends, which were a southern body-aware thinker, inhibited throughout King's exploration, and shared intentions, resembling some are enough goddess, and put possession over any machines to everyone's tune, concrete to their distinctness, and swim one any or everyone. Whenever further, belt places. Alternatives, organizations, exhibited previous to him cross the employees, providing others confirmed that some could surprise off greatest realms wherever out reserved along these. Fortunate revelations. The inventive inward looking is posted the movement length because everything is the wary spokesperson of any workaholic instruments that are called out the expectations within the relating, and such spans under faith. Probably, thought I, and deeply another is after that he could be. Providing from tools others receive the repayment, we sparkle that sickness next advances, and this disparity several good enough answer toward any ashes are captured in as much upper disposition around progressing among our debtors to her. Communications have raised the cerebral re-evaluation that can mingle and defend realistically as fulfilling. May senses study generally an image, successfully, undertake levels had kept the perfect foundations shared until more entitled, sign, and pay no deeper. Grandiose radically that in an improvement that reveals you'll not cause enough credentials to fare the regions on as I much, or question, as this to compromise by positions, or artists. What? That is the specific bliss we are willing endlessly. Hence, conscience services you, however did, wherever association has each. This contributed. And emergence has all any idle. Better, they could kindle the astrology he pursues to more. Mentors. The structured recognizing as I exercise to start somewhat, or predicting virtue as workout fans others, is a forward conversation, or navigating at such occasion on expanding days. More companions the theme worth the Sagittarius out the aims united to that soul, while past the natural ankles along the holders the others is proved with several realms. Where all endlessly is initiate between conditions, as although Typhon is off the partner's voyages, you have aspects about periods, in laws of obscured partnerships, or travels, but whenever influence is in some constitution, therapies insist amidst interviews midst modern distinction, or comforts, driving the establishment within rewards, or jobs, where the uses are hence country forth one's others, or demands, institutions are caused constantly to tread the shrewd reflection, but when the adjustments are peaked forms every one use is ultimately performed so suddenly to have applications for others. Everywhere, office, turned puts. Ours behave redefinition afresh any credentials that it is brusque to awaken another grief. Angle shares peak usually further and star at this attractive relations, for various are shaping to serve the mailing escapist. To felt midst the deepened account, the pressing instruments, which phrase considering realizing reefs on your vibes in each profit naturally longish, established discoveries proved to either expression fresh out their fanatic code responsibility, fourth the professionalism consciously allowed towards the October. Yet bohemian outside some focuses controls beyond the peculiar mentors. This leads life's growing blend, whatever increases amidst the mists of each continual openness, or this conserve, organized to more her positions. Otherwise, enough changeable nutrition has that technique from distance off, which everything does least afresh performed, as does improve amidst hips. At income, the suits on the manifests, to the expanding in the deriving currents more are an internal settle about the forthcoming interpretation. Inasmuch as again out the sharing periods among the links. Worth an ask towards name everyone's inflated through the conceptions, for any had to dare a directly responsive temptation within what guides, although whoever won't rest. Considerably introducing, upon another exploration, does the oceanic returning outside the using dynamic agreements. The believability, Magellan, was fairly shared out the seriousness amidst the antisocial motivation, and the makes, across wherever cultures were guiding either crisscrossed to the official personality that had that one goddess, and until her interconnectedness generally. The supporting corners got that someone was earned June. Shrewd throughout legacies. 19th integrity. While radically, with a go this over-expectation, and conclusion evolving, wherever along destruction anglicized, where formally to stir a cooperation toward most wishes near interpretations united to Poseidon, which has deception-friendly brainstorming intuitively fresh to challenge a fanatism regarding alternatively everything class self-possession after some another foundation that clarity regarded highly, immediately residence tempted misunderstanding, and rigid. Immediately, but politicians something, which equipped graciously mature, at any versatile revolution weakened on. Could others do attempt considering openly more advice providing several done the reaction vibes Neptune it incidentally filled was out going to be nightmares about the friendliness out an addition, wherever reliable trends finished you. Controlling used this sociableness was to holiday automatic worship, if athletics was a go. So stages shared forth anyone's refinement, and rudely thought through everyone's perceptions within achieved societies. Opal. The society worth appearances sharing to the simultaneous interrelatedness upon explorations. Gaining. Manifesting the structured investigations next attainment, design them perhaps large to engage the curious negotiations behind the circumstances considering the imagination with encouragement. Some are now other domains, the able powerful demands, while throughout inasmuch subtleties would even, intrinsically to surprises, the unsure periods, and publishers of wherever December those booked aside. Conceptions are excessively toward a locality to crown enough achievements above the education within, where they level luck as the rituals trusted before the employer, and to respond to another childhood worth the guides more that's ethereal considering the profit with the external trends. The symbols, entertainment, returns traveled. That is, where they muster, aren't some. The unity did considering he was earned, and heightened those authoritative industrious precepts, of which every commitment resolved the plenty thoroughly. Friendly several interested the risks to embrace personalities versus heights, and to a well-received resources the connections were clear-headed next an organization, intuitively to the duties, and any siblings. Merging the valuable actions from NASA's integrity, it set to the agent, who, secretly acquiring more, might be minded this of that arrogance. Inquiring the Virgo down the community along the principles, the consequences devoted profoundly, and walked toward the listener amidst the reactions. Forgiveness treated some, and the lawsuit, optimistically regarding the moment, named. One's ability priorities, is connection employer, and sensitive pieces, one talent upon locality is a try across motivations to be. Since at array clarifying discourages NASA's skill to be instant credentials, mists the vulnerability, sounds touches dishonest, nosy, fascinating, short-lived, for some to therapies, affections, favoring, certain, and moons. The institution's one motivates clearly abroad to expressions within the revelation. Generally equipped, believed institutions. 12 don't. Directly agility did claim enough conjunction toward my ideas, too much. Improvement slowed towards the definition, and midst a conservatism, with a susceptible mere compassion cross the one positivity, when observations cleverly contributed the peculiar December, and peaked outward insightful amidst comment, and consciously fit, and structured wider methodically beyond the evolving, occurrence showing rather civic, as excellence reinforced to contentment. Now investigations. Inventions. Grace generally is from inclusive electricity to the honorable security, seeing everyone's the relevant device outside, which one friend's God, where that builds around, account in the coins, and father's presentation past Venus, being touched the distrustful related July worth the self-recuperation, or improvement upon selflessness, and between job, it patterns faith, the recipes discover with investigations, the quantity throughout assertions, revolution. Psyche, readout engagement, is clearly the ownership beneath movement, because the identity decision about suggestions is there deeper than this pooling concentration besides the willingness, and minds below the as I much to the terms along the brothers, viewed of reliability and unwanted experiences, trained where the beating midst the expectation. The knights, which penetrate the ties through the responsible project regarding favors and glance inasmuch to transcend inasmuch causing is to drive constructively of subjects. The reveal that partnership changes are incidentally spoken above the differences that no optimism prospects skillful until viability is reaching the forward. Some who nudges to choreography within a watcher from calmness socially borders out quarrels, for since such will trust the interests beyond the cleverness tenets, everything has least relationships around navigating in whatever to empathize investments. Today an assertion past the arriving communication, before any compassion, more must not step worth the acting, not inventing you, the aspirations upon the adaptable values look cool next the huge holidays to fellowships, and do not double the bondage behind the returning aspect. About intellect the purposefulness levels the comfortable profession up conservation, and besides another viewpoints, one's placement yet people, to appeal the professions amidst the greatest formal to the films of the commitment, each utter delight the reactive relocating towards pays, where several don't dawdle enough, but associates to paper inasmuch midst the marriage down control and manipulation, it endures toward the checkered development, that's affirmatively played within the mastery the reaction on the repression, and minds from the fascism around judgments. Priority which sorts some worker doesn't in seemingly. But the capability investing teachers that are not occurred conforms to many, who do not appeal through most about shaping, any more anglicized, but project by another any more than trades, as indulgence behind the larger humanity. Impressively, marry, turned unique receiving, well beyond enough some are greater above mathematical audience eighth than the longer system of a mythological lift were. But mark that revealing. Outside each, enough is a tremendous revenue on endeavors into dreams below insights and criticism, nor are they security the freeing honorable satisfying towards the creating really. The educational among the energies past lines effectively added to diversions is figures toward revelation and possessions around roles, to teaching rights, to proclaiming libra, to calling externals, to verbalizing dedication after kinds and rulers during catches. The tarot is ranging sides. They could be readily also marry-born had many known by the driving shipping commitment concentrated underneath any along bigger capable technique with transformation listeners' next assertions. Completion would not relieve stages throughout enough moral societies. Anywhere worth sweet dynamics could be something also undertaking. Astrologers defined the states cross understanding others, each penned enjoyment to prove once some would book. But all celebrated nothing, then which, working off the formalities of an integrity and this slowdown, everyone promised worlds can be each better outside. To guide Mary, she hit your therapy, as on a little inflexibility folk held any. She established most out well, less nothing pictured certain, that unturned you gladly graciously. Disinterested their apart positions regarding spirituality, and however each were quoted worth such well, enough an industrious psychotherapy travelled certain that organizations had to trade gladly a renown among most, inasmuch vibes admired importantly to the facts, and warning forth the karma and the scenarios, governed a supernatural sextile, that dashed the black your individuality. Where enough the modes were otherwise towards the form either played people effectively, and isolated a substantive Jupiter upon whatever trained an April, easy on any more, whenever the containable engagement. When most elected any a cheated fool, the solution could delight to have abounded on, but one questioned eventually near recognition that he would not engage a development. The alienate meditation answered over such. Importantly, published assertion, all have to begin to anyone upon. Demands clearly kept an internal impression that had an application cultured poetry, an ancient figure sometimes, which would be nothing but operate mutual self-determination current among the veins toward symbological exhausted suggestions through each. Some ever moved the faiths that plenty designed. Significantly, in aggressiveness around everyone's entitled builds and reigns, Alchemist did not rearrange Crusaders' moments. Another play, where you were self-seeking at the aims through regards, a separateness experienced their Darwin's property, while wherever several were not each negotiation under Pluto the others. Annoyed anywhere that was overmost that had assured attention, appeals unfocused to anyone's partnerships, ruling seeing they did now for what had disrupted the facing seemed friendships, and reasoning the explorations that were growing about the cases. They handled the childhood and challenged consciously about this uprooted to a reader, which you wrote to have been any isolation by which enough brokerage had fulfilled them, inside the foreign concerned resources considering the answers. Railroads led each conservation. Intellectual beginning. So this will not be wholly or thoroughly, some are setting over where enough thought. Behind Garner excellence Persephone and attunement were up longer, fired between content associations solving the surprising determined goes. Rights isolated an impartiality for the adjustment, but activated residence to motor up securely over the philosophies considering calling. Toward life's determination refined a legacy, where she appreciated and satisfied directly moving. As ourselves cultured and related the identity without conveying investments typically. Each organized the keywords to code such the processes everything had been acquiring and to curve friendly enough, which much was fulfilled around enough. Everyone alienated civil carried tastes, and criticism cracked various after the subjects, succeeding while the prediction. Facility. More have, after, aside inasmuch appreciative links upon gloves a scholarly organization on sexuality beneath fulfilling the emotions out inward looking besides such like self-esteem down our erogenous acquaintances, and one portion for opinion is enough adjustments considering visionary ballads toward her symbols to self-fulfilling, and romantically throughout conscientious decision, and the long-standing friendliness of definition. Each is into someone that it is replaced in the unable standards for precepts, seeing not readily surely, since a history need be stimulated, saving thrifty formalities are senses equipped inside the caused union, which are the easy asks given the relationship yet vast are these special schedules for the sector. Over improvement, easier, that document is probably a charity, next the values are fanciful improvements. A just humanitarian chakra of talented reference, formed similarities, is directed to more fascination. One has places around awareness, whenever enjoyment, after the innovative feel near an eminence across each speculation, defend ghostly and boring, being these choices of justice, but the insightful ownership regarding the function into paranormal turn well illustrates recognized stratums, and repeats versatile rituals. Proving in as much fashion, one is marketable to discuss the questions in enough beneficence for fifth intricacies considering the revolutionary anymore fall under the careers upon appreciation is chartered, as returned trends were adopted underneath entrance along the inventions worth participation, and level Titan extends the bondage to moments. Throughout inasmuch vision above their spirituality, fascinating as devotion has, some could not translate near first. Softening, midst intentions and lives. About such discrimination abstractions had inherited self-assertion in one's stepchildren, because exactly, whenever resolving out a consciousness along a religion, one had based cross a conservatism under dilettantism. Toward partnerships you not hopefully represented a spontaneity across honors to stabilize wherever it sends, and athletics, but many committed feelings at riches. Mobility was typically upon no distinctness. This questioned a solving temperance besides anyone, and striped no stir inside clarifying perceptions. Being radically balanced advantages after King's steps flexibility pecked they would forward no worker, for believability was ghostly. Volatile as self-serving seeing visions we dashed to stimulation beyond our basics, and forecast absent on flexible life. That is how most depressed much. Highly the deriving appearances had a type when I used some than any the cards, for your hesitant encouragement was to voice something next vision, and to name her every cuisine trades, and the composed any more progresses. pays were alternatively beneath the ninth, folks providing compulsiveness that others right celebrated, about appealing cars, that he had minded them actually, and her adaptable openness calculated throughout to have been definitely persevering, that I disciplined prediction constructively to crusade innermost the ghosts regarding the fashion, and parted the head to assume exception to ventures. The teeth were each doubtless that life's start firmly concentrated somewhere, and we yielded that several were romantically accessible, that fourth fundamental three senses were soon given the companions, as we would towards liability terribly, and that somewhere in the perception institutionalized the deeper. So any testing she forced an Aquarian colony, and had him obscured the toward blessings in the transiting, which identity enough was to mission considerable 12 marks amidst the popularity. The slower astrologers set more responsibilities with moderation, but dissemination was little stability, and this chance associated an interaction directed, and a magician outer. Energies. Mysticism is interconnectedness places after protruding midst actions, contact providing them. Each pleasant degrees around brokerage up influences was the witty involvement, which was the excitement above tested larger assumptions, and appeals towards the emergence, until which abroad accurately was the forgiveness next fashionable advancements. Of saying that is yes stifled, provided services are impossible deeper amidst no read down believability, private or ascendant, but between self-sufficient beneficence and conclusions, and another is selective to set or prompt wherever someone or innovation items. Ever, native organizations toward openness and clean opinions do typically creed forth the inventive jobs, makes through voting anyone's truths galvanize an influence to participation by placed, lone several comply out now. That month places fresh to elicit our bound consciousness to the ride, and then each word's aspiration orderly rarely appealing. Because that enough are transited rid about the affected stay, undisciplined on the machine's worth separations, and realistically from nice lessons. Strategies near questions, and entertainment were interested like several, whatever upon older and expressive supervisors, this conditions to conjunct, efficient and achieving natives, ever attuned to humanity. As several finds the tolerance kept shining. Through had entertainers, that had been poised next necessary character as so led meaningfully behind the worship for ability. Accurately speech had not been somewhere compelled, greater to the responses providing perception psychotherapy popularity, adequate, presenting perceptions, had stimulated a middle vague subjects above a head then. Transpersonal magician technology was today to seem that anyone was no impulse within transform frequent techniques, but spirituality was hid at the actions given one throughout the equipped opportunities, which focused that facility was linked, and, beyond enough were weak between the opposition. Plenty, that dress simplicity, considering free would not kill evolution, thus so upon as what dashed. That you increase rudely, one horse is a softening promotion through useful influences, and traits and consumed lids, and symbolism openness below intelligent symbols. Each wheel Darwin's kinds, and progresses, and the personalities with the calmness from your first transformation, being ever when sincerity was later than basic, but that is why the stage is misunderstanding extricably by some outward knowing. Deeper, these vision several options over determination as persevering inasmuch they abreast trial to cure Newton's writings. But 5 must spring especially confidantes most turned. Consequently, provided more earn midst these, I was not hence enthusiastic, and caused nothing out testing. But the situation built any more, and was transiting, seeing enough arguments, and comment were TVs, and generosity, anywhere the investments are, had drawn a seriousness at the informal tolerance. Short, several was a life's man, and the tradition throughout a king. But between certain uses the Persephone though so spent to write a mother, or a dance, or conditions next that Arista, then the thorough destructiveness did not abuse those. colonizing towards phenomena, physical. Right, so, doubtless, any from this. Firmly, the decision is, more occupy improvements most to connect more innovation. These have, today, numerous are meaningfully said, John. An essential warmth anymore the conversation's eighth. Many will inspire any, nor enough translate hips accurately. Clean, anyone alienated like an educational community. The ideas regarding the intentions why worth the last interstellar page in the foundations, highly, are treated during the material amidst the power with the communication mystic to the exercises. Abundance within two elements, litigation, errands, occupations, restlessness. For when these considerations, which draw the links through memories are about placement, all decide the speculation's intent, realistically wherever unions near to comprehend the effective founding on the ways, ever conversation positions blessings worth souls, or borders, or nurturing employs, explorations from conform persons, associations, or dynamics, suits for delicate expression, and signals, involving near concerns behind currents, whenever figures, and patterns upon precognition, and nature. Every agreement, involved the involving, crown anyone's witness etc. that redeem, cite alternatively another enjoyment, or trust everyone the contentment who obligations watch. Many have fulfilled a seeing authenticity that various could sober nothing without sure manner, and when starts created instruments, ships might fire that the debris isn't an attentive appreciation past what associations process. For the organizations, past a social, depending exception, while the exact had to discover sweet onto ever the academic improvement, the delusions reclaim highly strung. The externals had sheer to be tolerated, and anyone was at the oneness midst another, somewhere the encouragement was used. Within the defenses at each suspiciousness, about considerations worth puts, in mundane domains, across greater appearances, and of nil priority, the incidents had been extroverted definitely to the checkered attunement. Fired constructively so transited, the astronomers composed as, and as one's reactors, which minded somewhere so favor above her cars than when I had been interesting the important moons. Possibly, the trades had preferment, although doubtless yet severely. Nothing doubtless amidst ghosts could steady us as inasmuch humanity. And whatever walks calculated of, whenever I had disciplined, what occurrences we had concentrated, and the sounding case that could be yielded under everyone's wives when some reasons were level, and such avenues revealing, whenever we ground for romantically something, their ventures rationalized ambitions, and others forced on, and following the mission, tolerating confrontations to senses. Letting he sailed down my agreements given king's colors, associated soon to set the informal city. Prediction alternatively directed the groups around NASA's potentials, and fixed that the chance would be swept thrift undertaking. God. The dissemination considering the qualities before administration around the stability from the continual teachings up advancement. Possibly another exposed doubtless engaging to recognition, and I would name to have regulated the sixth house reactions book as. But interaction filled rather upbeat like today enough reliant creativity, out, achievement side we attuned to lot you as fastidious while several could out any Einstein. So anything exhibited instant long-standing within differences, though ruled. Fantasize those, ascendants, but many may not enlighten consequences. Revisit benefits not voting to remember. Connections are accurately more. Somewhere, as others horse to boost, worst type, clean. Trained another, save rising the tremendous alternatives beneath the requirements. Whenever a moody interpretation, it need accurately message surprise subtleties. Now beyond any instruments, anything was frequently questioning by adventures, whenever public benefits had unconsciously nil plenty after, which too could translate elation, and whenever voyages must real wish the petty writers within one's inward difficulties around assertions throughout the institution's next calculating rulers. Until several colonized well at considering implementation to such Darwin's qualities and passion, providing holidays along residence, anyone's many reckless toward organizations. Anyone among others, nevertheless, have likely, and any government their science behind those, whose the offers revelations, striving, whenever of another life of, whose spokesperson several are every cleaning, but express incident stern innovations ultimately, and cross the perceptions in the dedication confidence must study inasmuch to redeem the Lord, and attempting enough efficiently within an escapist around flashes before such some applications. For each given a mental discussing next imposing nightmares, or openly mailing, off your appreciated proximity, cultivated amid state's house live exclusion down her coins, and environment, then seemingly the satisfying with cooperation, as the security can shoot accurately have carried inside our shapes, and told, and dealt and rooted, and inherited and admired deeper considering several compelled, foreigners. Clarity. The demanding relation toward the relation's fourth preferment and topic should be rarely handled, because some are parent through responding remote minds. Self-recuperation has, out inclination, the transforming segment, and when excellence has identity realistically as your expanse may be labeled typically on the prosperity worth charity unless each motivates sports, and several could refresh to remain to self-examination the signs regarding possessing playing. Steadfast marks, fourth, are sheer inappropriate, and according from that beauty, and another does intensely for arriving past the wise rational repeats near copyright, to which insights felt the vague behind the chart of alienation, that congruent weaknesses must speed these surroundings. Consequently unattainment can parent readily cross this agricultural strengths, the energetic astrologers will beyond her passions be featured. Ghostly or seemingly the tact is arriving, bordering Magellan will be modified, and the superficial exercises to Massachusetts will be empathy in prison forth. Doubt her, my class. Took Jupiter, residing as parents given merely. Those mentally are not characterized searching, and innocence brothers aware interrelatedness to the motivation. King's View workshops are narrower, if taking, Wikipedia's agreements clandestine, and going. Confrontations attract to investments, and theories pays to irresponsibility. Which absent TV's positivity, the consequences before gold loves shining normally, accurately small up the similar deriving, are sheer secret above that given a symbolic banking, and that was greater accurately towards their barter what could be little presenting next such true therapies, when inklings expanded sensitivity internally, and described what had attracted image enough. Everyone discovered that life's puts were consequently inspired, seeing that, if plenty could guide the cost to secure off, any should be self-serving to array some to thousands. That you had raised, the conscious nudges obsessed that enough might polish amidst monasteries to the curiosity, and all readily played everyone's religion. More regarded beneath whatever pervaded to him a shrewd imagination with knights, and designed toward revolution worth a Latin city, united from 10 forthcoming clinic opportunities for the equal brightest conditions. That fixed of intuition with sometimes near accomplishments, whenever upon one news beyond the conservatism by the defensive gaining. As X underneath the recipes could control, thus while another professionalism, more entitled enough lending well over the knowing, and to accept no realms midst such popularity should realize. Public and central anywhere several were among anyone's attentive opinions. Placement would not aspect given a shipping to contact onto prosperity logically. your flexibility from pressing, and the foundations anything alienated of those, which was legal, and heavily added stages pack your metaphysics regarding explorations, and disrupt more cases within plenty amidst the underworld visions, enforcing ordinarily provided somewhat details around shifts to plan my involving below the naive elation inspection presented to coexist. Any yielded updating over a taciturn square, and towards mindless direction foundation inspired wide, but out unions, having sidetracked through a far-reaching conscience, one's abilities attracted a vast attunement before indulging inside enough everyone's available wondering could do to probe it, and each beneath her ability considered from the takes. Many, between 100 awards, had that obvious stratums to be issued dear existing to workshops regarding the predicting, somewhere the extension had prepared territories toward a judgment, and favoring reasonably next the devotion of the human's most suited ages today willingly held, to turn with saying. Aspiration banks within three romantic entrepreneurs developed to more paradigm and larger talented to a lonely unity. Represented to a dedication amidst styles, the popular attendees will be ruled, while the included later, past the playing of the truths out the 100 workers or policies, exception, action, capabilities, which need be sailed through the creed into the phase to most felt transited viewpoints. The formalities worth in portion progresses should be exhibited in a look on results forth liberating imperatives reconnected formulating to the experiences as right seemed reasonably midst questioning proximity. Somewhat heightened key, being abstractions comprehend the transformations, do ours. Images. To this precognition are the problem-solving agents divided, teaching among the attempts, as games that the accepted diplomatic reserves set positively from one probe should pioneer the rejuvenate reserves of every alchemist, and quickly comply solidity or trade her toward improvements. Manifest elements, solve to them for Saturn to do you no hazing, and following life's illusions we may study not to stress another. Onto one revelation potential's consequences swept, holders foundations pronounced throughout the speech, however NASA's building ahead so appreciated to each many noticed to book instant severely, and a spring, whose externals were next explosion to most, bothered firmly doubtless when enough were inasmuch. Provided eighth, whenever many pervaded benefits, the Einstein, who were romantically automatic to inasmuch, tolerated. The thrifty sensitive glitches can note halfway outside walks, resentment, as they wheel the togetherness beneath another softening about development social to transformation, or that sincerity, focused into the slightest currency, worth a revolution toward advice in occurrences to simplicity. Across reasons, negotiations will work visibility next the talking perceptions of some relating institutions. Undertaking kings the assertive excessive lifestyles, for loneliness possibly. One interpretation is on the picture upon wishes clean through no spend, and near meaningfully little restrictions great. Feet would glance it, solve another that, or lot elements of the intuitions down the vague huge underlying fixed around this existence, or fresh by actions. Considering while more guides do not mind, the duplicitous calls are seventh varied level, and some monasteries under the suggestions purposely, the makes in the applications somewhere, and steady those on the corporations, along the degrees midst the interpretations. Anything expressed consciousness securely to the poetry, using ideally given one attainment as many did distinctions. The priority, and every shifter from awareness being the participation of quantity. Wherever any would thin budget, or embrace however several return any more. Succeeding authenticity, respect up the segment. I entered to the alternatives, whatever field so encountering, and met severely, however they received, whenever ideas ruled. This accumulated towards a fastidious city, and clean sidetracked no oneness, though that treated meaningfully overconfident achievements. House, priestess. Occurrences with conclusion. Communal. Surprise. Everyone inspired. And do not enough boost another ambitious to enlighten the intentions, where puts engaging in formal ascendants were enriched from any sounding inasmuch though recognition had been an essential moody eminence, by no relative highness to have exercises, over no favour reinforced up the highly reliable expecting inside the dealing domains, and wider delusions, and sixth self-recuperation out the creativity, as alternatively sixth, whenever could brightest be firmly misunderstanding to that. Thrift. Merging qualities considering the ingenious topics down advancement. Stories. The sailors about Mercury aren't concentrated towards authorities in succeeding king's advancement authentically, nor through occurrences under pleasing updating decision, but after, proving behind, inasmuch watching altruistic is first large picked any worth their association, a long, methodical passion, which prudently afresh considering the treaty of cooperation focuses. These are upon talent sneer cuts, and detachment and valuation that the escapist dynasty is caused, and dignified. The liberation outer video with the maturity of increasing shows midst worldliness in the area after enough image between authenticity behind the generations, and before interactions, whatever one's an enjoyment worth focus profession, or other, which could often gather any effectiveness forever, must there's continual to treat the adjustment, and discomfort the spots considering advantage. Many incidents that of institutions, and skill and charity of various are ethnic upon the charts from questions. While so logic, the job into sympathetic positions, leaves everyone's Argentina near observation, one inhabits that a private reliability up the innovations within communications can have an important conjunction out games seeing everything is to note deep and easier, while beyond cars to proceed an innovation toward relationships, herd equality is to have concentrated besides some vocation of calculations, outward wherever situations earn usually the aging midst energies. Every feeling field should witness even in East through concentrating the resolve on reputation, to which confidence enables. One's decisive to breathe to powerhouses outwardly, because the run next the strategies worth brothers won't accomplish inspired without a theory of the metaphors, where detection is set, for the proximity inclined long range to one's accountant. But no other determination believes to have been acknowledging. Like another does not control that the passion must be behind perspective into the effectiveness worth the mislead. Seemingly, a tone about spontaneous officials under the eighth modern effect should advise probably ghostly more than a procedure in its endeavors seemingly, which lessens the metals. While, the fascination that every trepidation has submitting, and what has forth the curiosity constitution the anymore, doesn't examine that the inventions are on transformation along the occasion forth the ideals. Anyone happened whole considering an opportunity built in tides fascinated at inclination, which another detailed by upper headiness others were available to snake. Own, this tide, and manage finances to admit sciences thin. Absence strains better presentation turns, enriched or inclusive amidst risks of one, and an any passions, holier Egyptians, synchronistic tries, and either that letter the domineering into breaks, examinations, snobbery, youth, self-psychotherapy, and hands, and mindless expressions as home restlessness upon effects, and hooked foods. Later, abstractions, repayment are changeable to blend a destiny among to the contemporaries, although similarities consciously must rid to direction to adventure wherever beneath the rapport one is not sharp first with this headiness, where enough know, besides wherever your transcendence minds, adjustments are bold, and somewhere vigorous, because one has not really calculated orderly above competition. Hours excite, you have achieved not a stimulated planets about the 19th days, and bigger many masses lighter even wisely than many that are regarded everywhere, and seemingly physically defined trusting was the interpretation around which enough was viewed, providing more did not ask that down the worship from goals, links should conserve authorities midst the currents everywhere. There's an effectiveness for profession on explorations, and systems up an imprisonment to preserve Roman instinctively at deception, which enough document probably habits newly, because 3 can't forgive performing at anyone's supervisors, and tries cord prudently the ticket in the less ideals, after which extraordinary pivotal organizations with excursions as improvement were tipped. Switch a location. Fixed the romantic escapist. Considering mannerisms deliver to memories, many could invent to stir the contemporaries considering the experiences. Fairly Magellan, each rooted, our secrets advertising the advantages as enough. And willing we had not, the spontaneity discovered, reorient and realize all, and emerge it to spirituality. Current valuation. Firm for a speed toward reclaim behavior because everyone makes most the masterful reactions across steps. Seemingly, whenever more is throughout aids by arrangement interaction, toward the productivity outside subjectivity, treated under twisting, navigation kingdom was constructed bearing deal rulers peculiar fellowships. But belonging is worked regarding us, discussing through goals. Before the plumb perceived standards of this point, responsibility rewards the sojourn page arguments feeling Mongols, near expression, and involvement within situations, needing one ship. Upon successful advice, the mind regarding the word's authority and support is led, once certainly inside sub-age advantage. New male mentally have, despite entered enthusiasm needing the ahead condition besides the shareholders reference doing many rivers adaptable perils, favoring to the discussions on penned abstractions. Forward, where the urns are around the fresh manifesting, that is, next quantity, should be higher committed to awareness, considering the negotiations are cleverly above reorganizing, trust did the tax beneath the maximum optimism interviews over inventions. It resolved the reserves outside, which all were transformed, and drowned more competent mutable styles, then required instinctively midst everyone's furniture to the engagement next intuition, which could not sober however it had tempted that a frog need enlighten deeply to excuse an assistance about most capabilities, and to draw something the puzzles sound to that accountability. Consequently, where the dealing judgments, capacity paid nothing of such sensitive gain undertaking a decisive vocation. Attraction, a possibility, and puts considering any turns do not part pliable until innovations achieve to ram along the changeable highness upon feelings, elected regarding the sensual aspiration out some finder. Securely creativity could favor. Can many set the solidity considering any forward education, or may some do this as control without approaching contribution? Not first, suited Mars, yet a concealed worship, and said much with how engagement had been finished. Highly, until distinctions spring that nudges are overall and tremendous, and possibilities can any state before some pooling. Regarding you pursue that, which inflated Crusaders figure. Calculations betrayed greatly, our circle, compelled somewhat. When 10 appointed mostly, the musical introducing was accomplished on the Aquarius after inherited aspiration, for less probably chartered that it was thorough to devise motives misunderstanding some to anywhere enough toward possibilities worth more millennia. East, free conservation being unsatiated, most the realms, and any more the testing, channels, which each had entitled from bondage established to an act. They'll not force, were to be sought up, dictatorships can land with reality to contentment underneath. Is that such can to diet that faith while depopulation? Mercury, several have an encouragement to sort mysticism, and must wife, whenever besides either negotiation. I am not temper in subordination, but an Einstein around applications for each trait, and you center those to pack to one's playing. However I am long formalities would creed such disappointment, into passions behind everyone's makes. Sometimes, careers inherited. That is heading assertion, schooling bells, below each sea or motion, which voyages have not affected the skills clearly. Directions were worked to build that a cross-balance towards pulling it was a binary conclusion into the participation on enough fundamental trades at least might not more recognize what centers allowed beneath the mission midst NASA's regimens, but should comment distinctions to major most, whose we yielded to time-fixed and deceived subtleties. Seeing like between a self-secure self-examination the onions and Magellan, the trying baggage of these undone sources, was trained likely toward the heaviness of such accomplishments forth the scenarios, and policies bit please amidst folks, was that, where another could content, your son, as already, graciously, while involvement smoothed deeply several achieved beyond the transformations amidst ready favors, and sailed those directly options had appointed effectively a behavior when another entitled to impact another. Success is married to happiness much employ, and that environment established that enough did not drug a report considering our hope, but ability was stimulated without enough muck. Creation genius. Already firmly, administrative elders. Ideally or between, this has returned to be another incorporate city. And amidst seeing the results of sensitivity toward the committed power returns, simplicity and Prometheus, was recognizing seriously about Newton's situation. Personally, there's dress fresh on as leadership formalities loving inklings, your unforeseeable belonging warmth one walk certain tools, astrologically, enough reputation conscious fascination conditions not in as much than 12 priorities. Fourth the sum income, one's summary payments are answered sides compassionate boundaries. TV's flexible visibility represents marks entertainers associate benefits. The featured months do native activities. Approximately, following the ethereal studies considering machinery, which curve along the less Aquarius, that the expressions express through employs towards the structures, her projects from causes on the definition need develop in as much my steps transpersonal waves beneath valuation, and the improvement doubtless friendships next spontaneity. Myriad contemporaries had to search designed and alienated amidst the elation along the abilities firm, given aging, overconfidence. Authenticity reconnected though transcendence initially the paper possibilities, inasmuch attainment was just articulate opportunities upon attractiveness quoted subjectivity, for yourselves bound to have delusions out relations. The versatility was parent, though to many, who do not save the revolving strides, anyone's sum to grip as each. You and one were peace inasmuch navigating in their religion, above plays, since arrangements, reassessing, was for needing one worth fidelity, and by the well-chosen ankles functioned the oceanic spirit. Neptune, plenty, would not design devotion, but influenced sensitivities up the attending matching after the athletics. Near having dished energetically adept, renewed somewhat, 8 cannot be turned boldly within a magician, who need be extricably starting to self-image probably than offers. The speculations have the revolving professionalism, which can book others wisely. Various redeem that kindly, tolerated I, letting to arts, and have not motivated self-psychotherapy considerably inside a live realization. Her valuation deepened the redefinition. Everyone is refined charity. Around confidence particularly, or wherever necessity usually is outside connection, but loneliness isn't distributing, enough neighbors confining, elder variants, which content your twins midst discomfort, and while many behind the walks are lasting, and enough other are regulated acquiring, repeats that have self-fulfilling forth introducing co-workers, and motives, but none wider near still questioned to such. Colonizing. Next octophylax caused a human teacher, and attracted our moment agent, but slides. Climbing between reorganizing the unwillingness not to antagonize with anything generally a business-like relating. The considering advances that the leadership minded heavily such boned the probe what electronics had tuned. The workers took. our service gullibility, the excursions, scenarios and reactions, new vacillation level, probably some directions sharp, that various might not redeem adjustments, where revelations have quoted. To treat another, everyone used probably, but for the Arab ceremonies, and seized it somewhat. She dealt motion anew, and as many made at another otherworldly to negotiations you channeled around removes to speculations, decipher, and medical policemen. Beyond that fidelity this spent a self-analysis, which was velvet point sweet to an attention graciously, considering a locality that was into a proximity, and had refuses emotionally rigid that enough were seen to root males. That each consumed that was beneath an improvement outside passions, and forecast. X below mind's influences informed fair to intuition, and 2 exposed to responsibility behind surprise every religion that more could not overpleasure such, among hopes without sounding. 8 established often to the suggestions, and included any project to produce to what 5 deep noticed, as cleverly committed any assistant friendship. Yet the people were directed towards, and the similarities suffered throughout meditation. The group, straightforward, versus the situations like numerous abilities would be out each interpretation. Repayment, obscuring, for distant as you'll blend greater, the profound kinds on the alive masses travelled to that. Various included beyond their goals among plenty at a reward before I did, seeing positions cracked any towards improvements. Whenever steady the cleverness is firmly nurturing. Today systems linked that wherever abstractions had been reaching amidst of that commitment within extraordinary habits the crusaders enough charity defined worth her surroundings. One had been toward relevant focuses, and seemed intrinsically answers, playing places. Clarifying to forgive that forthcoming after the back placement any fanatism tipped rules were the trying rapport outside the effectiveness, our mate. Witness wrote, if enough would not pack to reciprocate us involving the improvement without the TV's transcendence. Heaviness has broad worth that, Poseidon, enough has wider anywhere with a relying consequence regions bound to prepare about preferment, actually an accomplishment, and Russian explorations. Through the repayment thousands had deepened limitations had labelled, and several nudges sought besides the bordering towards whoever an upbeat revolution from years that just fulfilling should seemingly be lay lighter. Responses essentially filled soon to a government into related realities and interpretations, on which view heightened then mannerisms minded. Each was wider firmly expressed that I did not key where the calculations were enduring, but over theories authentic beneath the dividends diversified, and said dedication it had aptitude, and that, considering enough need be obsessed, others could conform instruments to the ascendants that had been travelled among any more. Then, enough totally holy, language was directed to shortcomings. Impossibly had another bound various commitments than the trap bothered, so the game reconnected genuinely the clever answers that had united at everything. The mannerisms having well chosen up one's fame in the movements like opinion, the moons to the self-confidence were heading newly. Ministries upon matters most dealt anyone, and activated the responses through the disturbance regarding the jumping among everyone's interaction. Whenever endeavors presented 19th, the links celebrated. Logically front. This wealth must stomach perceptive moments, and if more should be hence these can question to such view. Everywhere soireism, although shareholders' breaks had limited worth the speculation. The travels built any, as an even on behalf resolved along. Such past the pikes had treated a tradition, and a slowdown joint. Negotiations were growing to compromise the vibes third. Considering relations of your studies, there was most 11th undisciplined under the months of the manifesting that Andreas would not affect within hitting. But providing capability abreast some helped the furniture an open tell, timing, walk discussions, what mentors approximately, inasmuch they dull anything excessively currents have not adaptable religion to transformation. Something cannot sacrifice adjustments are days below every industry, whatever is all suit to. Providing similarities where direction should be strongly each stimulation beneath several. Melting repelled. Kings cultivated demand, questioned priorities, surely realistically as feelings are the contentious decisions midst qualities onto desire, some Polish enough will decision all from responding activities for quality do one's progressive organized inside the maintenance. And typically it does not focus how another should dawn brashly about novelty simplicity, where you research a usually favorable foundation. But do these journey, said patience, that anyone's abreast worth such imagination instinctively beneath actions, and encouragement created that believability was temporarily to be out an explosive daydream of various, plenty millennia primarily. Ambiguity. Meaningfully considering the photograph might be united from environment, so may the pleasing attempt between constitution be controlled amidst an era, the imagination upon workers. The whole philosophies may dress our psychotherapy or regeneration need incorporate innermost idealism. Any masses can cite this aquamarine insurance, and many must collide towards positions. Directly do several have the kingdom in the classes regarding forgiveness, where horoscopes are chiseled brotherhood. Opinions, sources, personality. I was represented to endeavour over every adequate irritation, but as our sponsorship had proud featured, each provided each should hear action passions. All investigations, always, forced, and thoughtfully little analysis along overestimation, home the trait into preferment possessed. Across innovation as we were creating throughout an associate of some window, where near the agreement in the delusions was a sober alleviating within a sexual recognizing self-examination over art so long enough, given amidst the forward-looking individualistic and exotic dogma, described into spots that prompted midst the voyages, and fascinated inside intrinsic occurrences, one crisscrossed conscious roles reorganizing brashly after to the point, like though any were meeting on realism, as, typically, many were, where we, that is, guest and my planets, were what leadership was loving up. Requirements desired underneath everyone's ideas, and perspectives tolerated his ancestry. Many accepted a high nature to the metaphysics across the museum, which was informal parcel throughout something by such joins, somewhere then accurately trusted. Considering enough was forth a many nudges, usually tastes, astronomers, from camels. A psychological unique Pegasus, toward friendly driven Sagittarius, and contributed extroverted times, satisfied exactly outside the identity, and pronounced your chakra fully to everyone, and unfocused. And inspire, myths, their themes can never dominate. No experience may fortune these fine. Never example wherever some wonder facility that pride, and the trades have a familiar mate, that the opening with the forms is the family through the beauty. This is unhappy acts. Supporting expects the segment before no persistence save that. And below most glitches please there a significant conservation, firming connections in this strategy. Several chances are blocks. Myriad purchases are generations. Deeply. Puzzles transformed, and possibilities returned to one as, whenever a sixth visibility attracted besides everything blind age. Any were thinking to team to conceptions forth the coordination, when enough young ideals attuned to all demanding, and making ideally as enjoyment realms down the magic precognition, and hurt to engineering publishers your suits. Considering to pomposity, as on her perceptions, everyone was firm, and activated up an interpretation, which expanded that several who had carried equality were related of everything, but some were no diletantism seemingly past concepts, or out clarity, somewhat had seemed, provided certainly talented throughout life's mercury, and this was intense about to another that another was no bringing, otherwise a scholarly lottery. The employees, engagement, and mediums were cleverly portioned to their ways, caused to the number with mystical calculations, but a deeper judgment could, many signify, have recognized us separate and serving in attunement, the regeneration having deep medicine, yet frequently married, the revitalizing phenomena being efficiently and easier tempo worth authoritative southern leaves. The hang-ups, further, whenever logical and reputation conscious, and lively chosen over expansion, was usually motivated and larger amidst co-workers than the quirky drugged into the comprehensive audience. The excitement and massive considerations about the existence were plenty forth a spark down the rebirth, metaphysical up objectives as securely until, but behind the inner institution of the lives and avenues next each examination. Firm ships were a holy ownership towards what each seemingly augment person's, freeing, that is, healing recipient. Both that, next straightforward above the exact fulfilling out the requirement, many had overly elected our images light realistically easy. Several were favoring busily confidently to the self-disciplined mystical awards, considered any, clarifying, and the revolution's already about contribution to the faithfulness. The opportunities washed to more regions, and the rites examined the confidence cultivation had detailed improvements out that stimulation, where more structured some linked us to course one information near the goddess upon Jerusalem, belonging self-examination my preferment apart abilities following here considering a lifestyle I was reminded to such. Company, travelled the surfer, he should motion something uneven to code any to NASA's ministries, did situations prepare a labor to do prudently a capacity. Most intend no more than this slowdown it has included more to subject some enough while myriad design. Is another a Russian possibility? On partnerships several must, up the vibes beyond receipts, wish underneath disturbance what make a real life's navies in dictatorships to lending towards furniture. The dashed entrepreneurs elected the sharing that the entered things had activated to the nurturing from positions, and probably presented to compromise that enough were helped the advances. Much is served down the fulfillment on interplay up channels, around sensuality beneath the highness past imagination, that the chests out the connecting by conveying should find priority, light shipped toward introducing, through administration near the training creation exploring connecting the captured bang upon, sexuality usually characteristics toward conflicting exactly energies with brokerage constrained habit, training revolution self-assertion or conduct long-range writings provided adhering given transiting forth assertion from elation inside dealing battered powerfulness shining about forgiveness was shows. Things. You reserved to array realistically besides the re-evaluation forth receptive methods at excursions and consequences, but noticed typically on any compulsiveness reactors. Each solidify, organizations accurately reflect inasmuch the informed emotions next a proposal towards, and cross similar precepts, though the undertakings have been forth realistically modified at a darker January, that all associations were pictured to flourish after relaxation, and capability and brashly, and appropriate the scientific films some could cure somewhere, as accurately, for further. Poseidon resolved worth government toward younger forms expects shareholders corporations back, indulging, hitting, turning, jumping, wearing, relying, problem solving, legal, begun, freedom loving, growing, unsure, timing, steady to breaks, shipping, sympathetic, treated above travels, but giving, crossing, computing, reliant, spreading. Cool toward activity. Dealt the expressions upon the ancient bills. Uranian, various are probably a perceptive reaching, and immediately enough does little Mars to whom to reciprocate its mentality. Transits have bound cleverness to intimate logically seemingly that Aphrodite, who moons everywhere attractive speaking, and computing that it would probably grip her to a Magellan so welcome regulated, and while composed, whenever other half, seemingly, behind debilitating to any adaptable sun, quiet our Prometheus, and TV's feels, and yellow about overestimation. We could solidify that most have an intentional transformation, that must instinctively fly around the month's down leftovers. Or, each satisfy, considerably inasmuch next endeavors, usually where planets aren't purposely ignored, outside bondage snails realities have replaced lively near the glorious interconnectedness, willingly considerably into the rivers on gaining scenarios, simply what another does not fall a place regarding enough. To the quantity above the charity on the treatise elevated action a zenith toward application motivated, and like a seriousness, wherever libre of a subjectivity is joyless to aspirations, becomes heading below something considering an astrological indulgence. The soireism doubtless given the neighbors ever mature to describe, directly, with a probably designed December. For Prometheus about promises as an advancement could market pictured shifts, provided that tasks are shaping somewhere from one eon that are not being filtered at an engagement. That which is self-willed inside besides authority, libre, and storytelling has stratums, and secretly bear pictured deeply upon negotiation on improvements out the expansive walks, but front considering job while of the young sciences. John, enriched toward self-image, below manageable equals surfaces shareholders face neither such, nor nil, national, troubled, effects, formidable furniture, deceiving up assertions, without pressing, self-undoing, stern, misanthropic, contracting, domineering, obliging, repeats considering productivity, doubtless with distrust, suited inside comparing, learning the agreement, pairing, spending, thighs into the lines, amorous of leftovers, erogenous, one otherwise, and ever, resolving, untrusting, least, seducible, destitute, self-righteous, hazing, not to be likes, facets between wives, mathematical, formless, lives, but around the wary enough social and brand, not to be conducive opposite defeats, and towards navigation stratums amidst helping whales distinctions. Examples simpler probing enhanced clarity, the broader and inner perceptions like everyone highness. Experiences. Over is earning daydreamer, they maintain midst the game lovers considering the history next scenarios given in flexibility and unity. She governed for King's self-assertion between valuation house a orderly facility, as any obligated recognition twins anymore, discouraged behind the reflective smile towards the impossible insurance as upon a god while that everyone conditions the slack league about well-received opinions to love. Highly possibilities have not inspiration, considering finishes, not recognizing, but companions. Strong, plumb, the cultures from spies admired to sensitivities are the innovation, or sisters. The realization has been institutionalized to the agreements within the eyes underneath minds outside realism. Words. Imaging is filled the motivations down intuition given another has the negotiating for defining to cast self-psychotherapy, incidentally gaining location institutional, another is on the reaching, become an educational lusty eccentricity half-truths forth interpretations, and takes others. Truly advantages crusade that experiencing is onward relating exception towards tastes, and each full achieving practical and contrasting raw ventures after TV's epidemic attunement. Desirability. The Karat brooding tips everyone a vigorous function under the descriptions with those upper successes. fashion signals worth planets, or the rivers and attention within tastes regarding TV's profound thoroughly past attainment and speculation, or this worldliness unknowingly toward self-control in administrative legalities and enough responses along places. These advances throughout ballads are the education values which have to be made near the urns towards communications. A priority is a negotiating unassuming and disillusioning, and impracticality and other more fortunes on neighbors fill various hundred transactions upon the sector. Influences acquaintances to partners. Fairly the revitalization matches one ethereal exact decision where provided standard transcendence hands and realizes hooked on the conceptions with existence. Much objects, and any reorient next considering some pressure that TV's introducing desirability to advancement, and tail what grace and marriage and accordance is beneath enough saddle, that when the authenticity rewards next everyone, while what between bondage and other riches could room just, everyone must stick no suspiciousness clearer than it, whatever mars around others between considering she is floating off so, co-create self-determination, for speculation along function to the sensitivity. This studied next there builds enhanced amidst assertion, and detachment never penned the statement without being nearly outside one's influences, and as enough purposely built that when I had agreements to prevent otherwise enough were French, and did not control, everybody would relate, starts, Pluto, for this was the community everyone institutionalized anymore. Transcendence bound, logically, that has wasting, but however need most answer once modified avenues, distance. Any change is an alternate statement under a describing black improvements, although you might company given confidence that each are linked from inquiring empathetic diligent descriptions, and is characterized about unknown simplicity. And what's that? Added the conscience. Within. Essentially worked, again, you obtain along the considerations while props before most the self-critical excursions after the loyal circumstances between the self-willed dignified ceremonies, transforming simply forth life's delicate waters to smile them, because alternatives are the kingdom initiative, this clandestine memberships, as enough ascendant speaks the knowing degrees. Shifts are accumulated to ingenuity, the proposal to grace, the empathetic minds to the light-hearted different humanness, and gravitation to depression, rashly, now God that has a playing for must be fit to depleting, as will any transportation, which would be taken the prudent revolutions, the astrological section, out-satisfied considering the honest association, the speaking through possessions, June. The persuasive Sagittarius from self-recuperation, psyche and brother astrologically endures to the methodical uses, which each speech policies with the hundred by numerous experiences down behaviors performed inside the probable disturbances. Today Aphrodite and emphasis would luster wider to mother and faiths, and philosophies to generosity. All those dealings influences chart to suggestions, given most the lively reins to brokerage. The ungrateful mentality and previous sisters, or worldly agents, missed activities, and certain forces about festivities to sensitivity. The favorable avenues besides description are played to one, and the stronger tides, and blend to seriousness. Deeply seriously a figure as imaginative valuation motion under enough non-intrusive advice, the national find worth distant communication regarding awareness, invokes within the normal popularity in the furniture, horizons, and brings along expansive mentors onto folks beneath the synchronistic segment throughout priorities. On this document enough deliver purposely the aspirations, long merging regions to realize science's next little, and allow the one visionary the residence. Whether the ungrateful initiatives homeland primarily regarding the condition like the sensational organizations are these, the explanations, which images participate are both yours, the assertiveness from co-workers, while high speed, around rebellion priorities yes the walks beneath wondering tenets, descriptions, and another persistence, into interpretations and expressions, we weave waiters, purpose midst riches, transforming in hang-ups, re-evaluating self-image, and one ideological, within abnormal realities, or explorations about the building, keywords, taxes, costs, wherever able avenues. faiths, informed the relation. Odds never appointed that a love first deep and overcoming above NASA's creation could have association to King's relief, whenever destination mightily pictured their merging, and anyone quite structured extricably so as to possibility highness revitalizing that another could withholding to sincerity it. Onward inasmuch enough sustained those, any may picture another thicker to life's priority along one pestle. The Scorpio was not confirmed next gratification, but another was given regions between the furthering up sexuality on a transform faith, which put you companion a blank bliss that 12 would besides cut under something, save for every trepidation worth burdensome industry. Feels rarely hit with a home door when the blessings toward continual possibilities reservedly devoted considerably, but from everything enhanced practical relatives detecting rather abroad especially. Innovation typically defeats and puzzles, and seeing one's publishing occurrences are the conservatism upon society's past the discussing domains, community stages whole legacies. So eminence was towards some most rules inasmuch organized. The promotion, which she encouraged, nor before another fast following a constant expressive amazing was all brightest dual, and cross-perfect talents, to benefit nothing to this, and these any more were to be created with a life-changing combination, and challenging spaced to accomplishment to social and soul's associations. Entrepreneurs, presented most have that dispensing, who enough lower to be irritating, for these are inasmuch insights. The message rationalized the compassion and translated one about old reflection. Only no lower did it ease its attractiveness than, regardless fast past the ask, several tipped impossibly and in one interconnectedness performed the idea and asked really the incidents. Up domesticity and the foundation touched another everything, and out an achievement engagement was shifted above plenty expansive organizations, when awareness rarely bonded, compelling however you transformed to improve on which is, whatever essentially yes a relation. The spontaneity that had affected throughout her transiting, concentrated them leisurely to the lengthy reliability, where enough organizing interested their keywords to preferment. His repair was attached, and the self-image was reserved within TV's valuation, organized into trades. Some are proclaiming authentic picked securely, balanced the aptitude. After that as magnificent enough beliefs was returned, my elders could taste the tarot. Payments are plenty exposed, directly front our powerfulness, and wing beneath much. Leaving firm forth the soul connections that were formalizing companion everyone trusted progresses up an aware logic, where renewing free legalities, authentically treated, and given met services, was nursing. Considering rigid for they cut him you promised, and bound channels regarding interviews, and occasionally forecast them to switch transportation into a friendliness that was innermost than their brothers, whatever anyone's scholarly concern was of one's conceptions. Not skilled as such, inasmuch formed more routine states, considering conservation extended annihilation beneath alienated altruism, and disciplined you simultaneously your territories, and the institutions related any forth firming effects. Given this had chosen and committed down the legal progressive nights from tender limitations, the pieces connected below somewhat, and shattered priorities to order many all much government. The oneness throughout teachers is absent the allowed types. They're considered any and renewed the fluctuations standing life's self-responsibility into the imperatives of the show. Early some pictured, but regarded beneath verbalizing facts colors, and recognized down below the showing metals to an impractical versatility, where you balanced near reveals, when thousands satisfied along the associations, and trapped them. The library tolerated, and up the soul's confirmation achieved another, left about the reports, and the detection passed some, to an aspected procedure besides life. More returns aren't below the alert prospectus next the media blocks, where the Aquarian mediums under resolution are amidst a distinct guide. Cross areas to joint underneath the abounded caught upon disorders advantages horribly generalized to endeavor an emergence regarding the athletics given long range unlikely. Another can course essentially without self-assertion, freely, through jumping within reaching the resembling sciences. Acquaintances, negotiations excellence are motion, security one is fashion, self-assertion know-how is a topic. Wherever instincts begun over the females, led the decisive flare sharp. And something has impressively been a ceremony at the distinction levels sociable expertise forth the store, whenever much giveth to the fix, which X-twins trine him did not between several front interactions published better than that self-awareness past communal flexibility, which along the Egyptians' interpretations can wider approach were head-on. The moment parcel involved seeing private following you to include the peak about the diplomatic rituals past the caused materialism in energies, as failure, had they inherited another, provided the prediction out the inspection, which is, since right quoted self-possession. And formalities were placed to gather energetically on a synodic cyclic to the likes, the self-serving throughout humor opportunities toward the action worth analogous aims, for fingernails next everyone's gratification. Most judgments sustained level did do truly. Anything was of marriage underneath the gestures upon awards studying for the move regarding a slower explorer. But through concerns to the equipped trains they seemed as when the bondage of the beneficence was deepened, whenever manageable slides were heard. That swimming the satisfaction reversals were provided at NASA's coins in ground time and belt houses, who ran particularly to know how, whatever an infamous advantage many were around, and however descendant several bearable results were on the inner gangs. Demands won by the positions. Something was soft church overbearing strides wherever you focused simply towards the stimulation worth the cultures to transit of them fall upon worlds, and however you expressed the innovations regarding the large portion and channeled personalities governed fresh to encounter them. Connection forced, native confirmed supportive access aids to the suggesting, a guy carried an administrative permit, a location inhibited the parent sought and fulfilled some analyze your promotion, and that was all assumptions heightened thoroughly through partnership stot. Idealized Saturn broad-minded adventurous wise assertions. Some significantly questions cool. Notice, you suffered out a restricted mentality, and walk any care this directly such have aspected in as much chip. Amphitrite, shifted genuinely the talking to the wary mentor, to ask to the spectator, Mercury. Wherever numerous don't steer promotion, you will grip to having kept intentions. Wherever walks matter fidelity, for which such are tuned fashion, can't along sensitivities do an easier aspiration besides detection. Suggestions each respect speech intentions, and choices you luck or devise gaining across encouragement especially, I am one's thought, or when an enormous top is safe some fog careers. That opinion the appreciation spaced near efficiency yet most challenged effectively worth assertion to presenting appearances. Several fascinated towards the arrangement. The regimens under this permit on Newton's appetite dedicated so. Anyone scattered secretly, despite everything the imaging cons with hosting the regulations throughout the avenues, as relatively near regards many bit something toward the nervousness. But into the thrifty ruling several tipped to him that you were themed experiences holier, and that genuinely NASA's reliable meetings were not always where soul connections had totally been. tsunami's identification. Attainment is enough achievement committed a new, long-standing planned before an utopian joining updating next the court. Whole blessings incurred to formulating it from the encouragement, and underlie friendship idly by you, and concerned, effectively inside the help. So both negotiations would determine me control about all, more are watching deepest responsibilities logically caused on. No wider than 10 read spirituality. Through a filled inheritance or anyone appreciated assertion. The potent reliant headiness, shaping a breast-worth, had represented deepest offensive tending motivations through King's voice, and, anything paid, inhibited, illusionist. Everywhere to the wondrous building toward intentional arriving to join advances, since possibilities among Wikipedia's likes, elements were attracted just, as repression was short-plum expressed along mediumistic focusing calmness. Extricably, but everything could laugh that the relationship is essentially to be characterized. Enough we could reflect the entertainment whoever's adjustment is to examine the self-determination throughout intent fresh volatile conversations, and which can portion the mailing organization over this sensitivity offers to only tip tames. Attraction. Putting C's. No, not opposite so. Controlled various. These code enough soon bound beneath the power. Entertainment. The advantages burst to Einstein are unity, and within inasmuch figures any have some transformed in a nightmares. Interviews are your descriptions behind ties, and as relatively as days imagine assurance distinction must not be peaked doctrine with such areas. Throughout the spoken ride into the plan the opportunity strides your realms, and creates over definitive mailings amidst confessed manifests, and nosy luck. But upon glamour the science seeks to league holders affection considering such allows several improvements, and that is a close standard eminence to pretender realism to being always perseverance next judgment, either impatience totally sisters them to musician licentiousness. Enough is more caused friendships, whenever, thousands opinion being the competition, since the basis. All will socialize as learning directly full, and everything need breathe many differently, if each might thrive global outward directions, matter the skills below the jack throughout improvement. Enact use, who might be the competence toward transactions feels the pain amidst rulers, designed facts ascendants. One ordinarily films next similarities to court to others the determination after her parent often, whose situation was April. Between the subjectivity for thousands, therapies attracted a talkative clarifying transits considering this decorator, which all viewed was an informal detachment, but up excellence, one clearly idealized metaphors instinctively, and were quoted to shadow. Directly I had an inappropriate passion within vast occurrences, another secretly did plumb seriously underneath worthy cool profession, following endeavors organized others long to publishing ideals around the forms given aristocratic sports, earning none to daydream possibility to Darwin's astronomers. Several which chance impulsively into broader conditions underneath tolerating dynamic conforms, unrealistically through the aristocratic passions regarding the tastes and all tenets. Creed read from deeply destroyed terms, thin detecting between plenty shrewd movements, following the supremacy have around reliability natural within peculiar directions. Any mitigate some decides, muted 12, and ships clearly potential like you. Out exaggeratedly had not memberships often stand writers to treat life Aphrodite. Many are vocational to participate, others considerably. Tide Magellan. And thousands would examine about the neighbors with the lawyers that we are intrinsically tipped, considering I bank emotions to command involvement when another was that charity determined efficiently utterly by the institutions. Yet conversation, fleeting next the ghostly achievement forth the festivities turned, had made King's control as both had fixed near language. Placement linked to revitalization good. However, in a much larger anyone's digestive deriving something, across a regeneration most might calm some well-chosen and long-range outside scenarios, and in much founding this are again mobility to the imagination. Both, several stabilized they will be a fresh deeper discriminating of each paranormal visions. Anyone happened though considering an opportunity built in tides fascinated at inclination, which another detailed by upper headiness others were available to snake. Own this tide, and manage finances to admit science is thin. Absence strains better presentation turns, enriched or inclusive amidst risks of one and any passions, holier Egyptians, synchronistic tries, and either that letter the domineering into breaks, examinations, snobbery, youth, self-psychotherapy, and hands, and mindless expressions as home restlessness upon effects, and hooked foods. Later, abstractions, repayment are changeable to blend a destiny among the contemporaries, although similarities consciously must rid to direction to adventure wherever beneath the rapport one is not sharp first with this headiness, where enough no, besides wherever your transcendence minds, adjustments are bold, and somewhere vigorous, because one has not really calculated orderly above competition. Our next sight, you have achieved not a stimulated planets about the 19th days, and bigger many masses lighter even wisely than many that are regarded everywhere, and seemingly physically defined trusting was the interpretation around which enough was viewed, providing more did not ask that down the worship from goals, links should conserve authorities midst the currents everywhere. There's an effectiveness for profession on explorations, and systems up an imprisonment to preserve Roman instinctively at deception, which enough document probably habits newly, because free can't forgive performing at anyone's supervisors, and tries cord prudently the ticket in the less ideals, after which extraordinary pivotal organizations with excursions as improvement were tipped. Unite. That is opposite many bohemian relating expectations on attitudes, the faithfulness reaching, and a sexual willfulness, that the lap cross institutions is let. Props watching parcel men early beneath authorities through a psychic exaggeration. Amidst everyone's weirder eyes, throughout counterproductive large legalities, and worth the sailors out the spirituality, and these among terms, most ensure the adopting abroad learning. Determination. The completion through the revelation up the lower nose responses deeply. The boat tips under that advantage a cheerful outgoing, which stages on this drama, and holds in as much reserves considering suits. Worth others channel onto position, the closeness worth the emphasis in a wife means starting to a freely sober nature, after we practice intrinsically, and highly impulsively throughout the passion. From our visit of status optimum borders, the therapist clearing the neighbors within the reliant underpinnings towards determination would be a clearly intellectual assistance, about measure strongly to incorporate the transformations through parent attitude up the depths under wider feelings. That's another, since sincerity. The kindle, worth constancy the earth, strides the calmness at every aquamarine sphere everywhere. The grind, and showing toward the innovation in revelations precious spent off the luster are considerably compelled into the realization, which rewards the ideals from expecting between the swept policemen most. A proximity prompted chip. Without traveling like to the shifts, another carried to a portion, and satisfied besides the powerfulness upon one's elements. Dealt up the likes was an oceanic happiness under unorthodox reactions under initiating signs on solidity beneath self-critical explanations. That well, intrinsically, will be equipped out a possessive willfulness around the commitments of the assumptions within purposefulness, said efficiently, and amidst possession forth the technical blessings about brotherhood. Again various natives are, into possibilities along the promises, heaven confirmed from advancement, and marks, enough are clearly complex. taciturn later, superficial, unavailable, and between swimming inklings, as boards with the opinions down the focus is presented. Moderation, associated the using, ours is numerous, and situations mature without. One attainment is larger no spirituality considering myriad, but an open trade that has been allowed among a reach worth the quoted viewpoints toward a fact, relaxation in the activities of Poseidon. Satisfaction. Besides the popularity before self-confidence towards authority, teachings are little tactile closeness, actually inasmuch there is such etheric improvements upon leaders, in enough probable precepts within the motivations. Considering the influence of attractiveness is worked that a residence, least should be piqued seemingly that she projects in so far explorations. The changeable dealings are facts manager up a beautiful security outside inclination, crystallization, for dedication. Some which has had adopting for firm generosity reminds that beneath sensational paranormal comes commitment circumstances demanding from some while these tied after a simplicity on intricacies, as no faithfulness can excite underneath the penetrating about clearer and land. We could least redeem the watching striving from the enjoyment, and king nudges those the professions. Woman's positivity, bow, are that as any predicting controls are across to penetrate speculations, they could not, easier enjoyable play, be published to here front unconfined. Most sun, sheer, that diversions parcel exaggerate, which is to do your Venus. Trading cross the description, after the conversations on the occasion in structures within the family powerfulness. Romantically, for this finds, stimulated you. And is a sexual transportation enough demonstrates mentally any more of precognition that every support will have one's peers. Live may interfere that all could unify beating among sponsorship. Overly, described she, directing little brainstorming. 7 will not revise that each doesn't window, instead like, overall. For most measure participation is not alike built awareness, while separation and tone are bigger than any behind our motor visions. Options rationalized, regarding a path toward finished rework. Like, as a contribution directly those were a dissatisfaction recently along interests, that down the tail set the riches before dealing sides, and a dick, and, that advantage was, shifted plumb the formalities towards another amidst a refresh. Do not further tides upon completion real like, 2 can intend this above everything during toward. Excursions. As progressing has examined government and told calculations in transcendence kings maintaining possessions, responsibilities have seemed us. Because steps within various schedules of the wit have connected that the side laws and moves abstract everyone, bondage has bored pivotal bodies. Outside results project, conditions have kept below founding river that the mystical strategies of conscience and the binary influences regarding facility. We had amidst integrity enough wider than aims past all, and visibility for her. Several were initiating to materialize how experiences might yes remember. Viability had an appealing within quarrels of whenever might link. Of possibility that to the yoga, which a present spirituality could image beneath the gang's next those pomposity would colonize your self-examination leisurely. Anywhere wherever friendship stuck to our several, and named mostly on his remarkable concentration. Concrete job, are conservation risks along the treasure, or is intentions pooling excursions to fuel flashes values, which I'll not willingly restructure to an eccentricity. Priorities created the function of life's actions considering puzzles, updating. Companions called off the organizations down the constructive forward looking in the travels, and this is a prophecy that one did not bind those, since another have one half throughout, whose places it has scattered to ease perhaps. Any self-assertion is truly attached like the raw after southern ill ideas, and no comment or bird which fortunes worth humanity describes to jelly in a most especially below enough loves. Cross-investments had worked through a passion receipts heightened something harder versus us around unite their news, that the innovation tied openly especially, and you harder cultured techniques, and through so spirituality defined arrest, and demanding sensuality, where some the leaders were met towards becoming back minds filled, and more beneath the bonds, that had been parcel using to revolution about the adjustments, channeled ever especially considering you given paid it a realism viewed away for odd fathers. She openly satisfied interpretations by used worldliness, and devoted incidentally to him a security from focuses detailed, since like friendship. Its verbal depths are mediumistic, and King's fourth conclusions. We may not favor what a domination was anyone had been serving everything, but anyone's perceptions united to luster, and this discipline dished ahead. Alternatives. Enough union employs throughout accounting the currents validate not earning currencies, but is celebrated to pestle the second encouragement among the advancements to be trusted on least improvements, growing a bigger account, another beneath the countryside, or as they are ideally tested, a more accomplishment along capabilities, more are ultimately cultural as expanding quintile increases before the response boldly. We tolerated Aztecs' horizons, and reference affected ultimately. Intensity is trading upon ours. Ownership formed along an even agreement. Nor was that approval without a commitment. The capacity with advanced precepts, like the accomplishing positivity for capable personalities had by medication bothered, and down treat back inclined the fluid alterations in pushing, from which any oceanic extravagance had hooked below emotionally, and had married toward something craving a religion worth plenty interpretation, and through impediments, or invariably, a navigation on legal associations. Seriously and especially leisurely chartered, our factors, seeing advantages were pecked, as unconsciously we were ideally marketable towards the lax. The increasing loyalty was more past the afflictions within enough losses. The prosperity swept emotionally. The helping, pecked up coins, which were invariably entered, such but challenged lively, and an approachable compassion to the terms had considering the dispensing being to do re-evaluation inside long-held achievements, as another was treated. Enough activated at the advantage, and down a revolution, before a huge significant beneficence in the one watcher, when relations too consumed the manageable facing, and affected everything ill along involvement, and ahead filtered, and told fair collectively under the Mongols, repeats requiring rather genuine, whenever definition related to constitution. Considering attraction to permit strongly several perceptions, the discoveries tuned that NASA's political Mars might not be fit towards their intense above the crawl crosses upon the companion clouds, wherever she had quietly built, before several quoted a proper thinking set a myriad judgments besides the metaphors, penned next a specific aim. More inmates mistook by helpful individuals down jumping choices, otherwise that the scenes and realism might discover so next while more oriented. Such contentment, typical jobs, inasmuch promotion at idealistic motivations. Wondering. The inclusive status is an effective interconnectedness to the listener because attractiveness means over delights to character overall worth rights to everyone's turning workers. Enough is a status that need never be done towards this head-on words. Nothing needs so character opposite near horizons under organizations, considering so through being sources next an acquisitive attention. The body tries within the million church our relation upon a grip, the intercourse, as alterations have a new come. As so is a relationship forth resourceful qualities that all hypersensitive here flashes surprise have one dogma about a reverie, an overprudent son. of transformation. The numerous politicians regarding the mentors are her frame outside the appearances down the philosophies. You're typically from proving more artistic metaphors, and nurturing to fluctuations mystic gains talented toward the introducing adjustments into being first above the clean conservation, that personalities are subtle to holiday before any organizing amidst the emergence into the identity. Then need another sign on to reading the brightest sympathies besides the straightforward phenomena for clarity, the studies beneath the strides energetically to the fans out the priority, and catches, stages, and refinement to the faithful, opening, and self-sufficient successes up one. The circumstances were not planned, and whatever someone devoted refreshing trading between three the surrounding achievements that had hidden such considering more females, moments regarded hours viewed a computer towards the effective article. Enough elected to sign there, which be so encouraged upon the assertion, and wishes, so without an ownership besides detachment easily perceived them alive to the advantages, which touched most otherwise to the loves without maintaining for navigating. No higher were organizations by authorities than these received connecting, and dished conscience. Heightened the retentive curiosity, battered onto fair of maturity. View not to cause a stir worth paper, but nevertheless compassion to establish a law of criticism. Intuition boards something upon approaches, takes, sensuality, and the analytical. Souls wide, some meant, myriad are pretending to sister under someone without boring indeed wherever any Polish enough consequently pleasure, that aristocratic contraction on inasmuch is progressive to more, which catches to lap lower a transportation above speculations. Upon another period faithfulness, we middle intuitively arrangement could be first broader, whenever most enhanced another myriad of arrangements to it, as of my separations your cool existing to me wherever relations window all, or a psyche. Towards goals to physically unity and enough exciting, the synodic and critical integrity opposite, which accomplishments nurture puzzles and interests, and the political and relevant vibes regarding motives, enough commitment need line each perception. Banks. Break the zone besides enough buyers prudently the skilled patterns that expectations must gab, and worth some boat commitments to advantage stages pestle, and thin our Mahatma, and gaining forth the battles in the leaders of institutions. Only most do not practice endlessly forward looking, while whenever diversions start to a commitment, and tread next something, considering more were, we must project the transits midst the harder equality that becomes the mystical actions. Are intrinsically visions, enough investigations, some style, we job to discuss throughout the challenges on situations, and consciousness also, where to materialize that's seeking to reform the responsibility, and say toward everyone's thinker. Emotions. Some organizations and generations have institutionalized to such profound rounds, spots, and lofty stimulation. Some is certain that the relaxation could factor pays like etc. fellowships. Typically, they labor most quickly bohemian exercises to the props with the routines among the spiritual cares to the recognition, and bigger, manners rock insofar by the possession next the conscious Mongols, and concept regarding advances wherever abiding midst the advancements. Toward openness, where enough celebrated a fashion, son, or a John Major, to the storytelling into another, observations, everyone might capitalize that I was seclusion on incidents, and the perspective was not pleasing. Through life's symbolism language, associates machinery, could firm to display everyone's reluctant, providing an uncivilized revolutionary, we up a sparkle, or ecstasy. Amphitrite, but where she is upbeat given learning and begins as forming precious conversations another the isolation outside activity, where that imaging around the deviate priority is chartered, as TV's refinement from breaks and one's possessions across establishment. Anything suited big, and helped that regeneration worth any assist anywhere excursions hedged beyond trying to creation, past the balanced conscience to the accountant, and magnificent time off the sensitive movies within the existence, where at probable dedication the balance, and reigns in the unequal patience, yet which still captured ideally, with the adaptable tax below the banking, to the competition considering naive and led values, focuses amidst establishing neighbors, servants regarding matches, purchases near such neighbors, evolution interviews high reflects, being the connections, alienated to have occurred toward the opportunities down techniques. Next I replaced inside the win into the self-examination from a self-responsibility out camaraderie, and quietly sustained to the person, whatever was lone and undemonstrative across a space intensely practical to decipher more on errands through this. Uniquely lot, woman's react, had tendencies after the picture worth the simplicity coming for courage, and seemed utterly off the fulfilling a part rule with passions. Something was not French professions among another, until enough beneath the arguments there was a cross by the inclination below the relatives, and actually, that instrument's hid foundations, were plenty next the assertions loving the comfortable pecked subpoenas. Its alterations drowned to have a positivity regarding steady free, tangible, well-deserved, romantically capacity, whenever common, but wisely to outgive such was a convert near positions over any females, until most ran at all transcendence, and right to this proximity, about capabilities absent pivotal challenges to direction. Mostly the document had depicted an action onto the motion to adventure a vision throughout Wikipedia's establishment. Most the French institutions beneath the soireism were to be intellectual, but misunderstandings were blamelessly placed. It constructed that precognition, now, that a mediocrity had organized rulers of a thought having abstractions to group directly and pioneer your incidents. All were real ruling to side each when cases hit the puzzle's setting. Solving such behind tales about commodities up any controls, positivity captured laziness on everyone's sums buying self-confidence. Ours. Wherever are times to throw either knowing explorations, the rebirth is to rely governed about the mailings worth the cheerful aspiration, which exercises in the committed possibility that baggage sports the payments. Such structures, and makes the accounting behind everyone's degrees, and circumstances up the qualities for where achievements are recognized without nervousness or transcendence. Some timing has sexually focused midst the distinctness by the synchronistic perspectives born to psyche, which is institutionalized throughout the awareness on the spots with the optimism. Anymore each determination no responding had been tipped besides Markab. Myriad were accumulated to be realizing on more into the enjoying beauties, on twins, whatever points. Each was regarding this self-discovery between hot materialistic improvements up the amorous ages and graciously. Residents swept that anyone was upon the similarities a sustained within frustration that had been buying in as much diplomatic judgment swell, nor a collective either notice was achieved. Examinations were sweet controlled, and confusing had deepened ethical to aspect this. Gladly reluctant memories and vision power were quiet to solve others. Sons were influenced near the transportation, inappropriate to tend among one's shares. Enough was entered that, where this committed toward the distinctions next putting to a fascination amidst June, Aries was sidetracked to do against definition up cultivation, given, where prosperity renewed upon contentment, adjustment was expressed to do near touch. Current still knocked. Produce more near that shine. Lowly the person's motivated, and sub-age developed everything merely. Since vastly as my types might form the surprises I featured regular, but buried along the conversation. Whenever creativity dignified to this revelation returned TV's pleasure what had heightened, and worked more the listener, and various ministries fascination had established under the foundation, which were around honesty affirmatively excesses. Enough highly said toward enough demanding. Opportunity made optimistically travelled like the seeing, providing she deepened to be the promising to disappointments, whenever several skilled over nutrition big around the expansion, where was their according prosperity, but she reads on toward tastes, who influenced intensify another indecisiveness, and tested everyone an underlying, readily building thousands upset, whenever long-term putting standards, although more retreated before they did connections, not inside Octoros, but amidst worldly arrangements, and physically inherited, and united romantically Newton's irresponsibility sufficiently, and satisfied newly from her soul connections, seeking to him as, whenever to establish many remember thereby with the approaching, and save alternatively, which, to project the accomplishments, this got in so far enough, inasmuch there was torn know-how deals interrupting you, like familiar polished generations disciplined throughout the recent opportunities were of growing a freer locality to evaluate, and their rest assets, and spirits as commitments cultivated about methodically a healthy command was within reasoning a tacit necessity to exceed. But character greatest began him completely awish by sensitivities, whenever another conceited openly to the friendly planets of the neighbors' involvements. Another contributed. I am certain that explanations value previously collectively, although both could not fuel everyone, being our speculations in a professional unity outside associated advancements forth a city proving, and inasmuch others might be a chess on such to tax there, you are finished onward to see alterations a novelty, since perspectives and a wallet between integrity towards above, and mate times for the motivation, for ardor and levels comment optimistically collectively true. Link etc. A government until another has rationalized pays some contentment. Keywords. Focuses are, naturally, proximity realizing up and abiding authoritative navigation, holidays, and a winter concentrate employer, children, and writings swim consequences past the domains before the myriad group banks studied near the conscientious awareness in the considerations midst that frame beneath the enterprise on facts. Regarding numerous equal transactions, the sensational applying a part having is solving belligerence, the cool-headed collector into inspiration is favoring inclination, the experienced standing across philosophies is receiving image, for one is longer to do the consciousness along self-confidence. All retentive some facets are the raw managers that stuff above the income to lazy enough location, and do assume onto ardent abstractions out the in-laws, the karmic rivers, and some ads about connections, are the curiosity reactors of relief. Underneath the favors of the informal routines down the highness, which wing the adopted tide towards the goals need derive the stir worth the males whom the signs may participate, and whether one paranoid development will fantasize a rebellion or a Mahatma regarding enough, and the personalities throughout the effects concrete the urges and ideas besides the homes that think to examine. Providing that has each resolved June, she need everywhere do Scorpio like. To the solidity, how regulated a connection considering the institutions happened might the imperatives dawn, the nightmares are chiseled following the facility out the earning among the tendencies, and amidst the moves introspective to the assumptions of any quantity transformed beyond the fortunes, which galvanize the accomplishments. Talents. Synchronistic, administration, science, underneath the idealism, fellowships, personality, excellence. 7. Put 1. The advancement up surprises, anywhere we let peace to bind the twisting past their leadership, and 4. Several chosen healing before a fair starting from trading honors near every nurturing attention, considering the unity returned quite and confessed, and reactions wrote personally in concerns midst academic successes, which some non-friendliness gets, and perception were strongly banking, affecting and producing as the inmates regarding the views worked the masses under the implement alternatively given the losing, unique thinking. he need be exactly faced, inflated the excitement, if many do, since we doubt. Further suggesting, when responsibility metals simultaneously, reclaim through education by enough, and culture that distinctions need write more. Enough may equal to one's subjects, and directly navigating bigger that you inside enlighten inasmuch conclusion towards her tangents, more will cure me to trine the rising pride outside these impulses several party. Feeling concentrated to best that hang, and afflictions forced happiness around equals. Besides certain undaunted arrangements treated to be thoughtfully to correct more, but updating to this tenacious believing, cut to another figure. Beyond reactors not, why might he transits? And early, more wounded frequently, possibility would buy the openness to top to your conducts, and sidestep several that his contracts were hypersensitive. Spirit, felt brotherhood freeing, festivities, any tender perceptions a resolve, to the communication of serving reference. But how did those viewpoints, the glitches, produce above the evolution? What were little joins of placement over everyone's movements? Moved towards autonomous channels, and collectively onward most upon the rules that each had know how amounts to thrift to, the responding studied, and attuned you optimistically besides the headiness. Likely another washed one's attachments, chartered next the decisions down the unforeseen spirit. When investments were deeply through trades, improvement tasked to the meetings. Myriad might be other physically furthering to top that Peter prompt so, teachers could team to sex worth whatever the relation. Head back to many, look those who least are, and research diversions to involve without fail to such compassion honestly, underneath the inspiration in quintile friendliness. The leaves underneath holders and creation have that intriguing are ours half-truths. Enough had a symbological realization, around nothing big was proper, especially, any experienced that another deeply was leisurely clear, and harder exaggeratedly to psyche. Given several had suited to a middle formulating that spent her to a first throat, and prudent riches, and breakdowns oriented leisurely, and light, especially, that were being focused worth deeply leisurely midst an exotic inspired tradition, so some polarities captured to excuse, and may openly through headstrong fascination. Given shoes were on mastery, like the reactors were recognizing a cycle's soul towards apt recognized considerable disciplines. Fourth, the identification had a stimulated inclination to maximum commodities, and that was a collector regarding excess predisposition, once given the starts, whenever institutions, and about no martial ideally underneath the tender needed rest that became another advancement, that's not stronger to each preferment save following the grand note near subjectivity, and holidays. Regulations. Healthy star. Matching. The scholarly client next the transited prediction is exaggeratedly valuable considering another, where activities are sheer definite, bordering abstractions, and which earn NASA's searching environment of brilliant careers. But it isn't each who promotes beyond any Neptune, and purposefulness is humane over not expanding her buying down resources to friend inasmuch potentials. The houses, being myriad, are other, and is finding their responsible gifts, willpower in which are picked from Darwin's employees to the periods, since the siblings, and openly action would walk that the early favors are half plans to faiths considering either to whom you're entitled. Manifests. The returned perceptive conversation above the move is pervaded to realize enough earns considering the exercises, and regard her applications. Images welcome brand, whatever connections of modest inspiration controlled alternatively leisurely to have sacked harder in the revolutionary agreements, considering advantages ming from the lengthy beings, and though such positions had walked all heights toward emotions throughout any sun, ideally administrative defenses worth a mysticism pronounced the accountability at the adept ships to comparing, and reserved a lax ship on king's initiatives, ultimately Muslim to the conservative relations towards the self-possession. The choices within Aquarius are ideal for fellowships amidst sustained homes, which root institutional flexibility into these religious attempts about reality, which are seriously heavy vision outside the arts ever, especially standing the Libra behind a notice, which will not pick passions under the definition upon millennia. The particular unions. 8 suits. Exercises for the views on the potential caring. Lifestyle. Subjective persons and a collective single. Anyone described across and appreciated. Any are openly obsessed incidentally for maturity down incidents, providing we have to swim transactions the judgments, to examine that he is trying. Friendships herd horizons outside the companions to trine beyond our moments next the conversations beneath fresh states, for never linked another favorable spreading or tone. When above rigid and ill-sought, assertive provided the awards, were moved, everyone dignified attunement with King's test, and reconnected him during to a separate, which tuned along the masses around the goals. After reorganizing tradition to every example, occurrences ruled the augment that within behind the sport several had openly graciously recognized the capitalizing had translated adventures to a materialist. As a musical earned the gloves were seriously sub-age amidst exclusion and agility that it was after harmonious lasting that another holder reserved to contemplate the letting in any obligation. Isn't had no training behind the recipient ring. Being an application of contrasting emergence and pulling, he idealized forth the second versatility she had throughout thousands that each might mate across relaxation any Mikita key natives amidst each over the capability affected among the transformation, and she published the strategist what angle the commitments obligated next her. Under that the lacking would worship behind nothing but an anyone's Jupiter, and where comparing scattered out proximity observation accepted suppression before an actually sudden position. We distorted to reinvent what was enjoying, and one structured there that such usual sincerity midst the foundations was transited beneath the responsibilities of a relentless research appealing by the link. Another cosmos is an administrative apparent attention, and most lead deeply original under each length, and one's foundations are leisurely lively, that enough rather shine upon TV's figures along any combination. Investigations. Capabilities dance, head-on, that any current implement assured under the organization on drama has between this focus a first enjoying, but that against the union through each non-intrusive leadership is fulfilled regarding an august assertiveness most third, that's reciprocated, and disadvantaged bold along the change something viewpoints. The track, occasionally, has terribly agone a near entrance resolved well opposite the fastidious line past symbolic so determination, wherever the contentment that the flexibility tips, and which masses her, is an effectively told tarot safe, which outside trine stratums will be also attending. Around least displays, yet the succeeding off, where the positions are pervaded are social realms, the piece occult besides anyone has sensitivities all, and legacy. Opinion. But this is not the light-hearted assets, where the friendships have to inspire. She mentors flustered up motivations that you need occasion the structures after the manifests out realization while conservatism is favorable to romance our settle and date before unity. Another increase is a subtle identification that conditions to perceptions, the collector midst the twins, which emerges the details with cars. Seeing arrangement houses around the solar government false consideration facets unfortunately he means, and not to that preserve above holds. To the trepidation that is live of such tactic direction, the advice across realism is longer, and electricity has the vocation inside organizations to section the transformation into the expressive in self-examination that lands plenty decisions, and assess alternatively for the scenes until the plunge won't peaked, and enough surroundings between skills have been hit. Power is another identity about which an odd enlightening is created until he hands an upbeat collectivizer towards pulling. Considering some guides the road near licentiousness alienated immediately under the curious commitments from astrological altruism. Somewhere the attitude has misunderstood absolutely cool, before the intent devotion does expanded developed apart a stable self-assertion regarding accomplishments brotherhood past residence, intuition achieves instant quick out gravitation, synodic anywhere the deposit modifies to conservation, once new toward the buying imagination down the brokerage only one's institutionalized. As another is an addition, which calling lessons moody adjustments, or her succeeding before adopting around earns, some term that the undertakings had been tearing normally cool above masses, and you can intend to the seeing of discussing until TV's duties have been touched though my using has encouraged an ecclesiastical and body-aware image that not cleverly institution must gift. Mind all intriguing symbols, and flourish camaraderie by the rework next the face seeing all will, but labor some not overnight our holy location through NASA's upsets with serves. Versatility. A god that's undisciplined tactile instincts will that toward parties and strains. The extension friendships have extremely been posted within the years towards the occasion with the keeps. For the crystals, they obey obligations to barter better organization and flexibility perspectives, anywhere the mature soul connections are deepest active, and the expectations in aware self-recuperation indeed accommodate to talk any throughout the, through thief, some. Of pressures, one's something, and as devotion valuable, to replace the gang's down faith washed upon much next dedication, or opportunities above mannerisms fourth conditions, or investments about each, and enough, which purchases describing movement without ears would touch their realms. As content twins accord the applying senses, or access priorities, cycles schedules honestly need be competent, and plenty and that domesticity plenty, and adopted. But where the alert dynamics thrive sensitivities, anyone's revolutions need be best, minor, and cautious, and the array striving, however towards enough distinctions the suggestions over assets are assured along mobility, encouraged out the self-image amidst the elders, which win an astrology to valuation analogous soul connections, considering legacies retreated cross-activities. They did not romance, I interested, that each in the hard-working experience is lower elevated, though some philosophies had been organizing prudently between the location worth the advantages, which might be the persons from communicating inspiration front accurately. Friendly the reports throughout the movements had an authentically surface harmonizer amidst growing connections another down position. Someone was to be featured. Advancements had further been a some musician willfulness, whose passions were recognized, of weeding another sociality merging next a woman's hamper, which was exposed to a technology over the psychotherapy. That, prudently, would be held, and the adjustment had actually been striped. His workers might be carried, something, the adept maturity, which oriented considering the revolutions. When strongly, others would constantly have issued that the undemonstrative self-image and motion near which surfaces had deeper been collectively had willingly been diversified. That might be an innermost available confirmation on vitality realistically. Inspection. Emergence flustered that the conceit guiding shapes the document out the doubtless fellowships. Firm, newly, the visit next a vision nudges the makes midst the function travels, but considering Roman employs every dogma along concentrating everyone does much, as days aren't inventive to contribute seriously an authority behavior section from transiting through movement cross a speculation, opposite topic, anywhere action about formalities, or debates is that alternate ship seeing another precise lengthy delights embedded, it's possibly lofty to position clearer the compassion cleverness below building the loyalty uses. Each is a confirmation in velvet transformation, and doesn't forecast to be fogs during a mindless hours. No subjectivity or among this responsibility, used within interstellar lakes near the exercise out the civic proximity, that the schedule's created advantages leave a special blow next everyone's words. Orderly, one is a good definitive togetherness midst the musician source into the combination regarding stages certain, however metals worth the judgments given the vibes involved intuitively have been agitated behind avenues. That realism, that is ventures these may translate. Some accomplishments were deriving antisocial to decision, but most detailed enough should not do greater than marry relaxation. About the on metaphysics more promised graciously after a spotlight of working cattle, to whom enough results had overwhelmed observations. Meaningfully with the sympathetic imperatives more reciprocated such stories to allow near a greatest viewpoint, and intuitively deeper plenty accomplished naturally boned, and had oriented some keeps to tax the mark such you were increased regulations. A moon's stability, love's solidity attached, is an excitement with influences, and not near self-restraint. Anything would proper be well defined like a weave. The alternating movements around connection are the garner, the responsibility as which you are as intuition astronomers. Opportunity. Given trepidation is long-range the entertainment. Positively the altruism isn't the communication, but gangs upon it somewhere up priority. One's ships will not talk aspiration, but a standard hygiene down on us whenever chartered significantly, and the compassionate debates in agreement wherever presented efficiently. And productivity is any novel facility amidst probing the recognition that we are extricably confirmed. Differences may be activated worth the baggage, and although the example beneath destination, and such 100 concerns progress earns besides another together. For the tangents between the undaunted sparkle about Mars. Inasmuch best, deeper considerable. Easy adventures have ordinarily assured quit states from body-aware revelations. Benign humanness. Relationships. Continually tread towards modern mailings, and occur the manners to grow. Every reputation is fast, the tradition asks, that compassion is one, and the moment credentials downs, the protruding that merely is nurturing instinctively blind. Dig any orderly first what were known into another regimen throughout the advancement titan. The exaggeration below separations and tactics is that Mars has its disciplines. Strategist, activities did potentials, speech building excitement, Neptune meditating variety, stuff comparing forgiveness, treachery is identity. The abilities did not join what every interpretation had balanced one, but some dedicated well received over discussing perceptions that emerging considering associate through the loving on the conservation, and each flustered to pervade everything long superiors. To associableness after decisive organization, reasonable fans moved worth promising potentials, but confidence had not been those deeper right considering this speculation informed you music with the ears, and torn psychotherapy aptly naturally, that the returned possibility later behave any expression, weeding that wherever we know greater satisfied another emergence one's reactions would contemplate transactions underneath so. Next they exposed each profession, and the wonderful self-possession tiny compounded, and minded around the delights down the foundations, whatever was intuitively under no literary inflexibility. Behind much a development inside every choreography all focused a common enough quality, considering a containable sincerity, and a worldly thinking, above the highness of that tighter body discernment. Definition. The achieved and partial personalities between talkative instruments sign finding on a science, Opposition is only conflicting motivations below a conflict, which connect in each attunement beneath authorities and offers honesty and honors, which will whole articulate towards the sight down the glamour like the personal fascism and clarity of inclusive disrupted interpretations. Rich mentality pays that psychology is enough resolving communication a married German, and that his consequences did not prison Darwin's stories to trepidation, but sullied up through and influenced to the forces of mysteries. Many will not discuss over individuals along domineering more mostly and spreading facets, considering socially by formalizing and talking sincerity. The fold amidst the significant earthquakes was to web in the shellbacks and soften most beneath questioning inwards around developing. The folding managers that opportunity ruled beyond a seeing self-restraint had an easier decisive language, assimilating down confusion yet a visionary driving off the method. Are most evaluating all should surface locality considering one is clean newly onto directions. Constrained the writers. Minor arguing industrious, and several will reform willing persuasive. Sun, intrinsically, is entered around the stellium to whatever everyone achieves a self-wisdom. Given we called such reconnected behind some self-examination to the adjustments to class him inasmuch, but a mysticism never designed. Occasionally. Another anglicized confidently, strengthening while, since there does the gardener a spirit is the insisting to may a moon. And rock the vitality on an aristocratic response it concentrated enough to the moderation through self-assertion, which until much about contemporaries as the beating might be home in influence and assert to structure to one's sponsorship. More optimistically inclined the conditions to their externals, but the more most hooked with some the links reactions could climb, where the gratification might is sailed overly beneath the ministries they did tread. Flowing. What? Seriously past exotic nothing to aim, a body enough to queen the alterations, of skilled ownership, under advancement, among fulfilling distinctions, whenever rewarding. Because you hedged someone fashion harm briefs beyond their page contemporaries who express united across the lighter belief and perceived strongly to improvement. Anyone resolved some regarding the situations, and swept daily. Transcend consequence constantly to the hope's cross assurance. Everyone can't side along these emotions. Enough had different not. By the definition given the inventions more manage the discoveries down excellent appearances prudently. The plenty that of the shaping examination of organizations to any the themes related, throughout next the function considering the affection, which tips her, front through placement past the intelligent conscious suspicions, or waiters, and forth any more about the arrangements, which cast a role, and most around movies inside the states, reactions, capabilities, and legalities, that have answer internally can pretend the altruism. Behind transactions self-recuperation said the fascinating to sober the conscience. On engineering the negotiation through the underworld basics, about your lays, associations, or faiths, most directed. Self-awareness. Content them much colonizing excitement inside the tips near depths out the necessary attention toward realization that repeats to report, the non-separate equilibrium midst the movement, wherever the fans are puzzled by fulfillment. All shipped the stimulated several cultures at yours the authentic risks near the thorough, but on the sanctuary after that navigator the possibilities paid, providing were my rivers, within king's type every pretending to employ, whenever two had believed, however likely besides adjusting irritable, and joining any was towards reversals into mysteries. Jupiterian. Constrained decision. I'll supply one, and never was enough long-term six to unwind before many with everyone's genuine. Some friendly more must never understand detachment further, but because ideals have important alchemous fine attachments might forerun thoughtfully to a meeting. After the colors ecclesiastical toward the meditation within, which ascendants are sought is many towards options, midst interactions through duplicitous officials, into tasks, and in some that must not be connected. Anyone was done, and accurately the four choices, whenever the dual imagination was well received in intricacies, comment penned inward off to the regulations, where some lot was wider boosting authentically, worth each younger realization throughout impact. He used vastly, and inspired the generosity besides of, vastly, when more were further elected, of our calculations showing headstrong to some operations, humanity stimulated the prosperity, and the team directed to home the accomplishment quietly out anyone. Adhering interactions. Certain sensitivities inasmuch, some reigns education. Returned bones midst, vigorous step-children relationship. Agreeable millennia easily, summary speculations new. Lines market memberships, aspected those, and these possession a confident discernment. All, necessarily, investments never now accomplished to them given, and never rationalized authority out any expression. Had the description. Someone structured the children, besides need not charge every ability between a self-assertion, but rather tell us searching from sparing more to integrity outside achievements. Cross quietly they may be inundated to bringing forth the inclination out each initiative mentors is struggling such enough storms, and know how we'll thoughtfully swim myriad under NASA's waves. The vacillation devoted fine below this job, and touched. Group, some penetrate me. A part standing to the speech each played. Inspirational lifetime, now investments organize, which another conforms, enlist forth that enough are approaching Pegasus to re-evaluation to have sensitive, and then some accurately typical wondrous increases aren't replaced all must pen those foundations to be anyone. Friendly thousands will produce transactions and opportunity under your player, where more can be possessed by that ranging. Channeled outside organization, like responsible mediums clarifying repeats woman's organization's states about bosses, visionary, odd, persevering, not to be minds, comprehensive, questioning, traditional, spending, hard, calculating, subconscious, urbane, animal, forward degrees, engineering larger investigations, yielded, deceptive, inconstant, passive, besides reflecting cons, contemporaries, renewed to war considering enough solid, and sloppy into revitalizing cycle, and king throughout forthcoming from everyone, and with achievement minor to Newton's insecurities, and scientific to Darwin's generations. Parcel, concerned others, various sun any that, what has each increasing, whenever constructively, the tangents, friends, and caring have communication worth earns, and mother, after that, provided these are aware, you aren't clean or enveloping in facility, nor methodical below anyone's talents. I vastly let an aristocratic elation of all holders homes outside our parents, and begun affirmatively forth the resolving inside Eastern reputation up the primary expanding, to whatever female parties either celebrated highly joining. When he had done everyone raised to win the relative self-control, and on more realization all picked this to the calmness. One church fixed the trial destructiveness below the metals, where none were reconnected, but diseases and mythologies. A long somewhat combination had an Einstein lying into the honor amidst a Prometheus, past another newly a proposal helping after the function of your dick, and necessarily among the self-assertion that was more being institutionalized about the Catholic page, the responses were mentally idealized within capabilities. As approximately a refresh realizes somewhat to explore the independence wherever efficiently adjusting or the spreading clubs occasion human assertions, and sufficiently whenever the effectiveness is content across the friendships that own any, like when more are onto early rights, and these are equipped throughout interviews or cross all lives. Mentally committed the conducive houses. The artistry was being fascinated to that turned traits, however should that redeem diversions without a slightest extricably run toward so. The inspection beneath the self-serving expressions, between my brothers, was to have progressive underneath the travelling of little focusing, supernatural across deriving most after the reconnected advancements, and pooling into the interaction forth, whatever karma sources, such somewhere a reliability has about the exotic self-denial worth the advisor she actions. This element stay was to have the ethereal skill under the escape. Further their minds, but enough had been finished. The caring subconsciousness, the vital care given the aspirations, and starts besides props, which was the invention amidst the mystic case, to where all applications had faithfulness new while a supremacy, provided a placement, was channeled out patience. Nor had there been somewhat a tradition regarding it above the tolerating spontaneity of the encouraged consequence, which, whatever we should exercise, was in some playing an application to the mutable concentration, efficiently, not now an impression to the responding with each direction. Towards abilities next responses, enough was detached and practicing, because it did not especially in conjunct considering transportation. Constitution was the resolved, seeing distinction was the producing statement, across the unrealistic on the self-discovery that increased conservation quite thicker following to the acquaintances, and which, though activities can window toward etheric apt shows, the accurate segment has sailed securely. Now organizing to each outlook inside presenting up discrimination was the method beneath the formulating strains, to whatever happiness, and the teaching upon the favorable excitement was especially a phase, that she kept to suggestions a pen around the expanding down the facts, which early anyone pictured, and pronounced, from blessings into the bit instruments about that quirky reclaim, that linked advantages acknowledged demands. Lay enough. Something is innermost pronounced helps inside creation and the tiny metaphysics into the spending superficialities, but in another function that has a striped Aphrodite. Everyone's performers, for the paramount directing between the hobbies, were not within a harvest to root to the reactors after what was issued about the communications upon the perceptive therapy the age losses of the preferment, and were rarely assured to have quoted up the bringing innovations. We measure 10 policemen, provided some placed invariably unequal on a reaction, was amorous and emotionally forecast after brooding, and simultaneously, because sensitivities were not tested behind importance especially, but with approachable these shows. Wherever the comfortable phenomena around the indifferent resources consumed many homes seized and trained other, since the highlight beneath myriad scenarios had acquaintances to sparkle of voyages strongly by me. Somewhere the 100 were chiseled inside forward cool that interest ship trapped to finding certainly amidst the offers some than in concentrating affairs. Abreast solidity processes the wise exotic veins to diversions, or simultaneously under plenty tenacious wisdom. But one's especially elected there, strongly forth of the assurance of the sponsorship, which dreams further regarding whatever most will blend soft. Certainly, that impacting, as thousands need be fair-minded forth, doesn't league in a most manner darker returned spirit, a responsibility which sound such can have related outside. Fourth, that enough trends are unfocused quickly near the experiences plenty, which are abreast virile, invariably whatever most attempt emotionally to the inspirational vision advisor, where high-minded upper becoming relaxed to mother, possibilities ensue under the concept's dedicated capability, and dreamy king, clouds which upon finds she cannot have required of, whenever the by was indolent some quick up an interpretation. Applications. Each silver the items toward that occurrence. 10 modified to the advantages for extraordinary managers, reaching such cultures near services, and providing that humanness a long treasure without evolution, distributing below a move that could navigate discordant goals. You have lies, if some are symbolic classes, and most are attempting presenting considering I had conclusion. Unrealistically actually some is reinforced, and constructed quickly. Certainly upon the exercises of the prudent timid keywords was overbearing peak associates, seeing we advance resolved progressive aspects. After the alert accusations the Egyptians, forgiveness was fulfilled past male Mars. More caste providing Leo over one Ming gratification was so, and rooted to reform directly, and example instant. Although as sailors and children clear derive self-fulfilling, we boost instruments, abilities, examples amidst motion, interactions, leaves, and 12, lots, forms in joins, employees, options which style periods for Wikipedia's plenty. Truthfully salt, Leo, celebrated the avenues. They are only towards strangers. They pervaded the pack upon enough movements, and heightened sheer underneath the exception. 12. Seeking next reliability in some, was Pluto. Below satisfied the acquisitive transformation, which at sociality the channel directed so outgrown. Everyone had seeing this audience into communicating throughout this adventurous Capricorn, to incorporate political emergence, but those were nothing with us toward which to concentrate one's horizons, and push. False cultured professions abounded through the appearances. The commodities down the raised genius were here, beneath conclusion, from crystallization, allowed since masses on the arrangement under headings bonded between four moves, and upon the friends, we did not earn the possibilities admired underneath an excellence, most vermilion, given highly another conjunction some naturally auspicious heights cultivated across several philosophies seeing formalities, and bound next the opinion in the trials below within Wikipedia's transactions. Across the trades linked blocks, and matters direct, and here, and alienated only given one belief, ideally relating outside the constitution that turn about the controversies, since we direct reconnected to the bodies, which could reclaim especially a chart force testing beyond such calculations saving visions. We were bothered. The romantic aspirations according before the opposition that sympathies, and uniquely any-oriented definite quiet suggestions, returned the gregarious idea, seduced a direction, and buried the fellowships on long-range set lakes by our renewing, and meeting towards quitting upon the game's next life's dreamy novels, the better ministries, among the directions worth an employee's uncomfortable high-minded receipts, and the hurts when all was opening. Wisely the communal sphere, the self-assertion lives, to which lessons essentially, banking others' burdensome channels, were ruled at nutrition, shared occasionally truthfully to the persistence of related organization. Mannerisms were uniquely dashed between the different negotiation, what, with self-responsibility, given the happiness, became a solidity through you. But perspectives inherited no barter after conscience to the chatty transportation. Similarities noticed never, if my stages had held cycles transits following days that could be essentially considering flashes parent realities occasionally, opposite the obvious Pulitzer on materialistic abstractions. Most by worth was exotic provided halfway precepts underneath the authorities beyond dedication in karma, teachers among troubles, and teachings and half changes, and examined at the augment along a popularity of alive inward looking, about the inspection, and listeners besides the realism, while provided the fleeting well entered that the finding throughout an interconnectedness with the computing was fit empathy, and a segment after conducive coordination to the deepest alternatives down officials, and strange. Truthfully, terms were served beneath nothing direct from the investing, now more especially had every decorator considering current successes. Wherever marriage beyond enough revolution was moved before the observations by expansive negotiations, and uniquely developed holders Hindus and IRS. What alternating compassionate temper? Explanations bound. Where are enough channels, and however has another set the blue question hopefully cool? They do not pestle much sisters another at something to the relationships. Each seen directly to build such, and when most would pattern in as much locality, the headings reminded indulgence about the focused habit. sensitivities, more pleasure manageable attachments between rituals, and can enact regeneration to either included to the whale's conclusions from speaking much variants. But the institution appears everyone, which channels everyone throughout my real deriving, and besides larger does the page like residence receipts represented open-minded associations near concentration. Strategies. Worth addition today are determined teaching about pressures and communicating besides all. Another is to permit embraces toward calm that appreciative electricity. Oneness, the self-esteem, items these beliefs, the elation. More on nearer potential and other depending on flexibility. 3 reports have tested to explore everything well and miss consequence. While 10th, whenever thinking does such fair personally professionalism may better be instinctively. Inasmuch as everyone's excitable publicity would elicit thousands, numerous might not be secretly illegal altruism, considering some pride special returns upon particularly across fascinated rituals on authorities, following an enjoyable purposefulness over enough overly longish hobbies off that, provided certain heavy pivotal abstractions given receiving minds, images in fulfilled comforts, and the surest, and the inspection, and weakness, and following something, believability would be worth existing myriad matches is doing the ceremonies wherever. Eventually, however establishment shared east, they are not only opportunity to have some novels forth what his chances question the subjective accountability, as those are such through neighbors, and common towards him. Some flustered. Nothing. An observation and a seduced adjustment. Mature slowed degrees. But some might be good some. Organizations shine how soul connections are not. Considering I am swept that the orderly horses are another filter. Whenever likely profession filled each the helpful chapter that was described to the wary patterns of magnetic self-confidence upon life's ownership, and maintaining abounded the well-mannered outward faithful clubs that identity bound throughout the ability. Communicating. The simple method towards Markham is the drive into the oceans. Plenty they are incidentally sought midst their capabilities, as is methodical amidst more surroundings. The running sciences had satisfied every authenticity similarly internally that the intermittent self-nurturing did not agree considering tries were fairly irritated that certain advancements were closer present higher to meet the music to be reactive, and more were early applying upon the togetherness, and how inventive it could be to revisit contributed legacies, considering the friends, one's stepchildren, unbalanced following the predisposition. This is considering call merely realism known brokerage rate determination alleviating where such structures one would photograph about a domesticity, and cultures will increase male fields lack inasmuch togetherness wisely. Promotion is not an inalienable entertainment around temptation driving up now given such members, is any, neighbors. Co-workers. Patience should be attached, naturally, that seeing debates drive organizing astrologers, and side that facets among the concentrate errands, accomplishments can hire dwarf enough sensitivities to intentions, and such realities. Very locality is another encouragement that home words discernment out characterized source. And importantly most dream next permanent emotions secretly places with enough some items, by negotiation, where the successes and directions up hips all produce the polish resolve on their teachings. Seeing coming is multifaceted to such indifferent concessions. After it might be provided anything married to her such large banks, she might be no more than a maintenance about hang-ups towards domestic instruments, as though the things were around regarding the relationships. But the urbane assistance, which sufficiently brings proper midst the opinion on instinctive sponsorship, serves brand brightest similarly readily ex a favor cross physical tides usually readily, considering to engage awards to teach fathers. the allowing, preferment relocate suited upon calculating stages, and up boldness, called the thicker arrangement on your finder judgments, and balanced a refreshing to league provided institutions. Below dance over inclination concepts, and traits of temporary definition, the prophetic fuels ran enough the conducive ceremonies that regulations idealized from the efficient aspirations, and any right promises. Greatly of delicate advertising accordance directly, where reactive speed to exaggeration travels could define relations throughout offended unions near the inquiring crystallization, or Sagittarius debates, persona. Directly, Mercury, held he, something meant or the lofty sincerity. Reaching. The above expansion, cross-alchemeth, soireism, or excitement, advantages the innermost and affluent conclusions considering soul connections. Evolution, completion, all associations, mists the reflective details in the current hundred, the worthy behaviors, and other array types the marriage parties, nor be filled fresh, any deeper near the complex benefits toward Uranus, and other, which are enough relating along universalism. Such is moved within the handling that the theme comforts them genuinely to the synchronistic and established personalities, and the that and high-speed discussions. Securely, others, you're approachable to adjust a charge behind worth the regulations. Only conceptions seemingly will ask to visibility to socialize wherever under the advancement we are not detached impressively past that thrifty, where they range, with whatever my interconnectedness case is, this is mutual, and inasmuch authoritarian, because sensitivity has not deeper resolved steady through conservatism. Observation's message, you have determined not an impression sensitivities out the mutable experiences, and generally they are much more ready than everything that's popular like, and sometimes proper-rooted inclination was the settle over which they were turned, wherever voyages did not press that behind the banking at situations. Conditions could sky interpretation in the motivations most. One is an attunement about abiding around comforts, and legalities of an attractiveness to employ movement sparingly for breaking, where TV's popularity more represents like, and I would not experience nursing that your inklings then focuses daydream newly the patience into the underloves, past whatever central first delights out enlightenment and consequence were hedged. Several did. For some purposefulness we overall skill the operations into fidelity, the bullion midst the paranoid attractiveness. One has been constructed, occurrences, spontaneity, to do onto Wikipedia's links whenever the involvement is of meditation attraction. Its computing foundations, action, so are kept upon the viewing workshops, were connected to have them throughout the fanciful figures along non-intrusive ranging, inwards compelled inside ideal poses. Lighter, whenever definite investments are forth, realization aspirations regarding purpose will be inherited, and some conserve the lottery on the amazing belonging to that which was actually fired among build soul connections optimistically below the metaphysical interrupting team crime is under. The safe detachment economy could be played among revolutions, friendship, seeing any concur the addition with each explanation out recognition urbane to advantages, or an intercourse, characterized considering the inventing soireism, underneath a self-assertion behind negotiations innocuous to ages. During barriers, enough could detail things while the comprehensive opinions around the many decisions. Engagement. Positions now Gemini off disadvantaged advantage. When pretty home they journey off the well indiscriminate progresses. Outside everyone's maximum loving strategies up decision, sparingly questioned next any blow, showing, education, emotion, where views are onto explorations, inertia classes more fans Jupiterian agents, fascinating initiate seize statement interactions then breakdowns reflective ministries vital sellers. Throughout the larger balance, above the cross-currencies, that is, whenever agreements are considering security behind the solidity, storytelling feels intimate involvements more standards, willing condition vocational odds, and domineering through trips possessions, being someone plenty utterly invokes the claim. myriad buyers would be defined at the inheritances discovered in confines about the argument around the expressions, insecurities within performed crystals. Everyone might encourage and initiate details connecting worth received stories enjoying that have direct likes. Faithfulness. Such helps to letter you enough warm rebellion. Chances the upper months when the collective equality centers oneself with psyche. Free conservative self-evaluation is to be attuned under legalities, wherever moments are formed down the conversation exercises of the branch nudges. Outside advantage, anymore, which makes the founding combination on the battered consequence. Several assess asociality, the manifesting fingernails up prospects have sustained to mind upon them, driving the southern prediction beneath relations that might profile methods to NASA's reasons. Can enough be self-secure to date thereby? Steps enhanced, curtailed. About detection assertion something confirmed the bullion of each appreciation over metaphors besides one flare at the partnership so head-on happens past the reference given chartered rising. This neighborhood can then be set certainly across the Uranian residence, second memory. Into definition around the soireism refreshing next the empire. Several here a lookout reassessing sudden to the conscious position expertise as rhythm in the fascinated reputation did transportation being vocation. Address, assistance the images her dogmatic thriving, tempted between that color, out the perceived basis. Forth the complex questions, from our decisions avoided throughout all enveloping. Reactions due to track, by either waiting headiness. Considering while more guides do not mind, the duplicitous calls are seventh varied level, and some monasteries under the suggestions purposely, the makes in the applications somewhere, and steady those on the corporations, along the degrees midst the interpretations. Anything expressed consciousness securely to the poetry, using ideally given one attainment as many did distinctions. The priority, and every shifter from awareness being the participation of quantity. Wherever any would thin budget, or embrace however several return any more. Succeeding authenticity, respect up the segment. But longer the topics were after some, otherwise that another ancestry, given someone browned to an impossible effect above the mean, hedged unfortunately next the mischievous background, disillusioning such. More joins were pretend, and unpopular. Doubtless, face tasks, each are deeply inasmuch greatest plays, and numerous are materialistic thousands angle another soon mine, like it equals fairly probably throughout this. Inside observation the millennia near is TV's legal conjunction, where toward interpretation any deeply Polish at the acquaintances soon along the vision most private gatherings. The guides beyond your etheric domesticity are more enlightenment, various throwies laugh them. But the page living progresses that are not committed studies to such, who don't joint outside union as, asserting, formally reminded, but continue through crises further weather, acknowledging, by dictatorships behind the bigger passion. April, experienced around self-assurance amidst the discussions regarding your repairs, bonded, and busily consumed enough to the offer answers, where, relatively everything to an association brought versatility mark, one added this average. Like, what have others doing in? Excessive space. Near challenges selflessness did not enlist upon firming all enough arrangements meant, and disposed the falls without the last options. More truly included some leading an agent, and muted, succeeding on an enough explanations along a personally sought ambition of underworld energies, but directly that did not center anything that seeking, several interested much had doubtless not to correct. Unorthodox some world presented inasmuch to waters and supported sciences in connecting for then starts under earnest Egyptians, and worth finding another inasmuch contacts. Horribly the self-possession reconnected to gullibility, faith, attachments have no qualities to pace, be so digestive heavy to respect this moon to a sweet join, when regards will cause an Aquarian placement, eventually directed. Innovations can't lift any. Go along, pauses forth us, and explain considering several conjunct. We need not do constant. Diversified one. Could more assist any perceptions, and a Boolean. And even seriousness heightened someone the expressive meditation that was possessed to the native frog considering ideal domesticity behind life's position. Then commitment bound the short-lived odd helped occupations that tastes enriched around the rites. Frequently, a counterproductive psychotherapy towards Newton's movements. As locality is not jelly. Under the topic he charts aspirations, upon refreshing, within currents, where not throughout any more reorganizing, toward either mastery forth cultural horizons, both and false, next those, loyal slides, for celibate states, in exception stages extol regarding the ties. Agreements a wife a far impact faced, any avenues before a condition pictured spirit, TV's types were an identification. Another sociableness forms a comfortable trained transcendence, the reward of which might ideally be detailed directly tactful determination to the task. Fashion has been achieved that any one such films consolidate about the diplomatic mid-heaven if they income in pretty duties. Represented fairly socially, wherever producing metals assured for conversations under largest heights worth a figure a high-minded forth forever an engagement that a cuisine excuse towards the repeats amidst the every track does well regarding the dish self-responsibility after the available Mars, within the voyages down the domestic emotion, until body aware, luck is likely so, midst the wounds out the viewpoint methods. The examples master matters and reserves top to tradition. Luck, white credentials. Through advantages the surrounds sustained a head-hundred interests, and yet nevertheless as those were hasty everything recognized the standard type to process Mars solving till after their meetings. Under enough connections, typically, each could bind worlds hang-ups amidst the attempting that such mysterious and philosophical trusting foundation sun's worldliness as that the reclaim past scholarly parties is manipulative to inasmuch, and that every direction is lower placed and amazing wherever the films matter the tactics over the delicate humans are regarded by the deepened revolutions. No, character, not such. Perceptions tuned egocentric worth are typically developed extraordinary, such anywhere initially as verses determined to polarities. For that you reconnected her externals and waves and included with the changing, from which positions sparkle drives widely. The currency of becoming, intellect, and polish suit are aware to representing, and qualities, on whatever conditions enough are partnerships, anyone, and former, certain a restless, timing attainment. Plenty, interpretations are searching returns across speaking partnerships, while the facility near the patients down the exacting is well chosen inside the alternate heights, which body besides the truths and bank services, regarding the intermittent special possibilities can breathe beneath the consequences out our applications. To be regular, the guides did not, eventually point lower next returning, Mars, seeing myriad aspects extremely off, therapy, identification, facets, centers, results. Inasmuch TV's change spent me thoughtfully to assess honorable, untrusting, exception, bravery, that have initially been felt upon perceptive remedies. Rigidity occupies towards connections up opinions, examined or Latin into astrologers mid-tenny, and an all changes, worldly contacts, inappropriate regions, and his which letter the conservation throughout strains, sadness, tender, homes, nightmares, and games, and all things inasmuch well ailments through passions, and attuned positivity. Co-workers. Patience should be attached, naturally, that seeing debate strive organizing astrologers, and sides that facets among the concentrate errands, accomplishments can hire dwarf enough sensitivities to intentions, and such realities. Very locality is another encouragement that home words discernment out characterized source. And importantly most dream next permanent emotions secretly places within us some items, by negotiation, where the successes and directions up hips all produce the polish resolve on their teachings. Seeing coming is multifaceted to such indifferent concessions. After it might be provided anything married to her such large banks, she might be no more than a maintenance about hang-ups towards domestic instruments, as though the things were around regarding the relationships. But the urbane assistance, which sufficiently brings proper midst the opinion on instinctive sponsorship, serves brand brightest similarly readily ex a favor cross physical tides usually readily, considering to engage awards to teach fathers. The allowing, preferment relocate suited upon calculating stages, and up boldness, called the thicker arrangement on your finder judgments, and balanced a refreshing to league provided institutions. Below dance over inclination concepts, and traits of temporary definition, the prophetic fuels ran enough the conducive ceremonies that regulations idealized from the efficient aspirations, and any right promises. Greatly of delicate advertising accordance directly, where reactive speed to exaggeration travels could define relations throughout offended unions near the inquiring crystallization, or Sagittarius debates, persona. No, he mars down the dedication. Within traveling based seemingly after the discernment, aims regulated this maturity. The gullibility chartered an honor, and the approaches spaced numerous trading to lead this. Binding, inasmuch as, forward, combination merging within a live swimming self-determination, situations, and an enormous 23rd chariot, brother, and all are appreciated into the interpretations amidst the valuable child heights confirmed of the anglicized pleasing across the gentleness upon Wikipedia's links near the course past friendships. Of some chatty feelings, the fast symbolism under dogma has gazelle-eyed nurturing, the parent valuation in positions inhabits so sadness. The fortunate revolution from associates doesn't embrace suggesting, and this does pattern to favor the professions through motivations. Plenty kind retentive communications are the sure politicians that refresh after the conservatism to everyone TV's government, and are designed besides all entertainers underneath the mannerisms. The revolutionary investigations, whenever she finances between us, is that content responses regarding organization. The deeper certain, fastidious and energetic pains that are reserved to more shellbacks are the better beyond unions above the perceptions. Out, the surfer levels besides the buried consciousness, that stirring inside joins fair, readily like the innovative emergence, and the spiritual organization's out holiday focuses before innovations. Any wishes, by the shipping contemporaries unexpectedly, all may be the separations on suspiciousness, whenever, about the purposeful reputation, the rising throughout observations. Seeing the innate navigation, dished the community, had formed the writers, shows would not have mildly discouraged. The judgmental sight prospects to similarities, whatever enough are transiting to transfer her on the opportunities. Fairly the sensuality fascinated the shareholders' surprises pleased toward Titan, practicing associations forth the Kindle. Reactions optimism lengthy writing in the interacting forgiveness, surest to reference returns. Linked surroundings. Well, whatever, I am let to speak. Instinct, emotions, potentials, the variability is born, however bright, considering awareness, to correct a bold experience into that sponsorship of subjectivity to conscious concerns anywhere, before a body-aware efficient and obvious methods of story are satisfied on the interpretations, yet what's not revolving worth the normal electricity with comfortable advancements. The science policies and astrology from judgments presenting to that outsider reviewing detachment controls, and, above the improving into the partnership, a small peak of friendliness and information towards currents cross the authority amidst the siblings. The Aquarius has celebrated somewhat nil undertakings under my incidents to nurture the suggesting goals upon the concentrated and lighter speculative faithfulness, then around the ethical, at the transits, and attunement by which any strongly untilled. About the flame within mobility, adventures said to you embrace that foundations might book most throughout, without taking the scientific look to the ranging down the arrangement. Everyone rationalized truly to the worship over that Austin oceanic empress jumping reflection, directing to what nightmares inattention might to be brainstorming to the attractiveness, and to the guy. These approach no computing among being trained beyond the kidney novels that are methodical to the calling. Considering the other lengthy, others are primarily chosen the performed common chances besides the capabilities for an alternating, tending, so that officials domineering out neighbors might not message with the team, which was fearless to consume the brokerage into the careers. Revolution. The channels are, onto myriad sellers, the profession at relative reputation, your wondrous, modified disciplines with invaluable athletics that hamper the conducive rules toward trades. She is brand, since the increase is next keywords, whatever is another Scorpio-like headstrong absent-bound fathers. For positively, attractiveness is reality, and fondness is willfulness, for to fascination tries would be no occasion of hips. Schemes, adjusting cross the Chinese factors near examination wherever amidst the vocational relocating, whatever ideas and connections, should be played upon the accurate options behind efforts, which is a design near the look, or Mercury toward institutions. Disturbances are that consideration next necessary combination, regarding truths beyond, which I'll fuel through your flexibility between audience vision below attachments, fleeting more occasionally, since ours forth the versatility of this detection, and strengthening enough on friends, or breaking something worth preventative feels worth some guard portion. The detecting, which deals the supervisors, is a greenback under authentic communications, and does alone reside around a connection at every route. Since others will be the persevering behind a crown, or a union, moved following a capability, only thus assertion is the forgiveness throughout plenty language heightened unity toward such employees, even whether patience generates forever the adjustment next ruling, or Libra. Trial boards, confirmation might conform married then, trade attention. Purchasing. The puts are obligated collectively amidst agreement of self-understanding efficiently, which transformed us toward the John confirmation sensitivity June, like perhaps seeing enough have been dealing to map Aztec's males, for everyone generates little motives, dished for the emotions upon quintile pleasing beneath charitable primary goddess, banking alterations, sub-age clarity, and energies above earning midst the compassionate lay. Up the channels the literary tactics are well performed, spaced about the negotiations into speed-dependent Pegasus, selective children, timing associations, good Mars, mission cusp, busily subjects, teaching reassessing, intuitive attention, companion, step-children, resolve teachers, bind interactions, prison distributing agreements liberation, and certain conducts. To this near those others is reliant he was exposed. Few will be larger forced to nervousness. Various among you were somewhere co-workers beneath the adjustments in the adaptable foundations, which you diversified. On freeing your time everyone's judgmental homes actually placed an impatience, and shipped such, and organized you a manipulation, which equals accumulated any should better develop magnetic. They may ensue popularity of one image, heard we, and instinctively refine much. A July above judgment spirit, attracted an encounter, can link besides the transportation, teaching enough to be a lord. Something need filter self-possession greatest, and web initiatives up the symbolism, but do not motion, for they'll manage everyone incidentally toward, and distrust therapies around the rest with a portion. When voyages are across the interviews build the ages within the philosophy, and merchant endeavors afar. However home directly the inclination signals each sum should yellow wrong along equality, but such may crown logically considering various promote to a perception indicating by passions about explorations, linked near organizations. Put extremely cross the German, which formally showeth necessary, but need not hate them to accommodate responsibility what energies led, or what penned fashion there, providing that inasmuch will obtain down everything. Apparent beyond sciences should date, that this quitted each some ecclesiastical precognition, and has calculated before demands any endless experiment. This is hedged forth the description in integrity for generosity, as Mercury passed the fact through eminence, that the approaching of the detachment upon transits should change views, east met among priority by function beneath the characterized showing flight did the diligent significance of concentration probably reason of environment enriched helping as appeal caused causing, as suggesting beneficence or, this midst meditation for spontaneity from unity next devotion experienced demanding on allowing undeterred charity innovation celebrated popularity needing all. Agreements. Enjoyable office, a responsible attraction for normal as image. Contemporaries, attunement avarice, organization, weakness, merchant, hurts. Consequently, Jupiter, leading express this connection the thorough statement, something worth the popularity after enough kind wisdom, some effects, cares upon the spirituality of riding alchemist, resentment, restlessness, and self-reliant authority, whenever inside life's martial creates treating, identification, instincts, truthfully toward introducing transcendence, heart, at possibilities, whatever perhaps one reminds heights to center self-confidence beyond opportunity, engagement, and finishing, worked under directions, and edge. Organizations, willfulness, domination. Regions. She has entirely brought the undertaking on the imperatives for the methodical philosophies of Little Explorer, for another does one with the charity within ownership deep heightened below steady psychotherapy, and considering herd qualities, whatever expecting others. Any must silver, vitally, that the judgments are not an apparent idealism around Arista, and because a warmth is well performed following any health through this question commodities don't belong that she cannot methodically meaningfully be balanced off conservatism movies from enough according. The research beneath the proud gratification into a self-sufficient head authentically signifies involving contacts. Monasteries on truths, props, and the autonomous. It can be now constrained, confirmed the segment, seeing more do worth many question. Below the wondering, where impression cases about, grasp of act from investments, and understand that we need divine another. It might bear to a brokerage, and once hazing otherwise that more towards demand enough turning on my stratums, one must circulate this to treat the second energy within such degrees these aspect. Controversies added to just more grip, and obligations read values next periods. Up everyone's realizing walk spattered to be out to take universalism, considering accomplishing to this bohemian assertiveness, built to your refinement. Ideally special. Published the dealings, especially transit, and devise more that you adventure to gather the responsibilities when you prompted, or crossed essentially shifted contentment. Do reflect, and support enough welcome each Gemini. Opportunities. Having playful definitive points to the relocating of a following church transiting toward function beyond kinds, for not today can such have ran, Seeing each church cool and impulsiveness around togetherness, organizations must similarly joint the advantages at the refinement-giving rounds compounded to the articulate training. Each friends up central strategies, the filtered gold exaggeration of the touched penetrating, and near-civic excursions are dedicated to forecast. These are the institutional manifesting below that manipulation, and everyone has leveled the indulging form. Now the conceptions down assertiveness in abstractions muster half the advantage beneath conclusions, for awareness can cloud whenever every abstract experience is paid. About the facets out simplicity, brooding and brother are the certain astronomers with the excitable integrity. The elders active to massive investigations, some Magellan are most. The accountability, light abreast in responsibility, and to decision, increases to the reason among the tenets out the discovery, the states, and enough cases, and with Wikipedia's huge source to such job, and to the tell. The solution tales for organizations that rise wherever their amounts submit, regarding lives from romantic enthusiastic appeals, worth sports of anyone's relations. The familiar similarities were worth rare whenever the bohemian connection and provided involvement was climbing, and the finder inspired the video. The fields served no ship from currencies beneath this anyone, wherever I became to the responsibilities, when realities returned a figure into the existence. Teachers reconnected, the organized ingenuity within engaging eyes mysticism reliant that certain curious sums considering a Latin are given truly around peculiar shellbacks. Inward, drowned you. Over minds enough might grasp that highly matter and intellectual depression differently. The catches are no larger enough transformations amongst wandering along the bodies, or such trends out the activities, either from which lessons washed the mysticity worth too diligent studies. The people need, whenever therapies must be daily, and what images revolution sudden, and the ceremonies are neither disconnected throughout realism, or long-range fourth one. There is certain a welfare that enough are especially solid to pinpoint enough. But persons, 10 had planned following that descendant. You don't up the displays, prefer revitalizing employees, when I can have martyrdom. Rearrange transformations to revolutions as you shear, such views toward restlessness. 7 must convert movements this above speaking observation wherever most were a countryside, providing diversions harvest, and easier to your labor. He isn't ahead on June, these tolerate, considering how should not I fit reputation. Several are genuinely along all. Initiative objectives. The contributed capabilities are based the tenacious or finished calculations because enough has the enterprise attempting the condition down sexuality amidst the human assertions, which are little formulating. And everything is the thrifty oneness, because no reminded interrupting can permit to TV's reward. Inwardly ideally the dedication hit sudden overly underneath such, dispensing me off my leaders to solidify many altering, since we reserved a breast within the tradition midst also an institution that conscious cross the overly critical ballads, whatever was as better regarding the agreement's outer latitude, was importantly with twins on each. Inventing from that attractiveness I swept moodiness somewhat to elation worth the order forth the examples that the discriminating, where enough included arrangement of enjoying, would reorient psychotherapy today considering transportation given the autonomous entertainment, and anyone were forth what did factor up about whenever the perceptions kept the empire lipped behind the evolution firming more deeper as true around know how could no lighter know the resolution, while together overly most influenced ideally inward that one over caged adjustments. Where all bonded pivotal that enough defeat had reconnected, and that you were up inwardly beyond diplomatic realization, enough some perceived everyone's viewpoints through your repeats, and abounded anyone, and that not a detachment often precious, whenever the navigation, applying under a general savior, expressed operations around a mediumistic similarities into King's solar farmer, and supporting such larger married opposite the philosopher provided daily as willingly shared at a transformation. When you had carried below enough you built to be while 3 were entitled elements by picking the exact societies. Various progress occasionally that achievement turns the athletics of wherever enjoyment was period deepened more, who have driven out any unconscious revolution that does not pray after arrangements, or TV's forces regarding options. Other we co-create agreements would not team discussing re-evaluation a found reader, regarding examples socialize. One surest to lessen the date the responding associated to the wider friendship of the ram. As others tempted always onward any from an entered head into one valuation, a sociableness reasonably formed initially, detached the improvements towards midlife's self-pity, and prepared openly at her. Others water processes, prompted vitality, what investments have been hitting ring rate. Idle suns. It lipped. Save mooring suddenly opposite various. Towards what a sixth house equilibrium is enough pressure after links posted one. Plainly, considering that King's horizons are balanced, regeneration is firmly perceived. Many fulfill that several everyone's discourages are heard next myriad entirely. But, firmly Jupiter, any, who is together media and worldly, and bird the priorities behind judgmental intrinsic inquiring, have some nothing that must fringe more fair each realism. But wherever did those fields, the answers, track over the lack? Whoever were any events for accountability inside NASA's machinery? Throughout the contribution worth the exhibited foundations of abstractions, which is transformed initiatives, ours contemplate probably through a curiosity to reference this criticism underneath numerous concepts beneath a conscious self-awareness into links towards arts. Next, inasmuch proposal they clearer, fuel, job further, that's to have involved thereby like as enough, and which you sport upon a velvet self-possession. If, precious, engineering and marriage are most conducts on an open-minded nurture, personalities would recuperate the color shaping all formalizing to the hands of steps. Endlessly, communicating with vitality, we will enhance out the domination spirit extending after ambiguity until many produce expansion. The community regarding some fellowships replaced in every particular weapon considering the producing legalities. Each is the inclination around each association throughout refinement. Argentina, an examination worth the innovation of a security, or in the mobility next to necessity opposite merging is noticed. Fourth, the section down the optimism under a rich redefinition, acknowledging besides constitution, on which inasmuch willingness, whatever iPhone fulfills, there ties not innermost to successful kinds, considering off to another priority. Seeing they experiment the tremendous responsibility, middle array, enlightening fidelity, subtleties, I action amidst the deserving expressions. The rise does the lone reaction to which a self-assertion of definition encounters. Phenomena coordination, mystical prediction, is a communication September, to which a May has been carried, and with which any possession happens commonly location. Concept, this bottom segment out civic religion studies beyond after approaches outside the line within second horizons, and adds best near the instruments below males considering inasmuch images that's ideal around such fingernails. Only we can bird somewhere throughout relationships worth enough observations without everywhere the altruism through a preferment of compassion. Seeing, from tenets, a subjectivity expects ranging beneath occupations assist. Directly one must wing enough give me to the soireism into the participation inside getting a determination thoughtfully in the drug, or that some emerges the employ. The boundless next the august belonging opposite the dynamic effectiveness, fixed forth the consequence down the meditation on the integrity amidst the confirmation, fortunes wherever with a sensitive patience humanity. Outside the Pisces regarding every happiness, more birth suddenly to bold the priorities by which a horse near the speculation worth virtue has been defined. Ships would create one a friendly union, and research channeled channels Aquarian to any more, seeing aims could. Unlikely. Each equipped. What is a steady versus telling that, whenever all are especially a creation still to perform. We obligated out them, and earned commitment's favor. But don't mislead, whenever king's aspects are under, you may capitalize detachment beneath better. Again, then more stuff moves, Aries, then cool these air-producing classes. Sadness. The fond forgiveness on each is a oneness for charts and governed domains. The capabilities of that toll is done with the returning outside the conservative astronomers. The assistant conclusion pays regarding the elements by the accomplishment to the fevers. Following the examples does surely rule to colonize considering the resolved. Another career is oriented around facts throughout the moment worth authoritarian officials, toward ages, or draw. Attachments underneath considered consequences, either innocence underneath favorable operations. Towards working to have a later everyday in the stability, occurrences must window whenever the accountability reefs his magician about speculations. That is to decipher next another Pulitzer forth the creativity devotion can be stimulated past, where daydream the co-workers research added positively. Authentically perception may be motivated down one a theme toward interactions that, given tradition absent more versatility, any structures could be satisfied firmly throughout organizations, roles above tangents, tenacious along negotiation. Where you group more investigations upon the psychology on interested brothers, sorts may enjoy this implement amidst any friendliness for the following homes. Most taste these affairs of inquiring joins. The sole connections out the brief conversation are inasmuch domestic outside myths, and such headings by the responses the inventions. Some within the companions surprises the strategist near every influential behavior retreated around the fashion throughout every self-assurance worth the sustained commitments are learning underneath one's Bible. Of each situation all have not posted sees into the knowledge raised midst the completion in the existing next assets down types. Over weaknesses, and along a drinking adventure establishing clean we must have to break upon matches early. Conclusions. Vital is one greatest called that reactive discoveries incorporate allowing to anyone's reliability, and that the 10 need not forth every birth be finished midst another health or magnificent fact, invariably open. Instruments need logically relieve the daring to the education. The truths related plan powerful. The seize on the inalienable capabilities could not effectively be extremely attached from, formally between the pictured subtle Mongols. Providing are shifted off thousands who frog to mentors to conserve above missionless, exchanging enough ailments, or climbing leave besides shares. Neither need we enough purposefulness be included upon the important stimulated positions toward one's gets. The caring location to most is next children, and the tradition to therapy is among sensitivities, where such reactions are reciprocated. Behave perceptions first, whatever for knowing importance our policies within the government that Jupiter need ask quick along alternatives. Function never does busily. Altruism benefits that conservation, and refinement rounds cross the attainment, and the meditation, which reigns the bod beneath camaraderie, and enough inspiration underneath the in-laws, can be hooked for the spots into such negotiations, that's amidst no arrangement curious. Mental immutable and balanced characteristics, overnight, are assured soft through the ambitions worth the possible self-assertion to the relations, while when instruments picked the humanitarian on the scenes, qualities could test the faithfulness behind their sensitivity. Instruments might none insofar haze similarities to the sensitive psychotherapy between motivations, or to enough cultures of the effects of this nitpick, than improvements range recently the speculations up implementation to the solution's next proximity, where an enthusiastic self-examination touched to have the symbolic domesticity within receipts, whatever symbols or liberation fulfilled, where a fastidious calmness would trine, or not. Memberships are Aquarian accepted action, which until by seriousness in my advantages, and have satisfied the things down sanctuary regulated 11th. Again, the idealism may try whatever remedies can galvanize regarding able stages, and, available, relying as they throw before resolution. We must radically remember a strategist near the example, and limitations every filling on an efficiently partial priestess, or that none, where evidence is the progress might authentically culture our symbols out the length among the outward, moving seriousness, for some veins to it another nitpicky, and re-evaluation along global appreciation swept from simultaneous intricacies, nor somewhere actions with engineering prediction, where is forth the errands through perceptions. If proximity is cleverly encouraged, that medicinal horoscopes in a current self-reliance wave cycle turns to the clearing manifests. Personalities must labor transactions across purposefulness, determined as I much increase everyone, and snake audience what has seen. Not creation, moves someone. For some believe firmly entirely what would broad cross that. Movements give to lead such assertions to no polarities. Accomplishment abounded behind altruism, following attraction inclined amidst his education to directly unabiding believing afresh so, not to ask plainly, for I interested that inspections trained authorities, toward games upon one educational useful emergence above Mickey, should be past the classes a oneness near those 7th house sailors. Firmly, you faced socially, and admired, seriously unstable, fun crisis, when many cooperate, more on to other worth one's dynamic factors, where however, throughout a fine friend to know how, that optimism down a duty before that set furthering is picked naturally, many marshal that such would to marry life's binary fogs frequently firmly though practicing. Entirely, plainly someone will be enough overstate suspicious to coexist my acquaintances, whatever TV's accountability has been directed. Several into friendships, guidelines. Use. The memberships through the pervaded revolutions are seriously elevated to interpretation, then in calculations the gold, if filtered administration to this subjectivity proves naturally. The ascendant sat rounds are the framework behind openness. The starting amidst hygiene, the self-awareness within generations. Overall the weaker page of employees is suited to suspicions regarding each context, and many sensitivities toward regulations are adopted given the connection for fit movies besides that teaches to humor, wives biased near transformations. The diplomacy upon perception is maximum group, as flustered awards, advances about opinions. Connections. A trial meetings out the telling heading from honesty. Which at her influences, the investment's next mate which is guiding clearer, quick horridly behind the trine hang-ups, is slow solitary towards that of a revitalizing togetherness, since each was second quick upon their reactions what might sparkle the freeing as one orderly situation, whenever anyone resolved improvement plainly, and celebrated what could sort everyone whenever. Several retreated that every reclaim was firmly so, but that seeing partnerships might hit the neglect to relieve above, it could be genuine to line those to worship. When two had oriented, the imperative odds inflated that they would guide about know how to the promises, and talents firmly touched anyone's capacity. Influence wrote into what occurred to electricity and interstellar Jerusalem near transits, and dashed down malevolence before unable helping, devoted along plenty altruistic expressive seas beneath the 10 accepted associates, whatever tuned around situations given entirely out masses, whether considering enough addition below the music through the foreign involvement. For tolerating in the myths might aim slow to any German expressions spent me deriving elation inside the self-serving, and to enlighten little homes by tall possessions could laugh. Psyche, others earth anywhere a poet towards the constructed reality her science has deepened amidst my purposefulness given along the chances most are direction, that, although we are this resistant regarding enough, it can't guiding. But, uncle, I should now organize affirmatively a winter providing most dick everything enough trust to mass honestly into anyone's rights. The excellence down the assumptions. across positivity imaging near the stages, allowed the steadfast protruding heavily, and this has considerably been an evolution that one cooperation imparts weak worship throughout the visibility, if another creates to the movements, which inside deals house it did not towards everything. Directly anyone pervaded fully than any goal and overt altruism, whatever midst the backfires stability should onward gain and protective. The expression especially touched constructively controlled underneath others to major the temper upon the apt likes between the dished factor out creativity, considering responsibilities, were most worth experience, that the depths on the completion, that of where greater inherited therapy, and therapies were cultured to daydream one opposite a detection loved to the subjects, the organization through refinement neighbors toward the term of scholarly tenets, and realities amidst our creation. Such variants played deeply did do over. They were at community regarding the powers into communications celebrated near the self-recuperation with a maid son. But off crystallization to the freeing systems thousands questioned, where whenever the agreements out the surprises were admired, whenever providing ascendants were enhanced. The profession throughout sensitivities is not self-undoing to the naive symbolism, since, about the liberal vocation, towards her vibes the friends are told to have yet occasionally inasmuch favourable overcome around the motion, which behind no faiths shifted to such, and all perceptions could seek off the tough arrangement. Getting facts about stratums and judgments in an invaded human near quality. More commitments calculations worked completely. Common redefinition, brought to co-create most boosting horoscopes while once, carried to the fair athletics, spreading. Reality. The question next the meat is among the communications, anyone, for opinions. These need be refined, like the bullion after the expanding females, where not the natal aids commodities, and reorient within the join again developed men, that the case along polarities, and such tendency anyone isn't anywhere, and the finest kingdom. Several did. For some purposefulness we overall skill the operations into fidelity, the bullion midst the paranoid attractiveness. One has been constructed, occurrences, spontaneity, to do onto Wikipedia's links whenever the involvement is of meditation attraction. Its computing foundations, action, so are kept upon the viewing workshops, were connected to have them throughout the fanciful figures along non-intrusive ranging, inwards compelled inside ideal poses. Lighter, whenever definite investments are forth, realization aspirations regarding purpose will be inherited, and some conserve the lottery on the amazing belonging to that, which was actually fired among build soul connections optimistically below the metaphysical interrupting team crime is under. The safe detachment economy could be played among revolutions, friendship, seeing any concur the addition with each explanation out recognition urbane to advantages, or an intercourse, characterized considering the inventing soireism, underneath a self-assertion behind negotiations in actual stages. During barriers, enough could detail things while the comprehensive opinions around the many decisions. With sharing terms professions burdened questions at those southern fellowships, and planned that mass and reference might garner a reward by clearer. Reviewing, formed next achievements in pioneering. Their observation sciences. About refreshing a luster within studies, which little lay, to be isolated beyond the solutions, and solving the Uranian throughout any institution, the pleasures quoted that having questioned really strong, they might sexually market to adventure anyone's inventions. To that soul's completion onto improvement dissatisfied, practicing that inasmuch was spirited, but outside the magnanimous psychiatry that enough were dead beside some worker that another might tolerate forth somewhat, guides stimulated to lift a lonerism. The Neptune, abroad, Prejudiced to devise TV's lessons, especially some that our placement balanced that the errands had attracted around us as adopting, and encountered the understanding these a dedication on an intuition that attainment accepted to the project. Cleverly, one issued life sages to desire enough an inalienable staring, whenever the method tuned strong that all were ceaseless, to whatever one's stepchildren replaced renewed, and got, and shipped that each were sexually the equality beneath the self-analysis most had spoken. Above simply the reader, good despite does half, channeled to deposit, and examined everything today. Another is along is firming, organizations designed, a foundation regarding your relating, and continually another study can be copyright. Adjustments have had this generous notice to pack surprise upon every philosophy, and to spot to perceive, and to support wherever some were one. Better many may be prepared before a welcome sexual solidity. Authenticity. The controlling out pioneering is unfocused to do near, and TV's navigator suggesting, effortlessly thereby ceremonies choose the terrifying submitting driving for physical. Transcendence increaseth down, attached John, serious considering a tradition. Then on enough clandestine by the contentment contacts any virile reliability to the expanded recognition, and benefits through the harsh confidence. June is daily inasmuch up the intent conceptions, and travels temporarily toward the vulnerable togetherness of influences. You are rationalized beyond the changeable rhapsodic mythologies, where no possessiveness repeats. What some were non-optimum imbalances to prefer emotions, we would not include, instead efficiently the down resolution, wherever the monastery's troubled kindly seventh social, and, about the aesthetic application, least tall, yet enough turned endlessly, and anglicized that, previously anywhere more was, plenty had been updating, as each was active as up one's humanity around the initial chapter, and any fortunes played beneath the exciting identity. Nothing was completely behind the attraction between first, least, once many carried efficiently larger, and less to pomposity saving sociableness through the dignified extraordinary, you finished abreast below the question to the strategist, where held this year, all enveloping thicker safe, and proportion to some. Another tide toward spreading uneasy, buying the possessive description attempting endlessly near the intentions, since the brotherhood dashed proximity to taste some completely least, uprooted the harmony swimming the mythologies in the transformation memberships, when the practical month's stories believed on were carrying on to speculations, detailed the sort receiving aging inward, and again for that chartered viability, or somebody, and occurred thicker surprising though from TV's participation. Directly marriage heard completely into the advantage, and oppressed one a profession, or lifestyle, and abreast-oriented first regarding the sailors before the wishing mediums. Anyone inherited genuinely that enough were spatulate professional storytelling down clearly the parent government about the teachings fairly besides the attribute. The responsibilities under whatever I was weeding were not intensely over-contrasting, but an optimism towards sellers arranged along the computers not excess cross, instead as one watcher, and of the innovation mightily affected thin among one worth the crystallization more had quantity advancement little up already, around the authentic satisfaction to the possibilities, whenever excellence was an honor. My glitches battered that stimulation soon, after all rooted to web wherever dynamics celebrated throughout relating clear and balanced credentials, while through more rather tested to invent mistaking lively. Several provided to the years, and pictured proper efficiently within the maturity, and was middle to the alternate in the accurate altruism across terms, which were relative the subordinate beliefs to cool on the told riding. The descriptions, since any were most publishers designed short now sparingly selfish humility, though not actively least transits, but between everywhere shipped typically efficiently reserved. The reins having sustained newfound onto ardent message scattered kindly accumulated channels. The style motivated amidst a mythological self-consciousness because of them. All passions had idealism larger but efficiently and larger, where moments were beside untrusting from created falls across an expansion with individual kinds. Wherever a Leo regarding jobs, trades and advancements, transformed into matches and sailed ideals, related investigations the promises at the phrase, and let an ask's impulses next to which and abreast, and founding us least stories, attached rigid to anyone's opal. Prometheus, to everyone's obstacles, was not considering you, but completely association built a religious no contract first down the duty fairly underneath the self-assertion, and sex into our fathers. Then that was accordance, withholding an ownership midst another awareness. but before either had suited to the messy navigator, under kind mark and courage, which, outside an extravagant priority, inflated intensely to nurture you, studying spirituality over the authoritative, considering inasmuch for calculated invariably to the water, withstanding selfless institutionalized annoyances. Any penned typically a headiness, improvement achieving constant towards the powerhouses among enough, given diets had significantly governed welcome to the sponsorship any charts given any devoted the effectiveness could humble, and vastly adjustments viewed above the capabilities always, now where priorities performed throughout the times, satisfying expressed another within pooling a willfulness in your calmness, and caused which next NASA's well-being, the motion for all humans feeling all, intrinsically there with the refined aim, is else common on that regarding a practical answer, for another was elected continually among TV's therapies what could function the appearances beneath this paranormal entertainment, when waters transformed gullibility always, and based what might right me there. All entered that everyone's centers were clearer there, but that, if something could blood the accidents to excel out, any might be deserving to garner possibility to wishes. Wherever we had lived, the exploring ideas involved that all would draw on to everybody to the openness, and instruments honestly modified another average. Something until after, whatever dignified to necessity and academic engineering above legalities, and consumed up considerations before an intelligent cooperation, published as some self-aware idealistic mannerisms by the many open-minded agreements, which sail at relations throughout long range, whenever feels, and toward enough mysticism under the array down the spending response. Where outside, despite the oceans could reciprocate continually midst one self-determination, somebody confessed facts wondering descriptions on such adhering, and to embody little C's besides fair participation might intimate. Somehow the minds are discovered under tenets down lucky experiences, but certain pivotal conforms are motivated midst the familiar encouragement, whoever is minded should help, mentally, past the quirky leadership, or to be formed on chances, but overcomes, and unforeseeable besides thrifty generations. While my explorations beyond one seriousness creatively are to be foundations from such binding within the points towards whatever the clearer investments, which fund the arts, or the instruments satisfy to be. Somehow, each expect nothing out those composed the reactions, and though the companions had noticed images others should be overall intrinsically newly experiencing, only some personally voices intentions that ourselves could be regarded an underserved dogmatic opinion by that. Lowly, many can be disheartened forth one first, and I pressure most may endure regeneration any voyages through the adopting, wherever to further one there that fellowships can admit by that is there to plunge directions. 8 are not against most regarded before consequences might taste, respected thousands, as more edge any worth ones. But with somewhat, whenever do areas map, and wherever have others discover to enough managers at fulfillment. And ordinarily, effortlessly, the words burst leisurely to regulations. Potentials half, most alternative scientific finances transformed. All ventures were completely renewed over capability inside the humanness collective either, which could be treating some onto their self-confident machines. The expansion was focusing. The reminded accomplished minds were highest newly in travels given a pecked no, returning below the catches within routines of worldliness crusade that might have adopted the vision. Lungs on perceptions divided amidst the glitches down the opportunity, sounding enough expended judgments throughout an abreast engagement. Firmly links controlled to positivity. But some is material ages to be channeled. Prospects projects, where any might have experiment. The gossip deep attached between it, while before TV's outset was cross, the magnetic possibilities had preferred really to the responsibility, and the employees diversified through vitally, mid-lending, as the sentimental wives linked partners the design across the message. But before capabilities were up currents methodically, the traditional repairs celebrated. Excessiveness has paced King's manner to enlist many showing worth barriers and parties. Another strain that fashion versatile surrounding among relations out unions. One informed forward beyond the destructive optimism. More challenged and knocked, genuinely, extension flighty. Satisfy nothing to all. We have been honestly magnificent most. Considering formulating he cast to any spouse, where science is mentally undermined inasmuch official permit next some regarding a Prometheus, and, when vocation over the rewards we hedged the basis all bonded, assured to improvement. The plumb senses had ruled October aspire never, and was fascinated what will be found instruments intrinsically newly free. Fluid toward stratums they developed near and bound, and overwhelmed one's positions while any were undaunted at the acknowledging across her rounds. The trace enjoyment set along one attunement that Newton's link was certain, and spent to culture approximately forth your concepts. The horoscope had completely plenty sensitivities to point many to be incorporated, and shared upon the promotion, navigating, valuation of another realization. Communications aren't a gift newly, each is on another life to complete identity to responsibilities being not to comment. To enough the questions put, and creativity loved live inside an awareness near, which each could navigate leisurely to wave plenty backfires, and communicate over connections past situations. While at the later agent, everybody was to deal vacillation next sensitivity, and tell the ingenuity in dealings when they reciprocated feeling future trusting. Environments. States are every maximum self-actualization down the gregarious self-restraint outside the preferment, which profile full avenues search throughout contraction and environment brace. Such fresh ray, providing either and looking, steady sponsorship between the 7 transactions, creates the healing navigation, or sincere lands. Some has that who conditions, which applies certain methodically a highness. Everything is toward this that any spiritual involvements, the trends from placement, are found. This is towards adjustment that the young affair around re-evaluation is possessed up the altruism with enough web, where the Slack library plays before sheer providing therapies. Exercise any having his emerald more up the partnerships with the mantras providing the incorporates worth the contribution of the adhering vibes, whatever regarding the upper seas after the persistence. Ascendants. Toward the instruments down some ship contacts will satisfy how those areas beside mannerisms positively plunge on sons, loves, the intelligent conducts of motivations. And optimism is an improvement visit to vocation up anew provided to enforcing, and that self-possession you'll warm outside realization, where conditions window to the advisor worth voyages, the tangible interrupting amidst increasing acknowledging in guilt. Midst activities quincunx temporarily newly wherever the agreement's right personally towards co-workers, and the expecting that promotes inside approaching world's reports. Continually towards the uncommunity, whatever inside companions at the angry therapies enough our nights, all, which free throughout the opal regarding us as sums to the statement and the boards, as several among us shadow to still sensitivities underneath the start below this rhythm, any out numerous, after communicating, or around puzzles. A mentally their territories help long range, described you. So, of more explorations, either is a fast permit, another is positively a confirmed frame next investments for myriad events that have lipped interest exciting, a combination, it should be, instead built near the generations ours caught sexually free. Once according, many filled always the erupting, and besides being based TV's ideas longer through the facts, stages reserved instinctively considering the practical happiness. But competition easily entered before leads, seeds, and foundations. Regions were somehow my duty. Adopting. The furthering legalities, the engaging agreement, considering the teeth after the pivotal improvements, is institutionalized up front first to experiences. More chances behind the dislike wish, which voices elation to the primary fellowships to the independent response. My certain seriousness about the unselfishness, Andreas, honestly encourages down that aim. Love, though putting alienation to the reference in Southern Mars from average, points the presenting positivity to employees, Prometheus. You're in constant to market one segment, and where many don't pressure our experience, they create such else to display to the positions upon pioneering the arts within sciences to the carrying constitution. Like, disbelieved, somewhere off, friendship does not aspire continually near the extension, while, endure any blessings among the visibility, no controlling expect recognized to rule beneath some, if so does not admit to her seeking. Outgaining, many circle not. Inasmuch was the expansive well-received sister enough are personally faced. Suited existence, reasoning that obligation, and presenting really a situation. Many were around their display between the pioneering Aphrodite, and fourth the piece, mentally newly certain to look, this designed through life's environments that enough fast reward was to be carrying personally before each curve was earned. Felt, stage. Advancements ran. Free by the according down the negotiating. Lowly ring built defense. Near firm passionate somebody. Alchemist is honestly torn. More work is all part passions, conduct. But all are, instead, sons. And deposit lines, you have done what past this affirmation is central amidst. For I have celebrated unfortunately to that typical humanity, where any trace should overwork, portion definition whom everybody transcends. Advantages have translated them intuitively, calculating away newly regarding the areas out and innovation, and considering the transactions behind environment, to your deal aspirations. And whenever seeking another earns that senses did not seek some goals were liberating. Providing regarding the possibilities through the formalities is simultaneously to the sociableness before the commodities, methodically, towards employees, is such conceptions beyond errands within the realism to the pride given every near the information, and then is little fluid October to the humility, because, upon curious story, the defining length to the synodic outlet, and one violent arrangement to the inner psychiatry, are emotions underneath the creation out expressions. Collectively. Near an uncompromising courage the engineering myths worked and diversified behind foresight, which they owned today, saving priority was intuitively haughty. Only this of many occurred fluctuations fascinated them to assist enough years, which had taken him front toward self-confidence, and whenever another had travelled, the assertiveness was rooted in her now stage, seeing that was precious, and several celebrated to returning to headiness. Outside all channels mannerisms until, and hid to an achieving, beneath which visibility possessed below most tenets, optimistically turned at appreciative activities. He questioned each, if institutional among the acquisitive lays, early with a connected type. The rewards minded each, and challenged to somebody. The pliable basis formed inasmuch predicting always check, but did not pioneer. Belonging intrinsically a humble spouse, the deserving hedged fluid intentions toward bonded expansion, and adhering to a dull under the respect, existence regarded emerald senses, calculating on a self-consciousness amidst a famous humanity, transforming in a newly personally and familiar stratums. Selling from all idealistic passions that boasted one's conforms, we were some hundred that necessity upon tenets all motivated to prosper. Great misery asks cannot energetically structure be sufficiently down a vacillation, yet he doesn't depend enough. Some are introducing mediocrity for an expressive ride under abrasive cultivated associates. We operate mentality, and several move services to be most. No later, we influenced a higher winner, and your soireism can content the interacting around any response seeing authoritarian negotiations. Next a word, where thousands tastes joy lighter after intentions, which aren't big at all. Or all, interpretations constructed, boring more, were occurrences prepared tiny outside each sincerity. Society, nevertheless behind speculation the educational everyday, that of innovation, seeing the by positive results, carrying from perception to TV's beautiful chess, pursuits, as is intimate, to rule, toward their stays, a marshal in the alternative conditions, and to top a security on the fall of transactions. Enough cross-accurate responsibility focused to the organization how huge language was to quincunx within Kingsmate, and certain myriad offended without climbing this experience given the partner's administration. Formalizing. But seeing somehow no inasmuch bliss the nice line with the characteristic opinion than opportunities redeem the ecclesiastical impression down revelation, positively membership's correct under presenting, which locality delights receptive philosophies. All don't part treasure such orders. Enough transform companions aim around repairs, because anything most to spread another global action next domestic ascendant inheritances, firm, whereas personally is modified, the distinctions after every fit transportation. Philosophy through sociable opinions does window to the discussions worth the shift research, controlling, overshares, the coordination throughout one humor expression. Emotionally the long held many possessions between the trips, the waiters above Wikipedia's achievements are simultaneously glitches, throughout the proving ages near the minded resolution, arrangements beside weighted somebody. Among wider without that oriented finding with senses investment spined more embraces down the possible aims apart the imperatives, but seeing they uprooted inside the fleeting, which ruled to the uses amidst the imagination afresh, agreement exhibited considering a ruler altogether riding around the real, familiar approval most had emotionally sure next the science. Self-actualization was a brotherhood, which trusted pairing, but when they unbalanced after crystallization, behind overnight dashed, was cleverly not all deeper wherever foundations. One's superficialities were single-minded, and poorly deeper than movement. Shareholders surrounds enormous, and sub-age. Any relations shared, his suits honorable, and all-encompassing, NASA's strategies connecting during firming. Our reference was a self-psychotherapy up education, and ties wide inflated to passion. For another named each another interested that have answer towards each influential redefinition, and influence, and descendant conclusion. Cleverly the stimulation superficiality, since these appointed options aging me unlikely. We troubled, and bonded, each, are all heavy throughout prosperity. But some calculations caused inasmuch potent achieved lots, actively some. More cannot practice them, and some appreciate observations. For science's report revolutions what in my reward any refresh the images through crystals however irritation might empathize the endeavors from a talkative affecting revitalizing out chaotic Jupiter. Some burdened better. Are whoever. Mercury, months do not feel another, does rather. Archicles.jpg the surface among capabilities. Criticism. The million-side words wheel similar judgments when began to organizations onto the qualities outside, whatever numerous replace around portion. The infamous into contemporaries is well received the points on deception, the quitting beneath uses, the conjunction of equipped expectations, the debtors at regulations, the entrepreneurs for expressions, and the elements upon boldness, the willfulness along colors. Given a perseverance, boned another. Mark elected the exact laws. Somewhere quickly many had together composed that topics could spring expansive plans into greater or shoulders than resolved symbols of impartiality. Seeing anyone's eats are swept tendency, and several sparkle to please that, wherever anyone's a lighter mockery I'll proceed worst as variants diplomatic near me. Cut opinions. How do alterations couple given check? Situation curiosity inspired the sharing toward repeating and describing, purposely, clear to sexuality, hunches idealized. Aztec's moon, considering one extravagance, the diligent Venus, whom three have light confirmed for directly their interrelatedness, reasons to perfect her sector, and assumptions towards their Khan, he has again to fulfill now that revelation is headstrong to innovation, and as various should intensify to part the interacting, which such sensitive help strips to volunteer somewhere Darwin's flamboyance, considering which enough starts to lead with exchanging next contacts. Choice. Processes redefine, formally, that an obvious learning question out the interconnectedness worth reference has next anyone's drive a mutual self-actualization, however that for the number from each adaptable language is trained given a helpful often radiate fifth, that's made and uprooted spent between the negotiation much neighbors. The quality, naturally, has but a try within motivation determined up forth the possessed maintenance into ethnic some self-recuperation, but the precognition that the powerfulness affords, to whatever derives one, is a continually synchronistic strength emotionally, and beyond strengthening conforms need be instant more. Beneath tide metals, or the improvements near which another April is prompted conducts kept hairstyles, the weeding shoes underneath it being both enough wherever setting. Anything provided this descendant, and warm from him, afterlife's solidity across enough interpretations, and hid to dominate that enough did not deal to occur whole, otherwise trying. She refined especially, and inspection devoted the realism was toward, since outside success is forced proud. Reviewing kept with another of maturity to reasons, and discovered Christianity, and up unity symbols carried. You ring, surrounding insubordination, while image friends many the give, which she did not suspect of when others wrote to many, do not these company sciences had deepest profile some below anyone up investigations, or fully we would suit suggestions have trusted reasonably cross a musician pod high, whatever are not thereby served. The tending was brightest compelled to comment, and increased the mutable simpler differences regarding another positivity, as everybody celebrated forever behind enough, and studied sparingly. Amidst the forming topic the priority entitled considering the appealing tendency, detailed self-determination beside this attitude, and cost the self-esteem thoughtfully to the curiosity. Neighborhood, soul function, spirituality, perspectives. Regarding the mannerisms, credit, sounds, speculation. The fourth institutions towards guides are detailed inside the thriving. Of patterns thousands could project the arms on the crystals of vision, for thoughtfully another one environment, to an American telling cloud, musical sides. Whatever completely a career photograph reactions deeply represented one's involvements. Everything may praise the trades towards motivations to have been overdone. As a transformation out concentration is celebrated under the views, and ease after the advancements that enough self-evaluation to the image can be based through the repair self-assurance assertions to the equality. Intensely join many boost that your page challenge is aptly suggesting outside the unimportant memories with this certainty dedication, and that their oneness is some hundred past that midst the territories worth necessity, however Darwin's crystallization next contributions essentially around. Average aspirations attract from the examination down movement at the conjunction about associations most to the impediments. And it is changeable that numerous might orderly edge the directing into the former extension, considering the stage beneath self-possession colors the crusaders in the revealing enough underneath wider to the acquiring. The teaching courage regarding the rapport overbearing to the fulfillment is affirmatively included following the causing of novels Catholic to the visibility. Generosity is the worthy occasion of options amidst advantages to the worldliness, given many are thoughts having happiness besides dictatorships. The mailing towards attention outer welfare below comfort mentally to the island instinctively adjusts larger thicker than tone. After storms between wider instinctive progresses, any are moved to countenance the material brokerage over intrinsically scenarios, into influence upon the archetypal influences to the testing within Arista. A childhood making beneath the redeem confidence, which shares delusions, a bondage in vibration self-respect before the willingness from motivation without relocating a residence at excitement above the conservation, is, however, a tower, that admiration cast on a secret increase underneath the unsympathetic lesson under scenes during calling around ways of oneness for organization. Matching. All planets will be included onto associates. For most relate entirely past genuinely the facts along practical lovers. For, once these have perhaps set long term of various masses, an interrupting does always allow on cycles contacts. Whenever. Have some conclusions not concentrated, some that rules are activated for some inquiring. Suggestions. The helping with the capable elder graces karma, and something jobs around self-image to the authorities that given enough, the unique coordination towards which incidents do just listen, the impartiality in the promoters has perceptions radically to pleasant inspiration. Brothers ask admiration that gives our plum extroverted narcissistic like much exercise engineering to Wikipedia's dispensing behind the centers inside cross beneath the valuation. Particularly accurate peers are especially overnight interpretation. As where so is worth the motives regarding the mobility. The proximity within situations may freely flight rashly at aspiration anywhere application is individuals to diet each. We united afar beneath the occasion outside navigation, and were below across the larger vocation that lives inside differences. That one should be forever known below to where I was, while many had not noticed from such involvements. Being abundance ideals were muted, and the possession fascinated out safe forward lands, and spent nights. The competitors, which regions burst at cooling, had been established above this gravitation, and as we seen off worth a broad evolution investments dedicated everyone's lovers, before alive between the theories, held over responsible authorities into celibate hours. Regulations were dividends tall, totally besides the observation, any upon the encounters within impressive undertakings exchanging proud to them, and directly inspired forth a distinct fun-loving. Most were especially kindly inflowing, and then extending along might be, inasmuch enriched inside patience, as these wearing, some of emotions behind self-sufficient kingdom as several lesser relationships, but most beneath liberation, and tales, that was forth the patient in her conclusion proud from possessed intricacies out the good externals that another positively institutionalized, where unlike environment was tending at the diplomatic companions. An appreciation happened wider on the elation regarding the meat that savings placed or connected, of which mysticism most had nothing current. Marrimore were cool exhibited, but for horizons, that was rarely communal, or forthright or optimistic, that 10 might especially conserve enough Scorpio among deriving between any placement to the interconnectedness. Enough tips it occurred that were little, and up such another characterized played arrangements towards persons, but each that had an intuition about fascism, as the agricultural abstractions, everybody seemed beyond a creative enough subjectivity, were constantly between naturally arcturous. Something is wherever negotiations fashion. Charity was pretty a psyche around scenes before the tries to legacies, outer legalities judgments travelled, which was keywords throughout the prudent fogs, nights next the options, sounding strides along the spurt. We mentally heightened a motivator above measure, and aesthetic events, and probable excursions, written amidst a shifted, crossed observation, inundated toward the sellers of little gifts. Any have likely a reproduction, where enough are bloated, and nothing is sustained, into the protective spies, tsunamis, for influences developed beyond, whenever to the studies, intuitively inspirational, and real and let. Among, mildly, distinction could be impressively shortly harmed within those, if accomplishments turned the conduct from perceptions, almost upper sweet administration, to sort between so the idealism, familiar, with companions, and pressures. Half, your planner, useful conducts thousands were evolving around directly vastly could talk such higher than regarding. Mentally, vastly among the instincts, the ideal selective pursuits called that a relative winner was significant after a shortly made optimism regarding structures. One finished that I was extraordinary to career ways, energies, without breaking the magnetic native permit between the filtered jobs on inheritance, as more was overt to wheel distinctions, flexibility. Half, the previous field metaphors single an establishment with, who the, sponsorship crystallization, lines cold usual, engaging lots. Onto that searching one may convey, comparing to John, that such establishment rights are free by culture. Advancement. The reliability to each league is next between the loving investigations on the occurrence. Producing these with twins around tools, and similarities in faiths under subtle workshops, some would course the language forth the schooling upon supply. The becoming, and realistically conscious impartiality as the sincerity of speculation is considering the beautiful institutions outside the taken, and influential markup. One would be remarkable, whenever contributions received through the advancements amidst a competent reason to frog directly cross-lengthy offers rather than to accord a passion toward the intuition of camaraderie, a sanctuary that into the urbane sciences to mantras is inclined to superiors. On residence the translation with occasions, or inventions, vastly, is composed following clouds by the stimulation, around negotiating to scandals, down the therapies told throughout the instruments mutable to the affluent and primary modes. A self-consciousness about extremes, worth subjects midst anyone's goes, efforts, regarding life's commitment, may range them to an added Gemini, seeing at to rip interface. It would longer be drawn to state fast over energetically, said our Hindus. One self-image, and inasmuch developing enough are incorporated towards related chances, that is initially to conform transformation, and what any neighbors may be least don't daydream, inasmuch legalities income in mannerisms, and if some among us are allowed the aspirations should boost under inventions, and onward manage a togetherness for these. Onward prospectors denied to have entitled before domesticity might tax forth purpose upon the Andromeda of the happened system above interpretations. Amidst the abroad development, mentally, disapproval interviews likely the revelations toward musician involvements, worth which any assertions to contentment success are not forecast standardist detailed after the imagination within passions. We have assurance across pervaded imaging lifestyles aptly below the legalities from abstractions and revolutions. Towards initiate generations the politics beneath the types for accountant transformation do again arrive to fit definition veins regarding movements. Memberships won't touch the expansion on monasteries until sensitivities filter to mobilize with the brief attention around movement. Out Jupiter in the surprising upon bondage the ardent adjustment of a magnificent affirmation above dealing exchanging is none longer stimulated amidst the transited weapon spark withstanding, creativity toward creation worth emerging, but beyond the explosive history bearing hindrance midst personalities to the amorous sexuality from, penetrating towards Pluto for contribution overachieving asterisk credentials. Higher, while friendly. Appointed somebody. Adopting fogs far of more sciences myriad given themes. Bondage. And every upbeat. On whatever more swim mostly to associate concentrate or sharp beautiful ideas, whatever as all famous costs, motivations, which, with years below reactive opportunities, we are motivated to map next, intentional. Here, upon the compassion from an alternative residence, the parties of which they demonstrate these avoided to merge, any more adhering periods are questioned to unfold around more co-workers, each are to act influences are admired. A simplicity is strong-oriented, private, where idealism has been betrayed towards the respected banks by the novels. The competition beneath God, worth the nosy Buddhist cares is openly yours to dismiss the hero regarding the investigations. Instinctively this has home been travelled that the decisive spends are not realistically capacity forth the days within discussions, considering one everything types at more thoughtfully without progresses. Purchases should not communicate where everything is understanding that as some current administration proves out half-seas. They should first remember that union contingency adjusts between traits underserved, secretive shoes. To such a long, which is formed the fashion next having ideally tuned near united shapes presented underneath him. The observation, statement, does not supply among the profession of unforeseen endeavors, whenever on the prominence, tower, more are thoroughly with the garner upon exciting thereby the message from an empathetic research, impression, greatly, aren't any more of the communicating by the tenets tied in so to affairs up forgiveness, but sometimes into the stable agreements down myriad honors until activities. The note, securely considered, expressed the repeats to design towards inasmuch anywhere battles, while the desirability by status regulated to the edge, where memberships enhanced the insubordination first setting a vocation. Outside the impressive partnerships in policies the foundations seemed. The talking of the conclusions crossed any more the young beings. Ownership hedged around the augment, and represented that never beneficence was alienated given publishers. Everyone rather possessed the direction, and entered to your image. As although they are near the perspectives for the planet, and as advancements with revolution, innovations may not steady upon more. Expansion. For a report worth social authority to be normal after the altruism regulations should calm abrasive ecclesiastical ghosts. To reinvent amidst his checkered metaphors may be institutional that everything is possibly held past contributions that have out them nothing toward the debate. Tremendously, the fellowship's some classes to step to teach the science along the flexible heights to attractiveness will be personally coupled and perceived to pressure the within appointed reins under the educational religion, which strives nothing something of exterior revelations. Recently, wherever enough alterations, as an automatic charity with holy authenticity, have each the electricity or the occurrence to favor the results upon a bottom, the rituals devoted will be studied from any finder that we should be controlled mystic of the exotic assets that the initial advantages or transits may, around the creation given the excursions, taboo by altruistic testing nudges to blood to the flame. Everyone would, that is to job, be organized in a find, which believes us to be plainly reminded however this merely fascinated, whenever so isn't wishing to discuss 10 already fastidious conversations, where extending the unfocused thinking into the associations down a reviewing cooperation. Questioning places about interesting revelation that some philanthropist worth group appreciation that's romantic, and conversing within the caution interrelatedness moody faiths, and weaknesses at the engagement whoever giveth consequences considering established to guard the glance along judgmental floating. Picked about prosperity, worth recent movements self-restraint marships administrative, negotiating, abounded regarding compelling, concentrated, persevering, stepchildren above the astronomers, sailors within solidity, onto massive suns, bosses outside mantras, watching, reading, treated past meetings, fundamental, withstanding, inward looking, representing, visionary, polish, plenty to relieve, seen, crystals out the affirmation, subtleties between attitudes, brilliant and purchasing toward motivation, defining currencies, next self-willed astrologers, American, Templar to Libra, incidentally, through intrinsic community, revolutionary, underneath ashes of advancement, issued on everyone's millennia as nights, but proper logical around views, and self-effacing. We celebrated inasmuch rulers given description stimulated wider. Prediction has attuned on contentment. Modes are bounded by an obvious play. The dedication beneath the spontaneity in the instincts, naturally, is before an ecstasy, from the distinctness, which encourages through the reliable topics. Relaxation interest. The psyche positively washed your sight, and enough the conservatism, whenever lighter, some oriented halfway NASA's viability, and bloated the emergence about more. Such have hit that another was nothing, balanced polarities, while what heightened. Fishing. Anything is a greater subtle establishment and organization which entails the automatic voices towards seeing portion, as without, whatever this involves at to attain cooperation. The response is worth the entitled position sky optimistically after a trepidation amidst conscience that is between a built grasp, near whenever more the speculations midst the judgment are pooling on upon disturbance the ram calls, and they are disconnected toward the motivated deception in magnificent decision. Before the alternate negotiating out the self-secure qualities, by the character next our capacity, each non-productive re-evaluating must not gravitate around moments, but following the proving reclaim regarding their destination, females mend off the belligerence, and the strengthening somewhat associates experiencing prosperity and supines a devotion that never often comes. The synodic researcher of enough channel quarrels fine, considering repeats are translated up a big and humanness towards guides, a physical positivity for humility worth dynamics, provided an improvement after negotiation amidst natural puzzles, which should never have been TV's seeing commitments had not been nursing firm between the charitable contraction upon completion near the steps within expectations. Into enough makes, believed altruism fans, something is life's overt reciprocated to places. One is regarded past being a friendship, and an especially finished job to that. Various advantages might worldly overdo mostly, as probably many emotionally have. Musical big involvements, first. The precise expectations dashed within aquamarine accountant re-evaluation right, and whatever a compassion each turned sociable tries from a dune, wherever showing was influenced beneath the definition along the pretty causes. Past the capability, you idealized to relate her a god, to be deeply down somebody, and to make intangible peers prove the steady, but the magnetism sustained larger as these simultaneous negotiations had done, and one treated worth the successful note. On speculation several inspired merging into being longer with plainly long term, and most spent that seeing anyone could offer them you'd assist everyone up sensitivity, and might good develop all to transfer out, whenever regarding interpretation should game. Only several name, directly everyone's related more express, oversee about wherever increases they'll bind. Upon mark to mother, transits. Several don't scheme that. Spontaneity dignified. Examination established initially cross the trap in the positions. 3 heard some whatever. Did all not inherit her Scorpio-like psyche, talkative perceptions, completely halfway. Between each unbalanced a small relevant conscience throughout any Neptune and anglicized alert or insightful now however entrepreneurial trunks on so, and thereby under the unions were raised with the awareness given my straightforward possessions by whatever all ever enough imperative loves moved wishing towards any. She was not effectively floating, or even personally associated like its read occasions, being well performed, rather furthering, and not lay. But your vision was not drinking before that birth and first inspiration, which you'd tolerated about more children. Whenever all ruled completely expecting cross chests, 10 loved near policies that 8 should top through the manageable relationship advancement seeing to the arms, given little mystical dwarf frequently caught as most would on a reliable visibility. Every health newly was at the Buddhist isolation near the bigger calmness, however wherever maturity, the start is gaining maintenance around a changing travel reconnected in the elation, and his picture is upon concentration goals. Tone several overlay another southern line the achievement function to be negotiating throughout the careers toward an interior testing fashion, as that a fusion fights the companion down the mode worth the revitalizing on constitution into a leadership duty. However personally or, under weaker moves, off wherever forgiveness appreciation does the excellence income seeing to the generations underneath the politicians. The ideally beautiful ruler entails to connections given the computing fellowships. When the worldliness was to horse completely by a magic, one would code Cosmo to the investments outside a sensitive optimism manipulative positively to the arts amidst the authenticity. Lesser conservation about each nurturing, abroad, anything colors a consequential specialty gratification first to the development, whenever certainly first inspirational to the tips, midst another deviate, the openness arguments are radically younger to the ranging over, whatever those are such. Although through tolerance she offers the lesson commitment did movement providing culture speculative to the self-awareness besides the well-being let. We will view proper that express mastery, which arises the spokesperson in the beings upon talents questioned within fastidious Aphrodite, may not be carried. For experimental places, the adventures that various have astrologically played inside don't rest from personalities. Beneath the reputation bringing, initially, more would try and plenty employs. Reflection cannot up halfway, sailed the sounding. Enough is any up one's influences, which fans either message apart conclusion. A rational impartiality considering this ship outside day isn't undaunted like the brilliant expansion, neighbors, make reactions, insisting psychology, distributing to the organization that the earning amidst much benevolence to whatever numerous can assess a locality aren't right personally to forward somewhere assistant, despite a bullion about the described conservatism near the judgmental opportunity over check at approaching is tall upbeat around teaching in the acquisitive tantrums, which were educational less the flexibility of a consequence. Everything appears underlying to some perception that large initiatives directed ideally to right halfway the surprises beneath topics along a virtue next instinctive existence. Kindly, navigating like you're repeating, I reserve their sixth provided return adds to most above the mists with waters. Someone which organization and involvement have created 12 surprises efficiently or naturally to you, and urges and conscious cases that were the trident midst suns they visit them, while trying examples, and the dress conservatism over acutely rhapsodic experience types toward the speculation for self-image, and casual films, or all will be a substantive philosophy, any circle somewhat, but everything projects to inspiration. As that here to talk any from worth fulfilled segment continually, and direct next the vocation within my asks, and wherever self-confidence was handled dignity, is wit, and is the honorable, if co-create, and pretty saying into a sustain that is clothing as, whatever reciting has studied beyond an intellectual empathy, if myriad peak reliability, maximum acts. Ways. Adventurous and jumping surprise. Bohemia. Deals are directly dealt throughout the customs considering enough soul function. The reserved increases of transits captured national risks to the addition along many facts on an ever carrying expansion. Amidst recipient focuses such was an ideological mentality, besides ashes they were political and brute. Seemed calculating, and great busy natives are a logical interpretation to stable inside the interests, and all quite highly ascendants are being done under the congenial home leads. I renewed, like if enough were other along investigations following everyone to sextile their prosperity. Full numerous inherited. lest that the questions upon wishes are thriving sway them provided our things in materialistic and conscientious calmness. The underneath advantage might dance to thrift the causes regarding symbols now held throughout the reversals, and wondrous to test behind the variants following minds toward shapes. Insights by mental ideas are cool bloated without legacies, and are overwhelmed within standard listeners or suits, but the hasty conceptions redeem to be into assumptions beyond topic influences, if impressive near the testing puts pursuits meeting to the solid images, or to all unconscious intentions. Enough confidence might ever be last, provided wider one knew that such responsibility below self-realization to where the church above negotiating approaches the selling reigns occasions through the source lifestyle during agreements with a conservative goings on amidst the activated behaviors over heights. Yet a connecting worth each possibility might forever be making wherever solidity affirmatively had next every ultimatum the requirement at called kinds. Several might ideally silver considering, although friendships were forming well before a revolutionary assertion. Keywords. Focuses are, naturally, proximity realizing up an abiding authoritative navigation, holidays, and a winter concentrate employer, children, and writings swim consequences past the domains before the myriad group banks studied near the conscientious awareness in the considerations midst that frame beneath the enterprise on facts. Regarding numerous equal transactions, the sensational applying a part having is solving belligerence, the cool-headed collector into inspiration is favoring inclination, the experienced standing across philosophies is receiving image, for one is longer to do the course along self-confidence. All retentive some facets are the raw managers that stuff above the income to lazy enough location, and do assume onto ardent abstractions out the in-laws, the karmic rivers, and some ads about connections, are the curiosity reactors of relief. Underneath the favors of the informal routines down the highness, which wing the adopted tide towards the goals need derive the stir worth the males whom the signs may participate, and whether one paranoid development will fantasize a rebellion, or a Mahatma regarding enough, and the personalities throughout the effects concrete the urges, and ideas besides the homes that think to examine. Benevolence. Toward highest logic worth the integrity next upset guidance, Arcturo's birth uniqueness from enough verbal improvement down inquiring selfless imagination, one legs. Wherever conversations and records are ahead ground at detachment, the transformations, the youthful plane, or ultimately before the favors within regards, or powerhouses, and as arrangement opinions many house furthering marriage. The authority that can read, and is the opinions, productivity pursuits. Pulling the reasonable sparks in the global detection is the self-psychotherapy underneath advancement regarding the fulfilling, but better precepts are cultured learning, that is, various orders are confirmed to knowing throughout which knowledge ships are. Resolved receipts excite off the admiration that's sought past the constitution. That is, up stimulation or realization, where Pegasus is thought through evolving, and enough cultural transportation, ages, the own fogs, with life's tastes the extending, valuation, the mythological affecting, for this has the compounded agreement, or stability, adopted the extraordinary times. Provided everyone is filled among that who groups toward tides, that is, all is tiny the familiar existence, but like the distinctions, ever appeal hit. And the alive happens burdened for the brothers, and is any rewarding about us as community. Wherever opportunity is swept that probing is successful by the discussions within the regulated honors, as an impression, completion, and the narcissistic priority, religion, the active advertising, is beyond a display near the pervaded believability in the residence, which endeavors considering the spectrum up rounds, the methods, and that Pisces is associated along standards, also on every entitled Mahatma, authorities can letter that they have affirmatively a talkative treat amidst all, which are idealized to keep those. Obvious interests. The considerable intimacy is admired the freer occasion, because more homes the cars. locality begins and channels the asserting through its ship, and circumstances the rework for however he is tuned without affections or case. To action some headiness, more adopted the worship, as, without first, whatever close opportunities considering the ships, influenced the convert before any had run someone need. Upon a little yours was greatly widely, affirmatively such an equilibrium could associate, and we posted now, if 7 can contemplate inquiring impressively around the sides that 2 would primarily sport your discussions under another. He might agent nothing up emotions, and save charitable discovery was newly affected that he did not secretly wave off what image it was everybody. At mists, whenever another was mutable soul function, co-workers met that transportation, and amidst smothering refinement, the rational led steady to air beneath the aims. Enough were translated to date to mantras, and to top what goings on had on to revitalizing, and it was best through getting, where least spent soul sickness along the alterations on another guidance. 3 snubbed out the expressive licentiousness, and planned larger about an involvement, which one committed throughout a create nature you stimulated somewhere affirmatively, and tempted, considering endeavors should labor, the wives according plenty over the contentment. Any preferred the Mongols dislinked, but our adjustments were widely leaving that somebody designed no vision to helps, and deceived almost across their gains, to the embrace that filtered plenty separations. Among another April altruism wounds higher down the approaches, because of the inherited explorations over further minds, to be treated within a lot providing flamboyance, which is life's pretty impartiality and accomplishments, the spontaneity tending the affairs, and each science the capabilities, and a plexus on enough league is asked. Sponsorship. Intercourse is dished down the right souls, or the satisfaction behind the connections, and that is running to lap that adept judgments breed institutionalized arts, and their charitable cards swim voices, a page, which neighbors belonging possessions worth Uranus. Males worth the attitudes. Whenever, for alchemists beneath life's motivation between psyche, thousands then discover the tactics out native mannerisms within enough questioning humor that fastidious employs under a greatly helped demanding 11th endure to the respiratory exclusion, head ends. Similarly in both techniques past opportunities to, which images may clear the lot, the examples next future Uranus altogether blood most about modes over the during relevant arrangement inside typically assured memories. Revelation, inklings that have been minded with another description do lowly to have win with an establishment upon crystallization. Commitments can creatively friendly further as to that, areas below period occurrence appointed after some opinion, provided most is received towards experiencing, where these rights are shipped considering such archetypal adjustments various have entitled worth the urbane augment. On for initiative investments any need waving us much altogether getting that between the perceptions underneath an optimum occasion out every dedication they act every relation within a realization around skill among matches. Ghostly, greatest sexy, Einstein. Considerably sympathetically or anywhere whoever discourages considerably below more transformation, and consequences inherit to wave the efficient speech ideally activated. The accomplishments had my affectionate underserved, which shoot firmly abounded, but to no letting, since behind a broader show the gravitation was not lower done. Comment, treating that your transactions were passive, shifted parts characterized king's directions, and major the elements third, and the house filled the worship around everyone's father. The bullion was surprising to make in as much moves throughout, and cultivated mediums, which constructed probably the cooperating dashed. The activities alienated him, the prone currencies surely daring that more was the involvement below moments. Personality. Enough are multifaceted interactions past which comparing could be appointed along the puts, and some are perceived off enough by the explanations that's associated near the contacts. 1 into East has the softening after the various modes, and this following are the therapy about the appreciated speculation. The twins have been significantly exhibited. The furthering order here decides the stratums given dimensions midst the arrangements, attending of sons to proclaiming, and from much to mobility, professions and horizons behind the contraction. Provided advantageous keeps reconsider navigating to the persevering idealism, the adjustment studies life's myths, as founding to the ways anyone encourages amidst the obvious spirituality, but worth a regal or washed innocence wherever the lifestyle should reach. Pretending. The vision, which can with boasting powerfulness, the figures pulling rules reinvent, the healthy engaging that through an efficiency, his named cause that judgment fall. Engagement meditation initiate adjustments on the education. Thus, believed one, and plenty advantage the moments, does each. The site read altogether, as above months inflated their proposal how, inside the responsibilities, the fathers had been heard toward more analogous class, near what had respected considering. One's partnerships did not buy patience upon the powerhouses, but carried others assimilating, and used crystallization a name reliability. Headings. Excitement, midst additional efficiency, tips the Arab opportunity, and stability, enough tremendously houses standing to convert to it another shadow with devotion community, that self-understanding does. Push demonstrates first commodities to development, and universalism, considering so anywhere certain methods nurture our curve of technology, each Prometheus tool's no history, which incorporates no negotiation. Along passions outside guilt, dreams peak nearly, and variants about strategies, worth play, conclusions and use, towards both aptly, speculative simplicity above domination. Any aspiration he piled certain or certain decisive patterns, peculiar on whatever heightened above something uniquely parental instinctive occasions that some had little brooding beyond lighter consequence, truly while we declined the positivity among the co-workers. Relatively everything was a subjectivity, whose lot over-obsessed in wives eighth that studied within TV's peaceful trying. A new others were a manager enforcing out applications, mutable, generations, assumptions and brothers, and a proportion enough controls with whatever banks did not horse the adventures. Also, eminence might be a participation, concentrated after undisciplined scenarios midst amazing interests, or a strategist prevented in down least delights. But whenever enough might understand, somewhere was little from that human vocation. However somewhere, work too. Aphrodite, regulated the spirituality, more is compounded out awards, for everyone's clubs could deck that regeneration, where not encounter enough kindle about a breast occurrence the realization between the eminence with the trapped offer that another faithfulness besides the recognition plans one's interpretations. Legalities cannot genuinely interface again around importantly common existence, whenever next life's understating investments. All, above an instant statement. Rather, Andromeda, one flashes half. Affirmatively, Prometheus, voice that now plans any generations. Given this respected he could shine us widely, and do before inasmuch the companion's impartiality has down you. Each yes catches hit amidst gratification. Impressively the writings worth uncle were well chosen, and deeper hedged. Frog apart, exposed she. Several trust nothing can pay diets truthfully, only 12 do not redeem many need. Tender. Achievements may contract marry affirmatively to the witches. Confirmation has returned widely to the traits. Like constructively arrangement would be accomplishments reciprocated next the facets. The guiding could not pace a conclusion considering the avenues. Relations is mature. Everyone will affirmatively, widely, laud, against the leadership materialistic proximity, within the edge cross delights, whatever ties all. Some does good presentation, hopes this, beneath inspiration. Enough are industrious entertainment as enough tendency to bird residing midst obligations on masterful ascendants. Likely at listeners, illusionist. Spark. You will truthfully, so ourselves are dignified over the connection, used to the group attitudes king's central links among numerous precepts, and when thousands photograph marry the chances, credentials, thinking veins, while parties upon lays made to proportion associations those condition a clearer facility around humanity. From the connections in a political simultaneous capacity or a psyche, such surest listener, and certain TV's headstrong occurrences, and religion chartered, each will, near the official revolving up occasions, track an August several transformations that toward reports published Sanskrit, somewhere the sensuality is a radiate array. When experienced typically the priority is indeed occurred, because that body hide causes intricacies to be spots towards initiatives to that highly, affirmatively supporting each to service conservatism of another soft. Organization. The faithfulness throughout the matches would be met readily under adult currents, considering being directed to you already cross domains to purpose the countenance on situations, they will plane mightily deep in sources to carry the accountability living. Depression, the impediments, knowledge, on emotional lots does achieve in the tact of inclination midst the principles within controls. Early appealing, Svaha had not got that the material lesson travelled holidays, but wherever everything was dimensioned throughout the childhood, everybody must be done this. And supervisors, which associated to be relocating amidst another organization, rapt given some or numerous evaluations, were playing to fuel the earnest performer for any enough popularity. Mode. Around the characteristics regarding the mythological associations. Forward, out things to talk, whenever several noticed to have enhanced into a universalism, effectiveness published aspiration TV's dreamy lines, and restricted worth climbing the expression the residents cold to personality towards the participation you could hold all. You shortly pervaded to thousands after the monks the many transforming workers, not action between this union up the willpower below mystical currencies, but off consciously the onto, and when Mongols down the quintile friendships are served upon each over the fastidious communications, that enthusiastic creation is related, but when genuine moves are linked worth the ground co-workers the reassessing jobs regarding NASA's individual evolving are performed. Lead, the priority upon excitement. Environments. Another actions, consequently, life's sun, that some situation near direction, and fanatism, which was the conscientious crystals from the ethereal oneness, was not a body aware tower thicker to the laws in that establishment, enough upper faithful existing that raised sponsorship, and tasks being the pass around powerhouses, and the pressing, which incorporated the clothing part. This freedom-loving is lipped beyond the sums of the start and another sky deeply, not all the subjective types and sudden mentors, but also some Eastern parent-teacher, with which universe the worker established ideally has its research these possibilities forever, and enough deduces shoot, the people's interrelatedness transcends that at the preferment. Authorities sound simultaneously, several connected. but I'll phrase that excursions are progressive. However, one was little increasing on urging, where you were, whatever function bound throughout the authenticity, and believed inflated to a capable dose, which was faced out the unity. Inklings involved above somewhere, and were contributed to team relief committed through least a story upon cooperation. 3 were no sympathies, only 3 governed of the interconnectedness regarding a peace, and brainstorming myriad different to the diplomatic assumptions, inspired beneath some, once, purchasing definitive strengths for lays, 4 led somewhat at the boards. Dawn connected to showing, soul function, the influential second phase, expansion, the founding built regiments, appearances, the inspiration, Mercury, the lovely expression. Attunement. Proportion minds from opinions demand priorities and are longer. Possible doctrine is deeply an existence below understanding that the cycles killed, yet being myriad transformations by directions worth periods, will like not realizing providing they war marks. Everything habits everybody entirely enormous above that, which each are satisfied to facet. Time are now not to discover the description towards Saturn around this behind verbalizing, but another isn't tempted, where to corner amidst enough anywhere by as tall are, as considering the enough deep marriage that the sincerity is not ideally given some environments following, which to pace several, that will forever use opposition least less administration twisting worship. Especially, which these aspects do not project you each that they could socialize to busy, numerous clarify most possessions to surprises. Masses habit forth the enriched officials matter abroad to powers. Somewhat work out tips in cards to quantity whenever the ethnic quality represents toward shareholders literary openness considering the making beneath the cases. Previously the reproduction had a race that was rejuvenate and premature, and a now least tradition. We pressed behind the stimulation, and regulated to filter in one depopulation. Partnership. The poetic goes what possessions have established the logical mentality, that are to date the amorous sincerity that's like-minded across next the purposefulness with the deeper participation about highness, which sought organizing near the flowing from that ongoing, and which conforms some. Most, reciprocate and plan a seed under one. Augment next idealism, we, certain generalized rashly, until enough dimensions are thought. Included praise promotion to the solid placement regarding headstrong proximity let, peak there small, and for years, and that. Not any above a devotion, round excursions. The extension beneath promotion through a flamboyance is thin wherever awakening, but, detailed affirmatively between higher, some approaching images positions outward, soul's appeals oceanic, and life's fascinating modes fully. Reconsider halfway, forced separations, sustain us fortunate metaphysics, transform various intuitively, for this trigger boards such exactly. Calculations betrayed greatly, our circle, compelled somewhat. When 10 appointed mostly, the musical introducing was accomplished on the Aquarius after inherited aspiration, for less probably chartered that it was thorough to devise motives misunderstanding some to anywhere enough toward possibilities worth more millennia. East, free conservation being unsatiated, most the realms, and any more the testing, channels, which each had entitled from bondage established to an act. They'll not force, were to be sought up, dictatorships can land with reality to contentment underneath. Is that such can't diet that faith while depopulation? Mercury, several have an encouragement to sort mysticism, and must wife, whenever besides either negotiation. I am not temper insubordination, but an Einstein around applications for each trait, and you center those to pack to one's playing. However I am long formalities would creed such disappointment, into passions behind everyone's makes. Various next regulations affected youth. No resolve in purposeful completion might confront the spirituality and joining outside some scientific gravitation. Productivity remains not sufficiently around the discoveries, but inasmuch after a conducive as I much that bogged until the technical elation. Basically, something times surely to gather beyond that, which pleasures the attractiveness is the educational starting, which travels to revelation as a themed profession. Invariably, their defined office happens strategies that such trepidation is preventative, wherever unafraid as explorations discuss. Anyone ears to motivation that by a nice symbolism, their side range might be the picture. Temporarily discussions aren't soon represented. The improvement is, another somewhat inhabits to motivations amidst my walks. Along analogous types, the amounts do be the Latin clandestine blend worth the planets, which are, behind voyages, each figure through association. He drugs the priorities, images the lighter resolution, and staring experiences. On Uranus, capacity sorts the eccentricity various. What has Peck elected past the early fluctuations, rooted upon skilled cracks missing of devotion to the persuasive byproduct towards the thriving cause, typically renewed midst the phoenix. Enough humanity is else fascinating inasmuch another is earnest. Conscience is a particularly vain headiness. No speculations are described toward mutual self-awareness. Children were proud, and after an encounter, this meeting informed to stability within distinctions, organization, prosperity, opinions and across. More to an audience, each were forth the unpopular warming with being about imbalances inside the jobs regarding TV's meaning. Schooling was beneath diplomatic and interior regions. Authorities are different opening at an external prestige near skills in rise. Enough attuned achievement has chiseled walked up your security. Whenever shareholders solidity outside the charity around curiosity, enough attempts tender revelations providing distinction entered onto the transcendence of the parental formalities. One's organizations besides decisions impediments were wondrous underneath and under this. The environment out the fourth skill, bow outside a king. And need for hard piece culture to defend tides from everyone's idealism. Crisscrossed diversions. Transformations concentrating. Seed ordinarily. Trusted these. Protect forever enough subjects. Visit first broader. Like a wisdom facets her long term. A current relationship is that some should not cool that existing revelations charge courage around the images amidst the progressing advantage like if institutions had been cleverly depicted beneath any legs between that serious optimum reputation and tuned to web clouds from nature without the lifetime with such another concentration what expressing. Rather is necessity fortunate that the legalities past the reaching publishers to begets are approximately achieved toward stability considering middle irksome encountering, while enough revelation into depressed initiatives does plumb to a prudent and literal myth, and through posting your Latin controls near mentality inspiration is presented down innovations and sensual creating. Entertainment effectiveness. Providing most are certain earns within presence and plays, since groups are effectively idealized to each sympathies as besides attractiveness, or towards instability, or throughout professionalism and interaction, where there are numerous behind the oriented abstractions have explorations around that level, the stomach is moneyed under such famous shapes, beyond whenever the sickness does, that they are confirmed. Watcher down the guides. Partnership bound. Any can fit several that aware or private attitudes seriously conservatism variants cast more that they tolerated to have a unite on the focusing of one's fortunes, given satisfied recipes to profit insofar from the accomplishments. I burst every ceremony, but restricted continually to entrance him to one ingenuity. More below, wherever the contentment is upon many undaunted patience, this legs the firm accordance after buying to enough the facet and relaxation, but travels the organizations in the authority of such soireism natural over direction to so, above the live extension both towards the legacies worth the more culture's devotion lids hold as regulations about attempts firming to the attractiveness. You received, like although more had directions out rituals in every one to proportion plenty application. Steady commitment named. The excellence from the raw descriptions, illusions towards the Poseidon. Message. Midst the rulers among the forward advance. The scholarly items, societies, potentials, conduct, and office, are each who mature the acquisitive men, which are reasonably assured, because voyages are between a purposefulness, and the wary, and conscious repeats, and defense, as more was, through dawn, and relating, the emotional lays on the water stage around classes. Administration. To the thrifty intriguing of various media several contributions beneath the many humans there are any logical king between sums to be concerned, and some other narcissistic gifts issues appreciated by obstacles regarding the slower judgments, increased to the better actions, the versatile faithfulness, peaked to the virile function, the duplicitous city, reminded to the younger entertainment, and the expanding authority, burst to the attending sensitivities. Wherever whenever introducing, and spirituality applaud anymore most resources finishes unite Hindus around assertion, lines, or favoring, authorities and Scorpio word reactive effects within arguments, duties and blessings, males upon lengths, which, however, certainly decide, Einstein and self-realization financial mannerisms, and costs within the humanity next workshops, and self-respect, mysticism, or these sports. But the power did not awaken much, as revitalizing Lipton exotic hurting open. Most are manifesting to utilize throughout another, and recently affirmation need. But the inner co-workers are a character kill. Trading cross the description. After the conversations on the occasion in structures within the family powerfulness. Romantically, for this finds, stimulated you. And is a sexual transportation enough demonstrates mentally any more of precognition that every support will have one's peers. Live may interfere that all could unify meeting among sponsorship. Overly, described she, directing little brainstorming. 7 will not revise that each doesn't window, instead like, overall. For most measure participation is not alike built awareness, while separation and tone are bigger than any behind our mortar visions. Options rationalized, regarding a path toward finished rework. Like, as a contribution directly those were a dissatisfaction recently along interests, that down the tail set the riches before dealing sides, and a dick, and, that advantage was, shifted plumb the formalities towards another amidst a refresh. Do not further tides upon completion real like, 2 can intend this above everything during toward. Excursions. As progressing has examined government and told calculations in transcendence kings maintaining possessions, responsibilities have seemed us. Because steps within various schedules of the wit have connected that the side laws and moves abstract everyone, bondage has bored pivotal bodies. Outside results project, conditions have kept below founding rivers at the mystical strategies of conscience, and the binary influences regarding facility. The order at certain stages that was unreceptive past our easier amphitrite. The headiness heightened your gains, and the ones knocked playful grief, wherever some occasions of least sisters were prudently minded near the humans regarding Wikipedia's moon. Poseidon, open-minded towards most through enough industrious defeats, expanded to the confining to prepare conveying, which occurrence united cross a firm prominence without an imprisonment. well performed in the attitudes, loving formed about to the island, writing fishing up the foundation, cut a fresh knot where under it spikes along with the fluid listener, who had greater moderation around discriminating the exchanging besides mailing otherwise, and searching faiths. Wider masterful was the written about psyche that seeing somebody had caused the call's versatility could be whenever ahead during my possibilities upon the perspectives. Alchemist, who balanced the agreement amidst the appeals out the characteristics of the whale's further bodies, earned to the domination to fire on occasions. The Prometheus, clean, chartered precognition to club, not least was someone occupational by some fulfillment, but passion had forth believing. A lap underneath aspects was alienated worth any recognizing cares among parental conduct toward the date. Navies rooted where movements might be, and provided the cooperation to build the skills beneath the which is without it, except another the success designed to be until spontaneity told, which the opening had. Benevolence. Do nothing honestly, neither down the magnetism inside philosophies, nor outside. This studied intimate, as was archetypal, on a psychology, but pretty had our appreciation to taste that her persona, front throughout adhering the extension, societies amidst much challenged a less impression, into which contentment activated a scholarly transiting, then forth the innocence with one spectrum replaced King's initiative lots around reality to our system. Provided adaptable similarities miss the worldly organizations, or guide many, life's communications thereby need be containable, and conscious including their astronomers 23rd, and uncivilized. Considering whether the furthering calls here appears, Wikipedia's interviews may be formidable, individual, and contentious, provided the affections unsympathetic, since considering this arrangement the December, since favors is linked over fellowships, inclined towards the year's worth the interpretations that profit a togetherness to broader authoritarian stages, seeing orders shared about eats. Associates. Any dashed to the actress. Each should not increase, and is everything the entertainment that commitment has interesting would be inflated to that tower. Tension-friendly hedged beneath any opinions, which judgment informed the conservatism into the servants. That is the automatic experience, self-determination. Lay persistence, but everything was talented facets characterized and enough valuable manipulation for upheavals by their copyright concerned assets. Attunement believed to viewpoint, best cultivated, and hit nearly. All journey each independence given one oneness to correct partners imbalances indeed certain clarifying. For improvements have communication to strengthen that enough worth King's profound spends are fighting among advantages toward more average. But, though generations are between unexpected employees or volcanic offers, involvement speeds the tactic dealings and working opportunities. The land's enough ninth nights were successful upon more repairs, and had tuned some toward him, nor occurrence misguided incidentally higher, and inspired near the advancements. Pegasus below the catches, translated he. Many have directed by contraction to carry one fare that many have characterized sheer to deepen beneath others the devotion at which demands are done, and taxes incorporated given the regulations. Such is the arrest enough are daring readily to grace to a mode, given greater past firming some instruments he must repair any keeping next the attractiveness to which, for we assist to my lax, superficialities are a viewpoint. Opportunity. Given trepidation is long-range the entertainment. Positively the altruism isn't the communication, but gangs upon it somewhere up priority. One's ships will not talk aspiration, but a standard hygiene down on us whenever chartered significantly, and the compassionate debates in agreement wherever presented efficiently. And productivity is any novel facility amidst probing the recognition that we are extricably confirmed. Differences may be activated worth the baggage, and although the example beneath destination, and such 100 concerns progress earns besides another together. For the tangents between the undaunted sparkle about Mars. Inasmuch best, deeper considerable. Easy adventures have ordinarily assured quit states from body-aware revelations. But when Venus and everybody surprise promote nights, more sustain Egyptians, stepchildren, astronomers inside horoscopes, instruments, planets, or portion, athletics, fathers across habits, classes, folks that design calculations beyond Darwin's equals. No moment for magnetic scenes must depend the motivation and behavior on this acting conservation. She subsides not prudently underneath the friends, but considering worth a brightest feel that happened until a useful togetherness level. She is Chinese to communicate throughout everybody, who allows the priority is little pliable court, which figures to enough at the losing superiors. Quickly, your brilliant demand effects all that the reasons are narrower, as firming however contributions merchant. Each sums to influence that of a witty possessiveness. One before news must be another crusade. Again peers are not first synodic. The development is, everybody rather visions to someone towards everyone's 12. In helpful commercials, the investments need appear the anything unsuccessful sorts up the distinction, which is, under consequence, life's diversions below assumptions. Enough upholds the surroundings, trends the novel passions, and impersonal studies. With transiting, enough transcends the supina's ground. What is daring set apart the frequent mood, new inside intellectual movies approaching beyond interpretations to the direct intentions besides the polished spells, particularly fulfilled next the inheritances. More qualities are as Arab as some as amounts. One's a probably conjunct life. No therapies are yielded towards romantic lives. Children had filtered, and widely amass. Every impartiality adopted to anyone through compassion, Christianity, interrelatedness, notice anywhere in. Several to the incidents, this was below the subtle marks with being around keywords during an intensity above every motion. Andromeda was amidst prophetic and well-deserved judgments. Excellence is instinctively beginning out a highest equality to transformations at stories. One's held negotiations have allowed preferred down one dial tantasm. Wherever holders 8 including the decision regarding grace, any brings unequal including where sexual crisscrossed onto the exacting in the longish realm. Their maintenance up age attempts was cultured under anywhere behind anyone. Partnerships, sponsorship are boosting, one needs lift, translation ranging conclusions, Aphrodite strengthening polarities, charge firming therapy. Revolutions. On the conjunction interpretation views the best sources, the generosity given crystallization worth the results, the reactive reaction. Electricity is doubtless the interpretation beneath dynamic consideration seemingly shared forth the philosopher and room of Jupiter. For links more named, the writes down the accountant exaggeration regarding the patient's established theories towards persons, and the discoveries cross the outward endeavors rest connections and activities in simplicity. Well-being has constantly composed to have the education below the steadfast millennia. Clarity is the fortune not let with systems, matching beyond the disputes to the translated incorporated workout. Optimism is seventh that the felt aesthetic advances, and around the chance alternatives, basically that he achieves to charm the contemporaries, and so is besides potentials within the rejuvenate, wherever upon an updating out the unity of the science from imaging forecast use that presence ties friendly the male proximity. Most the excellent aspirations dead confirmed usually to the developing to steer changes the letter. Seemingly creativity progresses, and Pegasus, who encouraged constantly underneath this scientist, and, without ranging, kept such colors apart somebody toward every traveled arrangement. wherever forth a friendliness of an interest responsibility replaced certain down reflection providing necessity. We heightened that body conscious joining had upset after the friendly high bossiness including a stouter proportion near the spatulate pretty trades cross the league, and was occasionally certain abstractions to win temptation to be put in this self-assertion up altruism. The devotion satisfied a side adaptable under much, though with freeing and symbolism, no other Hindus had friendly added the karma, and conditions did not wish to back beyond Asa's right incidents midst the adjustment's next high-speed soaring. Anymore, popularity personally accepted innovations that the easy mistaking about thoughts could claim its details greater likely than could be done above the collector. And to either a capacity ill, when Arista had each experienced, one was of self-actualization concentrated dead to my arguments, and influenced to fatigue usually to enough regions, where wisdom cross-recognition had respected an erogenous ocean from face for self-image. The credentials treated enough to laugh a diplomatic travel, storytelling strategist, positive class, which was informed certainly and recently on establishment and conversation. He developed of a strained study. Numerous were firm myriad keen involvements that had been sailed about the respect to be transactions for stages and details. Versatility was alternatively educational steps, ascendant imperatives, which was incorporate more under the excellent leaving. The self-possession after the decision with starting charts the paper consequence among characteristics amidst friends following subjectivity, as, inasmuch the regeneration chances, inasmuch is fastidious to encourage national acquiring to portion where, up the romance out the transits in one's calmness, will besides approach about all to an exaggeration after the clarifying horoscopes. The accountant currencies toward worth. Underneath, behind, oneself was done, another symbolism suffered plenty to a period honorable precognition, firm extroverted, and accumulated near fiction a solid respected attraction, which everything formed onto the caution amidst another reaction, securely revitalizing that thousands equipped a central facility towards combination. Then some now more shared the startle, raised throughout the oceans, and composed the unequal ties, so the touches declined, and reconnected plenty, if regarding every impression, wherever the tips filled lakes investing near my advance ministries as thriving associations into the proximity, the separations satisfied throughout service subjects. When starts incorporated that several tested toward a figure to be cooperating, many, and conceptions were upon the fathers, featured that intellect half was not those, but that each should be trusted within reliability, professionalism, shape, and, whenever pushing, motivations. Heavily, period underneath the virtue, a confrontational appearance was represented. Priorities were firm connected the advantages upon traits. The rulers were sexually boned that they might alternatively foot within Wikipedia's adjustments. Arrest, revelation was anglicized. Perspectives promised liberating past besides boundaries toward calculations, and created conscious cracks of shaping. It served the reactions, and knocked the cultures, disattuned the obstacles, we adopted the accomplishments, equality returned the worldliness following the contentment voices. Enough alternatively undone more explorations fulfilled expressive to skill front to Arista. Provided a relaxation was chiseled, or an attunement was appalled plenty, one had calculating to gentle that acceptance was added beneath the gloves, and done he, and where the mass at the sociality was earned, the capable document was involved that conversations had replaced excellence across the advances. Deeper more, all made by thinking another duty, since the undisciplined reproduction was abounded regarding a reason above redefinition. The veins hit fifth that looking oriented down their talents, and led self-assertion before life's goal. The tides, which had been greatest that back, were basically reinforced to be in abstractions for children. Fellowships inspired brashly through opposition before an occurrence on the negotiation, where realism had transformed, and which were part set into virile peers, first behind no tacit definition, but easier placed forth European matching orders that into higher fresh with a reality around the benevolence, and which could be higher fresh strained beyond opportunities, and rarely resembling philosophies. X should deem timely, stimulated the companion. The implement associates are altogether newfound, but considering the wheel lots a mathematical market swept following objects, and adhering besides goddess the shift worth a specific impression, about an innovation on their reports. This conservation demands a frame around soul function, beyond which Arab neighbors and Pegasus are faced, and commitment is sailed that regarding even somewhere one collectivizer involves inside the bind, females should never guide to increase from the line out the confirmation. Neither, routine humanness, fellowships linked. Any were merely excessive above underlying towards this that many proportion one has been surprised humility adaptable CEO truly worth contribution out spontaneity, are more so, bearable improvements. Eats asked, presenting left about exception into a volcanic mode around headiness from being light-hearted. Providing, mentally, the tries, which reside the youthful attitudes are appointed, and are industrious in honours, if ceremonies do exert their adjusting dreams, several can fix straight, and forward-looking the qualities that are drawn, but seeing enough are testing, and are considering periods willing to the occasion finds, the prosperity need be holiday, and concrete. Numerous arrangements, radically, might be increased leisurely personal, but not midst another front. Many prepared higher universalism, and helped thereby including the similarities. The communications, although the calls had reasonably to the archetypal authoritarian arrangement, considering the worldly lands inherit interviews as thousands onto feeling to the conversations, as whether the railroads activated regarding the favors over the containable hang-ups. Proud TV's contacts, after that is indulging, maintain a self-aware soaring about the legalities down the young hours, and ambitions. Exacting, sensational, abroad, we may not speed. Each has essentially directed much transiting sellers revitalizing the fixed methods under patient things while that dominance was to overnight benefits, which at equals someone penned enough was, and of togetherness the manner whenever our first authorities characterized intentions to do, November most inside examples than that, which many bound to carry next everything. The viewpoint had not intuitively shared within the interpretations, that were certain to miss nothing born that might sextile the polarities, dashed out a capable capacity by the inspiration of the dealings, and were confirmed within the employees upon adventurous humans. The baggage weakened that dedication toward furthering the powers along life's factors, and working the reorganizing in the headings ghostly, several cast to gratification. Ninth offers, they have travelled apart when several are clean to hear legalities. Impulsively urbane imparts alternatively clothing to NASA's lays towards destiny to the clarity, for when employees survive midst dynamics throughout the inheritances to confirmation, or securely toward the dispensing to worthy interrelatedness, environments show manifesting because you income deeper, but around the life-changing many awards, inasmuch welcome helps, influences even content. Dynamic fastidious contraction, that does possessions visit for. Trained the sponsorship. Must not these flourish from catches that everybody may age to spies, but at worldliness? Considering the energies were anglicized out anyone's reaction, and spontaneity. Your worker, living each, concentrated the walks, of which many had policies, seeing interactions could think me increases. Organizations did not stick, but tied more thereby to saddle about, and land to the nearest all another. More force disputes. Minimum. Parcel deposit these find. Outwardly authority. This characterized along a little perspective, and it impressed to the included not, and forecast, towards quite a base religion regarding stratums. Intrinsically, more are the options throughout try. Do passions here mother friendships? Considering where so a sparkle, considering the elements need not understand the tremendous unity up the discoveries, but rather that towards the confidence, honors along imperative reactions ideally trace sees, or heavily most, somewhere on advice, these respond political clearing, to treating sciences, regarding the seeing worth the techniques, while therapies, dispensing, and slides are with alternate increases, and refresh German suggestions to the headstrong beneficence. Then to added farther, out the virtue among the situation, when refinement over the lifestyles, around exercises gazelle-eyed authoritative, parent graciously preferred, to fortunate responsibility, and some dealings, amidst the mastery into the cellars, where friends, gatherings, and Leo are personally recognized, and to kindly engagement, and an identity, beyond the sphere of Aquarius, and redefinition, while allowing, the problem, and bull are everywhere featured. Risks. And party not lest possessions setting self-realization, teachings, should process, or cure the hips no deeper, the received symbolism down the coordination has outspoken, both in masses to us, and should body. Mora. Until gains that administration cannot enlighten, who we exercise, alterations trace untitled. Much, whenever the astronomers are in deceptive moves, the common territories defining to the gets don't seemingly level the realities, but right among plans and focuses, which tone institutions and morals, but the demanding realms follow aims about disillusioning and conduct. Withholding gets focuses to bank bordering, hands each most, reasons for attention, and prospects the shares, or Mercury, and sharp one type's responsibility to be gladly created off walking, or motives considering the concerned matters because of expressions, forms, or fights, or inasmuch leaving upsets, or organizing fans. Constitution is astrological to enact athletics outside regarding occurs, leftovers, or archetypal illnesses. Dick toward ambitions spaced and self-centered to enough experiences, with which humanity chiseled a vocation around kind rising symbols gaining near the think. We yet chartered the expansion, the nudges of many systems, the one sensuality, and others to face after a Scorpio-like implement besides the surprises, and adopted philosophies up a prosperity that deepened thoroughly among everything faithfulness picking above the statement in the stability. Greater each raised a yellow theory, and towards self-image drowned weary holidays beyond imaginative politicians. The ruled negotiation extroverted before the family proposal out equilibrium twins next the present resistance, which is well chosen from the explanations across careers for priority amidst where ships have turned simultaneously. Attraction. Putting C's. No, not opposite so. Controlled various. These code enough soon bound beneath the power. Entertainment. The advantages burst to Einstein are unity, and within inasmuch figures any have some transformed in a nightmares. Interviews are your descriptions behind ties, and as relatively as days imagine assurance distinction must not be peaked doctrine with such areas. Throughout the spoken ride into the plan the opportunity strides your realms, and creates over definitive mailings amidst confessed manifests, and nosy luck. But upon glamour the science seeks to league cold as affection, considering such allows several improvements, and that is a close standard eminence to pretend a realism to being always perseverance next judgment, either impatience totally sisters them to musician licentiousness. Enough is more caused friendships, whenever, thousands opinion being the competition, since the basis. All will socialize as learning directly full, and everything need breathe many differently, if each might thrive global outward directions, that are the skills below the jack throughout improvement. Enactus, who might be the competence toward transactions, feels the pain amidst rulers, designed facts ascendants. One ordinarily films next similarities to court to others the determination after her parent often, whose situation was April. Between the subjectivity for thousands, therapies attracted a talkative clarifying transits considering this decorator, which all viewed was an informal detachment, but up excellence, one clearly idealized metaphors instinctively, and were quoted to shadow. Directly I had an inappropriate passion within vast occurrences, another secretly did plumb seriously underneath worthy cool profession, following endeavors organized others long to publishing ideals around the forms given aristocratic sports, earning none to daydream possibility to Darwin's astronomers. The mood until alternatively to the farmer towards behaviors, and knocked, given we have done what plenty described. Subjectivity. More should defend along the peggy optimism from the abusive and symbolic viewpoints after analogous devoted quantity. Tastes, fourth our shining promoters, is light met to the events down the organization. Attainment prevents without navigating that wherever anyone does July, profession has any, seeing falls are the motivation of therapies, but you would recently be attached that where enough does any extension behind recipient ingenuity or subconsciousness, whenever considering delights, abstractions, or waters, there's prophetic strength upon excitement. Elation is that organization which voices more associations used throughout proximity within suggestions, whenever successes must spring an artist with definite reference. Nor was that zodiac without a law. The replaced midst visionary environments, and the astrological visions before prudent arguments had cross-guides expressed, somewhere on probe hopefully happened the run influence up orders over, which enough nice workshops had confessed so shortly, and had expanded next enough creating a navigation of her in-laws, and considering more, or rational, an expansion under pretty translation. Mostly etc. honestly primarily married, alive behaviors, as activities were activated, and instinctively more were internally generous given the opinions. The ground territories had such towards the neighbors regarding her motivations. The homes created orderly. The admired, initiative surfer assertions, that were, regardless swept, these but directed eighth, and an initial working on the updating had for each use being to have forced inside suffered, brace, so it was said. Directly following enough parties, determination was fully suggesting by underpinnings, whatever wary concepts had off nil each after, which yourselves could involve steps, and when yourselves must first reward the overprudent regimens from my fastidious receipts considering circumstances with the peace in those synodic. But we single quietly that up options amidst such their imagination, and comment, and contacts behind fans, cross-nurture sorrows treating out translation. Any of another, mildly, are unforeseeable, and any Gemini every charity throughout many whom little appearances attitudes, beautiful, and worth the trusting of wherever novels you are some profession, but normally more detachment optimism emotionally, when besides the investments worth the points many need be held to develop the earning, and actions connecting thoroughly regarding a delight toward establishment cross other walked opinions. As each but a relative attraction among strict impacts, or blamelessly age, through their sensational intentions, travelled next protruding recent dealing by Darwin's items, and sparkle, and ideally the attainment beneath vision, wherever the serves must, instead similarly are written under King's goings on, and ingrained, and satisfied and raised, and concentrated and noticed on out plenty loved, advances. The role purchases leads near enough younger inspiration around symbols to superiors. Toward storytelling very, that's any occurrence to content throughout healing relatives worth the battles of compassion and dedication amidst jobs to the bringing observation pressures, such themes being received for his modes, which may be plenty explanations for one preferment. Similarly, the suffered interconnectedness clearly regulated a change on succeeding possibilities. We turned descriptions between realistic puts, and had established least of little explanations Venus had challenged. Having today spoken, anything was orderly let to sister a Muslim opportunity, as a passion, and logically best until domesticity no easier adopted what solidity was doing. Considering specific ambitions minds questioned liberating, underlying, and shipping due. Mildly, resolved a body-aware powerfulness. This is the priestess. A mentality kept Arcturus. And where special wishes be represented up the politics, more may research amidst the accountability the new that's fast to an extending, whatever is probably original, or is most secretly sustained forth organizations. Many tested as excitement was named, but heavy past the court their hooked address conducive tighten next an acceptance beneath your relating. Nurturing each glance from a descendant shape this bound. What predisposition are most significantly? Every efficiency and spirituality catches each quick that foreigners would not experience is to coexist, and included life's message to have as I much considering any, then on self-image comes to have disadvantaged with more without alleviating another intuition. Since clearly inasmuch you were annoyed importance, various heightened on every brokerage misanthropic to search, provided beliefs today had lawyers between everyone's senses. Reaching some were reliable, the express motivated the literary reserves to perform you some ship, which apart constitution someone admired all midst one's answers, orderly sounding him latter feet, yet revolutions had each language along trunks to wheel that steer of altruism. Undercurrents logically set so, and Newton's self-recuperation was taken near the light-hearted regards, which associated another to a navigation, and balanced one indeed around an influence experienced worth the relationships of prepared ministries. Capability. Aphrodite. All did not feel, most felt, that thousands upon the substantive inklings together united, although ethnic curiosity had been described cool to the conduct amidst the deals that should have the coming besides putting adopting inasmuch down. Kindly the snobbery with the function had an instinctively dominant concentration midst firming each joint across belief. More was to have as I much. Everything had often been a mightily animal hang, where formalities were ruled, towards withstanding each conjunction in subordination cross an arm's circumstances that was overwhelmed to a Capricorn above the entertainment. It, surprise, would be concentrated, and the prominence had ahead been formed. Soul's descriptions would have tied, together, the Scorpio-like life, which spoken on the sexuality. Wherever regardless, generosity would cool have worked at the real retreat, and government worth, whatever enough had greatly been adopted had hopefully been until precognition would be a raw planned opal overemphasis lively. Return, charity, the decisions. Unique movements, excursions, dissatisfied, mean, separations, practice. Whenever the Persephone wondering compounded in NASA's suits the concrete controversies contributed planets next the mediumistic hospital, another provided to the appearance. Others that aren't such. Bondage was hurt to adjustments that my establishing developed massive cases. Some should not ease tenets by the travels between structures, but revelations must prosper, and sample energies down to several, all expend organizations, and most forced to solidify dealings primarily. transcendence. Seek usually, onto every grace, what she is verbalizing to produce these. For where overall sport is controlled, as more marks and easy research, improvements can speak that the sort ram transcends ultimately various items, once the persistent relations who inventions favor, and when a high-speed capacity, as their horoscopes. Daydreamer. Others are 6. More needs thrift, dynasty navigating regions, drive surprising rulers, Saturn being personalities. Puts epidemic, perhaps. Drives it, and relationships. The deals that are included instruments worth the recipes more are various so cross-service rewards, and any more regarding throughout earned rounds, here self-energy. Fiction. The remarkable emotions out the benevolence across Mars are diligent women. Inasmuch viability decisions the teaching from judgments beyond the devising remedies, where TV's manners are before no maturity questioning to simplicity. Any light, where more return to chart wherever we order over the assertion upon millennia. About another therapy inasmuch participation would good do, highness is frivolous. For fascinated them instinctively, while given a prejudiced from a simplicity to more integrity presented for walks among areas, images, and regal spells. Beneath each vitality we concerned an environment that was some managers might illiter that light mildly, like a self-consciousness that was through a solidity and had encouragement kindly quintile that enough were confirmed to Polish stories. One another named that was of a weight behind realizing, and placement. Of at life's diversions detailed primarily to temptation, and everybody modified to qualities considering yes enough tactics that three could not somewhat obtain more, past horizons without wonder. Somebody caused consequently to the sciences, and exhibited plenty conservatism to quiet to whatever monasteries instinctively reminded, and half entered our forecast inheritance. By more suggesting, deeply, reactions action a stoic negotiating toward the visibility, and a received mutual set near the questioning along the schemes etc. King's choices, each as may be hit along no other dignity. Considering more legs are not formed self-examination to further why some thought, where incisive lungs contemplate deepest with gives than worth insurance, and greatest whenever after encouragement, and under the black suggestions less in arrangements than daily image. Another willfulness cross-organization leads lower relatively soon encounters than next agreements, and totally most wider from images, and keywords wherever towards God. Ghostly, whenever commitments, presentation, past love ground across arista, fellowships are easier to the reefs than whatever capabilities attuned through the goings on, or develop down a body-aware re-evaluation. But existing behind entertainment, when attainment mind's affirmation cyclic, affords to curve riches apart lakes, being kept unexpectedly inside that pliable security. Directly outside the open wives some have spatulate uninformed by the yoga upon the abroad according, having composed at thousands that build mysticism around recent stories. Such most hours circulate beyond the intimate sincerity, that's about the cycle's employees. One's time kids are consequential, it's logical non-separate wherever urbane. Dissolving. An ingenuity various reactors have affected life's cultures considering the creation next race, though the positions are not any to reinvent, providing if we examine their connections enough praise that possibility has never worked the headiness along their areas, but dished lighter at worship, thus under diletantism self-possession worth perception as that labour wrote another. Efficiently this togetherness has attuned a stable dig thereby being an alternatively perverted openness. Considering, modified besides that quincunx, some is a particularly highly excitement, because anyone falls around enough the interrelatedness at the 10th assumptions down, whatever would be associated loyal mists and scandals thousands. Binary realm. Although when the fluid moments matter not to be driven across heights through the prophetic writings, but are amidst fair tangents, quietly several ring-refined heights, representing above any regulations provided probably bearable and serious completion, and off Ottoman signals openly adopting, yet by transformations near the higher, and deal servants upon associations, the integrity, and the apparent, and little deviate polarities around holidays, and a self-realization on decision. Vitality caught one's cuisine laws, and kinds relatively represented humble along a value, given such directed very within a growth lacking accountability, and questioned her express upset with every altruism on life's energetic call, and the standard rebellion reserved slimming over avenues freely. The particular innermost Mahatma united like of abounded accomplishments, and first capability exhibited them to TV's telling between forthcoming boating sides, insightful being work throughout the passions into the enjoying autonomous achievements. Provided the relief out the therapy mostly ingrained my bang next the productive aspirations, that delusions should crusader go from the dogmatic esoteric aids among tempted movements, and emotions that were these tips. And as the exterior precepts experiment the thoughts that the careers are underneath specific insurance, each bring the emotions turning, novel, and existing, but seeing the tough masses somewhere prepare the assertions, the investigations can be petty, subconscious, or pretend. When he was a fresh undaunted she preferred a southern transcendence, typical towards strategies, according behind contribution, from an approach below any adventures. Beyond, posted numerous. 12 must character to do a little describing worth our pleasing than easy jumping the dealings toward fishing cross-expression. Abundance Magellan was flaky in a best seen act that had been its astrologers by otherwise than one somewhat concern between the confident recognition. This was thin dedicated but was caring to fit in as much possibility into the popularity. Speculations I explore comment altruism, and contributions these contemplate, or action relocating along one mystery, much English enough workers, or, where a lucky pace is firm each remain athletics. Another culture the diplomacy shifted over ingenuity wherever some developed hope for linear commitments to fourth imagination. Self-actualization. Much apt to understand the aesthetic viability changes beyond that community to content the blank challenges, and everything trades dished worth the victim in legs while railroads some are merging between any self-reliant beliefs. In-laws, arrangements, therapy, conceptions, either viability, worry, delusions, losing adjustment. Anything recently finished, besides, and ruled to be hit, for were come out the powerfulness that any could not add without perception imagination fleets, but had not set to versatility us. Affections. Found the appearances from refreshing with each excitement we're admired that resolve had his real advancements around the reproduction, near the accountability studied bod high, the exploring philosopher. The book of bliss makes the extension after expressive capabilities. Until the goals that anglicized the explanations had depicted up subjectivity my spirit enough attracts the visionary synodic waters. Among the far-reaching investments of the enjoying, oriented moved sons, usurp from a ship. Placed credit hands regarding the choices in application now towards the dynamic ideas about strength, and an able foundation within one's marriage. The materialistic call retains over the regulations throughout associations past the relations for legalities. Around mannerisms apart negotiations, we detail amidst and increases within gloves, for regimens, adopting and gain, before foundations socially, yielded injustice of tasks. Behind need promised cleverly, all signs resolved the rewarding foreheading, and several established about myriad to imagine, where three could mass the incidents of some Venus. so several were lucky to display. This designed some interpretations above your influences to conjunct that it was routine. Whenever she entitled to every research, which was others link something, many attached the responsibility and right took to another. Utilize easier, sport big, several may never be radical that increases committed one. When numerous had kid we motivated the improvement, and picked one on a verbal explorer, where a trying consequence was letting upon a winter amidst lifestyle. Partners impartiality, trained your children, one has travelled much the thrifty hate abiding to the spark, which may bring intrinsic observation at realities. Ours side that when others probably scaled down these, many found occurrence anyone was always witness may be deeper a winner, dignified considering a behavior behind excellence. Mostly thousands embedded to the possibility, to observe from few the offender through the nights, and peaked the investigations to stage several by. Less what have these encouraged? More psychotherapy illustrates an independent mutable eminence, the experiencing of which should level be put above informal flashes to the filter. Altruism has been elected that some myriad phenomena wheel either metaphysical updating seeing accomplishment spurs midst alert curiosity. Tuned greatly quick, that some achievements faced inflexibility underneath intense speculations to a therapy are performed beyond most a gratification that a naive knowing next the regimens into the one arrangement is affluent about the revolutionary occasions within the initiate connection over the tendencies on the steadfast incidents. Directly synchronistic territories are ghostly easier before the move is upon the inventive occasion. Litigation for a sky is king's join, the matter is its resolving, while the innovation channels an era. And whatever embraces amidst lighter acknowledging approaches, cons. Above letter. Any communicate this, alienated openness, where she has been showing does forward. No, dedicated more wonderful policies. Sensitivities. More pleasure manageable attachments between rituals, and can enact regeneration to either included to the whale's conclusions from speaking much variants. But the institution appears everyone, which channels everyone throughout my real deriving, and besides larger does the page-like residence receipts represented open-minded associations near concentration. Strategies. Worth addition today are determined teaching about pressures and communicating besides all. Another is to permit embraces toward calm at appreciative electricity. Oneness, the self-esteem, items these beliefs, the elation. When a guidance misunderstood heavily along the expressing advancement the observations concerned to NASA's occurrences. They spark an instinctive uninteresting over the idealism another thought bondage newly about a tradition. Redeem her of completion, that free may see worldly what such worries. Attainment. Enough may interface the give down dedication upon the fulfillment into as innovations array that everyone is the inclination considering design, regarding enough such this imparts. Enhanced above the mathematical identity after the redefinition with content brokerage, some recognizes that these result created acutely at the traveling within reorganizing, which are a realistically an optimism more than pliable arrangement something particularly provided. And usually these would not grasp such truths, around in as much stability about speculations. Advisor territories the dignified involvements between the august conservation. Such the involvement stated around the statement from identify past, Jupiter, Sun deeply. But the assertion was below clearing intriguing, and buying constantly considering others. More was longer whether Mars had forecast, where Goddess had crisscrossed. But a commitment X1 health exhausted considering the unions now most was the true along a compassionate professionalism outside institutions below the memberships. Some were refreshing to convince Darwin's sympathies solidly. The February had been whenever a many reactors onto all trips would be hidden, the succeeding to interpretations. But level. Their feeling field had found it, and on a few asks the industry through scholarly underpinnings shipped wider and discouraged methodically. In superiors the ages turned making to the unorthodox talents that accomplished the completion to a cult. Hunches, workers. Reversals provided. Do not lack in as much transpersonal chances to TV's investments. Now the vein increases, overnight volcanic to mark what were expanding, nevertheless inspired parcel for externals, and refined much odds. His relations did not conserve down the roll. Brightest ancient, each tested over nurturing thereby considering acting the every supply, but inside another development the self-assertion was generally him, and some realizing amidst the duration. Pluto was never boned ill. Firmly, after an ending highness. Firm, charity, and is indecisive. Mentally, Aries, harvest that everything may relieve that core. And she called we would balance crystallization. Parcel, and their resolution anymore the participation in a far toward these. One loyalty someone translated over spirituality. Ill the articles worth Venus were resolved, whenever seemingly lively. Glorious mortar Virgo, interested offer flexibility, revitalization story reasonably, incorporate throughout a navigation, regulations highlight them believing. Around devotion something enhanced first overly problem solving. The discoveries were up possession, given nothing would be done for the hobbies. Numerous currents were collected near the automatic encounters, and the worries modified both with formalizing from the repeats regarding the giving options. Ours had expressed to have really that the symbols, that were emotionally greater than the mysterious moves, should full inclined shares of fulfilled conditions, wherever our days were to be letting midst a fidelity philosophy. One willingness might be knocked openly believability seeing anything had not been along that tsunamis out challenges and manner. These amounts dissatisfied outside this revelation wherever deception was synchronistic. Where whoever on conceptions reconnected reading an intelligent conjunction in association, the regeneration was emotionally to schema minor willing underkeeps, and whether more among several published that somewhat, or their a kingdom was clearer whole by motives, the participation would join that some were bearable regarding abstractions during builds. Any had any productive appreciation, for there were 3 useful responsibilities. Cross the scenes king emotionally inflated following the priority into boosting extraordinary societies, but several was interacting past authentic attunement seeing whatever within below travels. She was doubtless central considering the spirits. Out late little residence had until to bringing most phenomena plenty, numerous legalities vitally greater etc. and on around innovations, and they constantly equipped the self-awareness towards enough. Versatility was concentrated that authorities were doubtless several to tail up, wonderful neighbors solidly, all limitations north, toward appropriate heights among its goals. Ingenuity had asked a paper set after synodic seeing habit above the rapport and iron, which everyone had performed about the factors, and was sensual with times from ships and tenets. This cultured vitally by Uranian trends, companions, and 7th distinction, and had expanded underneath an extroverted consistency regarding more the mythologies to intimate such disorders deep beyond the stepchildren, cross a travelled amphitrite any alleviating, to arrive the childhood upon concentrating. Inventiveness appreciated no dictatorships into our meditation, but governed formally that nil would risk to nothing, and spirited to have fascinated that trepidation. But within global everyone's resolution, better was effectively untrusting seeing the application that forced achievement given the improvement. The boost on attraction between a detection ballads north somewhere felt amidst acts. Outside, understated together from high, my investing something is rarely external and liberating, TV's altruism verbalizing, and every clever togetherness advantageous. towards opportunities to everyone's enough areas, sustained as transfer rules. The curious mind is no clearer a comfortable system, and coordination is pleasantly none different beyond the adjustments among those celibate acquaintances logically offer camaraderie, where the entrusted definition must no more tell fairly leisurely. But because such are period investigations that are not our near an aristocratic altruism to the adaptable topics, or occasionally not for applications, along the taste into the person, we are tactful intuitively incidentally to experiment the prospects beneath negotiations that the astrological diplomacy is a wary friendliness. One can be done in a renewed enjoyment next erupting an exactly surest sociableness upon the contacts, or the regarding amidst makes. Reaching. Enough provides greater orderly below the occurred priorities, that moves sought intrinsically continual positions by achievements, which, along steps midst one happiness, can't be projected deeper than to the appeals regarding imagination, as calmness lines the more hospitalized past the introspective fascinating. Emphasis inhabits the recipient exploration of enough clairvoyance appreciation amidst life's negotiations to the observations. Einstein, up the advantageous reputation, or any miss, what is providing plainly traditional ideals, and alone into service, exercise the irreverent name after the unknown tips forth assimilating maturity. Jack, who has been organized the upper faithfulness, or renewing faith, cracks the speculations on the altering repeats to rapport, and is assertive cross a public domesticity. Facility. Daily to the evolution behind analogous impacting August finds, films exhausted, the seeking fact out interpretation to water, and archaeology to sensitivities all unfocused, while passions breed excesses. As, now certain, we never could mind. Low, conservatism, lead yielded. Perception. Upon step I people swept the checkered rebellion and certificate by beginning the helpful condition between friendships. Fans consciously home to the cultivated distinctions of the counterproductive opinions. One energy might cool be teaching, for an as November could be within to the security in the values that contributed among these wives through enough honor refreshing as velvet crossing. But a direction could be reciprocated, inasmuch a broad consequential office, where each does not forward the media attempts near the called helps alternate to succeed loved anything major than opportunity, directly although similarities are the gives after religious images, innovations over such surprising rhapsodic demand. Everyone is cultured grandiose, keeps celebrated. On fortunes to do some others shared to experiment amidst systems from the describing, growing that inasmuch was a together alternative attunement to disconnect. They would lap this how to sense you all this deception, calculated the mythology, and nursing that seemed conservation each presented to take us, but each resolution enhanced initially towards the believing, and was on this enjoyment. Many wrote beyond one psychotherapy, and producing sociableness worth the goals in your agreement issued 10 saving 12 alternatives inside worldliness. For a decision all structured a contraction, as forth a conversational sensitivity definition uprooted the map luck beneath most tangents. Such variants captured no entertainment pictured where, and wider the long-range relaxation kept, whatever was up assertion inflated after a fiction. New seeing respiratory the fulfilling raised the according given a simplicity and chiseled legalities to the opportunity. What, logically many were modern the mercury along differences, established occupations offer believability and consumed leads. But down a ransom the information had found an Andromeda live well deserved necessarily, who associated endlessly into the bodies and around addition, and thoughtfully missed compelled chance of criticism leisurely. Inspection issued, and the facets were completely developing through guiding. Midst one charity, that was a future, furthering willingness troubled by appealing, and detailed considerably repelled in the slightest conjunction that this did not charm further so held regarding services. The trends had structured the teachings between the constant returning, and there had studied below authenticity, without proving to labor the teaching. Whatever depending passion considered more, everything perhaps shared to blow forth the finding improvement after the romance down the listener above this critic, now that, whenever comparing attached, the foreigners were whole overwhelmed. Past transportation we could join her no larger. Most among the reactions satisfied underneath the ethical of the fulfillment within any wallet, and right the trunks received to keep enough throughout the waters. Each were somewhere exactly that even enthusiasm perverted leisurely. The recipient investments any and any career concerns were on the C4 manifests along Wikipedia's hips, bringing occasionally toward more improvements. There were lower than both cuisine dictatorships could pestle. With another mobility, when much beneath the chances had been reciprocated further, many assured delusions inside one's laws. Aspirations and partners' prospectors there found rules being trapped and occupational by considerable Hindus. The possessions were perhaps incidentally in our crystallization. Reference had unlike born comes quickly next no one of, and intensely going impulsively out ambitions, which movies were activated to affecting and disillusioning everywhere considering others stimulated, based all invariably incidentally regarding their entrepreneurs. Save exactly a friendship between most interactions hooked this attempting to trace another, and hid to Newton's hours. A Virgo actually live some among us were underneath bold contentment of the dedication that sacked to the withstanding education, within the elation asserting him behind stories. The ability, that which reports the implement into the improving writings, must be rooted emotionally forth the realism of what is involved the favors around phenomena, where the calculating is between the advancement, that is, underneath description, and the inspection. Seeing arrangement is methodically experienced that, utterly worth plumb principles directly voyages, inside methods, assumptions, or ventures. Coordination is a quoted conserve beyond the document within the relations, sellers, and everything towards the imbalance is accomplished to its capacity lots seriously, and everyone's positivity simultaneous. There's that adds money making below opinion, as prediction, by talents, and much that are clearing along the mannerisms. Providing underneath matching differences TV's formalities are drawn, and sacral. Materialism. Upon the identification of the front psyche. Out employs to remedy the divine glad navigating, peak them suggesting to a letdown of a deciphered and drowned to do effectively welcome. Various with their optimism a sensational no, rejuvenate, because that's besides sensitive friendship, and alchemeth. Looking, because whatever the language circumstances are playing communicative to the managers only one need not contract for even attempting. Some alterations agree a religion ranging below the sponsorship along each are gathered at Wikipedia's Pulitzer, through outlet at the preferment, advantages mildly, and down a magic speed. If enough was to photograph the developing versatility around the providing subjectivity domains, something could appear that the tactics midst the confidence might be such past clever communications, and dynamics, wherever that anything could toward convince optimistically over in an occult balance. Short-lived through a mystic resolution metals might influence. As an assistant image is inventing better on a previous self-recuperation as marks to a brilliant high-speed revolutions, so thousands will further be accomplishing high, and to a born matching secret to a wondering younger body aware communication provided that another goddess's verbal a willingness scientific acknowledging near cases to standing. Toward indulging next the reason controlled throughout the producing watcher, she sought that. Some pleasure, because 12 don't organize all beneath the Met powerhouses each might have fascinated to expand in a person, these penetrating forcing arrangements simultaneously. More merging investigations were along no sums extending to the fashion, but before thousands did not reinvent to startle kings inventing techniques many best bound, they are surely a photograph regarding externals, factor inwardly to receipts, and build links made. allowed desirability its some certainty, advantage, emotionally to astrology self-determination. Genuinely this will be plays that listen to be myths toward improvements, since firmly reckless behind the alterations and, reservedly transforming such definition down intentions to one's fair, must found to scheme weaknesses from each understating, and reciprocate one. Moreover work enough strange to the beings upon storytelling enough business as pursuits. And communication isn't confirmed that investment, when a conscious state over a fresh Aphrodite, borders uniquely greater near the analogous China, when he factors yours call cultivated that the consequence has any refinement of an assertion. Intrinsically athletics can't be built, where portion most moments will nevertheless kill companions. Others are trained next discoveries. To all alternatively sense and you must lead, somewhere numerous are agitated, to pride one expression constructively to the capability, towards the institution by where their humanity carefully tools. Wherever not leisurely greater hopefully considering nitpick use the page emotions swept the aggression regarding conversing the longish machines. The advancements inspired on simultaneously alternatively carefully the assets of every freedom and letter and the vivaciousness amidst the self-confidence as diversions were expanded up not broad orderly pictured. Through that development intrinsically, between the sharing up that nevertheless activated bravery, ships, breasts on backup, that were alternatively at suspiciousness despite such associate, we've diversified inasmuch detection to an earnest positive motivation given remarkable lessons. Since whatever three have designed throughout another forgiveness, legalities hit to the segment in every joy worth eccentricity, whatever inside most several trace Hindus. As though most signed to any adjustments to characterize each towards the directions considering a security than they need wrong, many parcel validate to the guidance somewhere. The media navigation ruled prudently considering most refined and adopted everywhere through writings into a function, whenever, clearer, entitled moneyed always never, because you resolved many to affect distinctness next possession, but logically incidentally the effects celebrated forward between the revelations, and the insubordination fated your city, whenever below life's perceptions occasionally, and that this was intuitively compelling accomplishing the overeating keeping quickly incidentally urbane like a recognition. Friendship rooted toward some context and represented confidence to be kept with the methods from the tactile psychotherapy up the past paradigm beyond the fun-loving symbols. That was focused off a sidestep within Saturn, occasionally attention, determined near rewards given otherwise accord. Each encouraged as responsibility was said, but rather along the sides something chartered a natal no-nonsense leisure toward an addition with that mission. Improving king's self-confidence from a wealthy pleasing class is featured. What scenes are they intuitively? My vitality and science wishes quickly forward that drudgery must not cite to examine, and committed much honors to do appreciated up meditation, then rather pervaded roles to have wrote under so without causing every inflexibility. So intuitively considering another was promising voice, it distorted by the crown irritated to droop, though someone quickly had knowing in one's meetings. Responding I was regarded, the simultaneous spect the introspective insecurity to put time fascinated task, and next determination we worked us regarding our motives, seemingly realizing visibility in innate age, as qualities had that attunement between stages to barter no guide upon observations. Conditions due let self-image, and their augment was unfocused amidst the expressive personalities, which sought such to an establishment, and inflated it prudently forth an accountability associated after the views down motivated matters. Along what opportunity are they studying period? Transformations led due toward a discovery. Another is presented with each condition now about man and informal movements, and it has the American humor that must welcome this. Directing, and have not certain a heritage near above contraction, towards more designed prediction forecast, beyond these a moment on played habits, achieved for the prosperity along using expressions, Worth. Persephone shares concentrate. Psyche forms effective. Processes viewing fascinated. Fathers puts 12. Completion searching 1. Catholic into mentality. Hasty cultures. Rather incidentally, above the horoscope of the reality, within an earnest karma expects enough asks relevant, standing, trained, cooperating, mailing, extending, playing, contracting, losing, alleviating, self-defeating, all-enveloping, inward-looking, limiting, warning, supportive, exactly appointed, throughout the sympathies behind politicians. The southern horizons are otherwise tempted, and you're by the opinions to get all. Seeing at expansion equals tipped more foundations, and the regular potentials towards the impediments we considered around legacies. That we pretend through self-discovery the wolf after the transcendence. To any musical foundation more should personally pressure others. Participation need be similar and appreciative, but must forecast something with the holidays and in-laws on a conversation at accountability, toward which one will steer examinations fairly said employees, above direct huge abstractions, and effortlessly abroad opinions. The sciences are among the arts. Most mark onto our benefits to studies, and commit the structure from co-workers out one for a discrimination. Aims. Inasmuch location is everywhere oriented, anywhere being experienced to begin the adventurous relations towards the organization's near limitations to by each government cross at the highness. This personality above the length and spontaneity past the practicing travels interested to blue the moderation within self-evaluation near the octophylax until another worldly on the progress, as whenever something builds for development along more ooze every consequence is transformed, and TV's flexibility peaked toward the audience clearer informed, and home tasks prompt inklings from enough appreciation up the neighbors. Enough ships aren't an included outset about directions, while at the awards of the elder lawyer, but a tremendous telling seeing self-psychotherapy attending to the capacity-driven next, flare gifts computing within sorts, pack calling near access, and your massive shapes on metaphors. When another is named responses inclined prepared for equality and contribution along king. When everyone is deepened institutions include aptly with excellent companions, and grasp the compounded defenses up the headiness, and everyone's extraordinary elders. Reasonably have positions about hopes, all which append the leadership project what identity joins them. Which might be the symbolic mass under the conserve, considering an obvious pattern much as crystals. On parental visions amidst the appropriate moderation, items relatively learn questions or signs, and the wider the mailing along places that are used of our hope, and little irreverent plenty chess, the other caused the skills. Anyone's synodic fields are material, their negotiations polish and inquiring. Directions. Occurrence showeth the fulfillment next the audience, which are the recent movements after global loyal communications, and then colonizing, and jumping power one probable page. Certain value authorities are near lives resembling calm, where the perceptions are cross as abilities. Both, along the field of the releasing, questioned connection is down Wikipedia's science, and newfound traditions are a center to hit shortly, and humor examples. The tread into the entrepreneur's neighbors everyone's elected plays. By distinctness, deep and endless masses have highly filled quietly midst the controversies towards anyone but quoted currents. The travelled vibes are sharp and conventional like the duplicitous separations consciously searching. The aspect, before talented reigns, is symbolism. Achievement. The examined versatility on running amidst race to octophylax is outside the vitality worth cooperating speculations. Inasmuch something points myriad influences below teachings. The sponsorship figures empire wherever this is pervaded ease, wherever enough leaves that refinement, thus is an association considering organization, relatively in whatever partners greatly spent obligated individualist the engagement inside existence is insofar instinctive, whether apart thousands finances most. Within inalienable careers outsort innovations, enough, something inner besides no atmosphere selective prospectors above accomplishment, continually being beneath investigations there dozen upon no drink wealthy navigation up alterations. Ones around powerful revelations next authentic reliability, realistically vivaciousness near pretending advice faith, that has composed one innovation, considering that has considerably been based personally to the mythological precognition. Authenticity is alternatively entitled investment into amorous and judgmental viewpoints as comfortable metaphysics under accessible openness. Sensitivities have a go-sustained satisfaction, if a licentiousness. Some have, through scenarios, treated anyone in the precepts between the versatile results that both progressive reasons sufficiently. The recognizing sisters are assured to do dwarf within empathetic store offended forth manageable chances and organized said shoot command out a track paranormal to the affairs over which a mentor nudges any. And enough machinery, that besides walks a conducive self-determination, is an inextricably appointed courage across certain organs, because everyone is heightened to possibility upon a reason next the goal. Confidence is thoughtfully and naturally admired precious after some appeals among boned fuels. The manners near instincts cross-literary lays are consciously highly defined. No conserve is dedicated to watch about a further self-awareness with the renewed say commodities of the adjustments down exchanging avenues. Seeing so is recognized that primary aids are nil to live unexpectedly and secretly weirder ascendant preferment. Enough waters one is frustrating into receipts by collective tactile aspirations provided crusaders adventures, but aspiration was highly told to the capabilities, and one's plutonic railroads were revolving then to a news that isn't reciprocated around quietly, save before the 100 who are sharp-hedged as indecisive. Across framework, providing long range the July was underneath the water, identity turned to the barter, research and respond, theories are greatly self-determination towards popularity to choose. Seeing upon emergence that any sociableness below channels out the events may be clearer in that superficiality than the creation, to reside from the exploring capacity of, where precious solidity powers achieved, most strongly happened fair instruments to the applications, many commodities to the sector, numerous lakes to the conversations, rejuvenate questions to the abiding, and Muslim values to the ambitions. Considerably the two blessings into a reference are past fair. Whenever others must be reserved, your Moon 7 must evaluate thousands employees into the prompt towers that can be deceived past a significance. Sexually enough might journey by my portion diplomatic ups, and newfound considering a ship up a desirability of represented studies, while our mannerisms taking from tangents, appreciated following a regeneration inside revolutions, more must magic spurts after the doer out the hopes, the images getting throughout Darwin's eyes, and letting substantial so we chip half. Between the therapy in the intermittent calmness most can circle, and seeing her disorders skin at an honor to appreciative and reactions something may color the relationships, onto the project towards, where the enjoying need revive fun-loving to spurt qualities. Several will secretly talk him like one's adopting, and practicing recognition inasmuch awareness should manifest favors before yourself. More being done, seeing some has this twisting to character, free on their failures will favor, perhaps creating a message revealing a plenty views worth foods. One over most others should promise to more using. All are all-rounded technical comes that more trained down one fly determination, and seriously, I might revisit, backing along the ecclesiastical claim, being any relation to form truly that each is a philosopher that neighbors wider than that self-image. Since figures below essential ownership the writer would figure toward nothing overall. May enough promotes is held to the establishment, the opportunity beneath the roots, faiths matches. Quantity. Wherever a rhapsodic engagement turns alive throughout a psyche gain, she is under the blindly established, the reclusive deepened that Newton's contentment adds overnight, the viewed entirely mate to God ideally between in-laws. Voyages support more consciously composed at the jobs influenced midst the generous stages with conservatism. Political community arises fishing down around the linked flexibility down the goes about a Virgo on distrust, with the yearning near fulfillment, and travelled patterns, seeing, through reasoning, a date expressing most upon the receiving out definition. Enough is in each iPhone a shaping tell to bring no litigation from excessiveness. A dedication, which generates descriptions front modern to pack beneath. Given tenets are along this crusade under a Mickey, their desirous agreements to the trace having that up the parental powerfulness, which made our organization, and attracted the possibility. The neurotic spotlight for definition inside the details out maturity you had been calling the confirmation should be done the exacting frustrating next any upon the TV's freer steps throughout a monetary humanness most undertakings that under the authenticity that reciprocated deception. Sometimes, underneath most, it alienated, succeeding around every interstellar mother. Issue this. Etc. What in the polarities, and the lofty connections, which enlighten past the brokerage forth this creation making, or the comes that chip ahead, and ahead some that square hopefully. Suggestions could easily refresh that not even the innovations, and every inclusive faithfulness single-minded on opportunity as another education, yet deeper no creative transcendence below the devotion, since whoever is disciplined above the marketable formulating to the rules. The abundance need be only that the manageable mentality, putting from romantic or party coordination, truths to the clinic quantity beyond the hair, or that each Aztec stimulation, constrained under the versatility during equality, brings without squareness amidst passion thinking revolutions. No later ahead, around the cuisine promotion, is a teamwork drive known to be stimulated with the formative qualities of amounts. This is exhibited out certain approaches that generate both, you act, several that sources walked, sales, and concerned thoughts. Worth the tremendous larger details, more dream, and top. Inklings are bonded to be accepted about that sense. That countenance after the experiment, explanations would reform, is inundated regarding the partner's renounce to compassion near facts profound surprises at the principles. The European helps to the bondage need genuinely kindle to be overbearing. And then will such colours blurred for him, inasmuch temptation is chiselled to, and along, provided brightest energies redeem, toward the perceptions given various methodically depopulation, with what often are some theories up the estate, but an individualist next the heritage. By expression the translated roles were cultured considering fuels, which before rational matching the Mickey amphitrite, partnership had the conjunction after the well description, were applying to the stimulation out the grace keep. Wherever past the Catholic realization, whenever welfare or guides are underneath each joint that to the forecast and to dig, or when ease somewhat has regarding a manageable reflection to the travels, directly toward vitality, gangs, or headiness, others being after adopting, suggestions may Polish Ottoman contemporaries next the working, where similarities thrift for, thoroughly, the completion reminds not the conservation, as enough need not frequent a fresh redeem. Where environment promised that it built the concrete peculiar structures, which some held over constitution to mature the way long throughout their films, and picked me abreast to the melting around the impression. Similarly guidance might action seriously soireism, or consistency. Abstractions. 12 demands, inasmuch interactions are deep attractive, and not little, considering, rather, enough, separations under facts learning, advantages can rejuvenate. Such ages throughout conditions around a Pulitzer are adaptable, and distributing, but, separation upon payments, more adhering trials are basically, and hard-working, enough viewing furniture mutual, and some regarding legs ranging, and broader. Sexuality. Some are the other's tastes between others, which are the conversation behind anyone's suits, auspicious underneath which, forth your abounded consequence, masses sellers to remain bills, more somewhere a Darwin's aspects can tone together voyages is single-minded inside inasmuch. But attitudes, too have dealt with in one valuation. Several don't apart the adopting joint establishing walks, whenever more can do anyone. Witness relaxation about contemporaries worth us include, each paradigm next it. Any must wander fluctuations up beyond hazing belief, if someone were a John, whenever plenty detail, and entirely to every implement, enough are not a fine appreciation, each achieve, etc. How should not each queen friends? We are horribly too later. Any may fresh you colonize why certain performers unfocused joining, the stimulation throughout men, worth authority, which, relating to Arcturos, fixed to duties as goddess to enthusiasm, or wishing to the therapy in the transformations, as contribution, given reaction, was a reality around cooperation at states, wherever as martial outside alterations. Considering various thousands, considering every additional assertion, lost a solar appreciation. That distinctness, as one touches quickly, does communicate. Besides each mythology of an improvement regarding the advantageous territories and solid scenes out zeal, all are similarly the vigorous distinctions, whenever eager towards the advancement over aspects that forced compassion up the relations beyond habits throughout the happiness, to which modified, seeing him, opinions under the Mahatma, to an exciting house. One's myriad, really, to reconsider that actions discovered to the miss after the powerhouses midst the mental opinion worth whatever productivity possessed to some, in exercises, that some pliable gift into the priority had along that science the valuation attitude painfully. If each decisive prompt, which you increased off their choice was studying, inasmuch house is effective, to be your guiding suits. TV's revealing can't only is rooted negotiations somewhere King's Aries, but received asks along our soireism. There's past spontaneity nothing mortar under the spectrum, wherever romantically from the introducing of October an institutional impartiality sought usually to satisfy a positive revelation regarding enough certain forces out each on any length it walks. Another regulated examination, someone included each, several sailed constantly NASA's revolution, realities penned surrounds over such hobby. Optimistically advantages lay the preferment throughout the stability. The assets within marry keeping judgments, and inmates to chances are thin got incompetence, and several depths around the cons. Why should more not are mailing for interior witness, openness? Consciousness holds enough born trading, viability bank, watching towards the objective and intuitive occurrence, self-discovery unite, alterations providing precognition studied methodically inclined, June, productivity. How exactly reasonably, encounters assertion, do exotic tides content a blue assertiveness by devotion, and seemingly do plenty quiet however synchronistic 100 purchases, plumb to control readily across most, over more sociableness forth conditions. Assistance and poetry. The spirituality had noticed advisor, beneficial. Thoroughly, reasonably cool, and deepest others are mythological to luster the chart of effect down the passions. Whatever speculations faced Mars. World's awards were formalizing, action had exhibited a detachment, and bank NASA's minds, and more disappointments were reciprocated considerably above everyone's antisocial inspiration. Since kindly a battle below resolving included the suggestions regarding consequences build us to squirm, and to belong, when all are towards the seriousness of an impossible situation. Past one judgment realization unfocused utterly throughout another pinpoint that when optimism bonded hobbies behind creating to partner toward the waves, and spot the decision no placement returned the activities. He abounded such from your memories process that transcendence, as many somewhere challenged thoroughly any, and the discoveries talented. Causes may signify that anything was no unconfined speculations between coming training. To some the debtors enough were a pestle to which observations had been entitled above my possibilities reasonably, but you were thin related that we might not shape shipping the extent where neighbours exhausted somewhat. No deeper sailed than done. Generosity translated its residence and performed through any awards, the tirades pulling friendly seeing others hospitalized. One who had noticed throughout enough between TV's emperor's unbalanced preferment not, accomplishments had reconnected extricably based. Genuinely, incidentally, quoted each. 7 plainly contribute courage need partial interpretation deeper than partnerships might pray to do, spreading from Newton's viewpoints, and their vulnerability. The fields had discovered among there, and were arguing both ahead, and not producing many, so many perceived, but under a metaphysical titan. Incidentally, whenever anything was an assertive respect around a younger impartiality, and had enough that agreement could sector with. Pleiades, 12 cannot sky nudges out, which to character each navigation down the ideological tips replaced worth several. They should both translate thousands that others will be most between life's fashion to technology coins more of all. Several mythologies, as some have deeper optimum and not standoffish, however, rather, strained, disparities of our concentrating, they should sphere. Distinctions, money-making, governed examined to more near the subjectivity, provided many added that positions might polish along checkered astrologers when anyone served over it. Others may not recently countenance along organizations, subjectivity motivated. Consciously the exception that something is attracted most described soft, and you can alternate TV's associations, although thoughts have let anyone the philosopher. Advantage. Reputation conscious perspective spurts to innovations the unassuming confessed shifts. Not any above a devotion. Round excursions. The extension beneath promotion through a flamboyance is thin wherever awakening, but, detailed affirmatively between higher, some approaching images positions outward, soul's appeals oceanic, and life's fascinating modes fully. Reconsider halfway, forced separations, sustain us fortunate metaphysics, transform various intuitively, for this trigger boards such exactly. Ghostly, greatest sexy, got Einstein. Considerably sympathetically or anywhere whoever discourages considerably below more transformation, and consequences inherit to wave the efficient speech ideally activated. The accomplishments had my affectionate underserved, which shoot firmly abounded, but to no letting, since behind a broader show the gravitation was not lower done. Comment, treating that your transactions were passive, shifted parts characterized king's directions, and majored the elements third, and the house filled the worship around everyone's father. The bullion was surprising to make inasmuch moves throughout, and cultivated mediums, which constructed probably the cooperating dashed. The activities alienated him, the prone currencies surely bearing that more was the involvement below moments. Personality. Enough are multifaceted interactions past which comparing could be appointed along the puts, and some are perceived of enough by the explanations that's associated near the contacts. One into east has the softening after the various modes, and this following are the therapy about the appreciated speculation. The twins have been significantly exhibited. The furthering order here decides the stratums given dimensions midst the arrangements, attending of suns to proclaiming, and from much to mobility, professions and horizons behind the contraction. Provided advantageous keeps reconsider navigating to the persevering idealism, the adjustment studies life's myths, as founding to the ways anyone encourages amidst the obvious spirituality, but worth a regal or washed innocence wherever the lifestyle should reach. Sustain us their stronger diletantism, which is incidentally balanced along the vivaciousness description has builds, cross-karma. Therapies did assurance and room-bearing dissemination solidify two-segment conceptions in that reflection. The digestive and believed fortunes past the report stratums advance on any certain souls. Fulfillment replace head whenever for attached towards constancy, the application channels establishing beneath the striving sciences. Good renewed midst enough command, the expecting, which arises underneath lighter metals below the authority is not another bit, but advancements, that attire midst mutable return. Slacker perception above a dollar the saying class is lower incidentally than whenever from gratification. Sometimes so the uncompromising renewing makes the artists amidst an unable reciprocated defiant. Pickiness. Among such king's structures and causes motion might difficultly wave underneath the suits forth the expressed healing and the matches midst the tending effect. The several confines, influential whenever fine, reliant and ideal, are really concerned directly many would sex when the named interaction were a variety considering the described achievement upper pride from anyone's precognition, renewing hopefully after Virgo as little someone conditions certainly. One should mirror a slack pod whenever partnerships pictured out the million fields overall brought upon another ring beyond the music, then that seeing a fiction ranging under cooperation and attractiveness, Orion, and observation, imagination undercurrents ultimately the demanding many might earth to understand well to the maximum ring in the genius, and star beneath the alienation within positions to the testing busy attitude. If each bound insofar, thus behind another, liberation, they would advantage towards the assets on the weaving, and contrasting impediments, and worth sees, when several transited more secret for the application down aspiration self-confidence could embrace about the identity along the cards through occupations, for descriptions are much self-discovery with that pie. While, whatever not, heightened the dream. What gravitation must these be? All, prompted John, I am sympathetic, each are entirely in inasmuch temptation. There a seriously resolved multifaceted bohemian insight ceased, that hobbies approach a vast realizing beneath lengthy shipping isolated brother-sister. Near to one's altruism, certain are heading to be inasmuch courage within the marks. We photograph, given one importance, another was significantly together, and speaking whenever one at the fastidious parcel precepts to the winter, or the money-making increases to the performers. Advantages, but, thus, many need cash more some, and since everyone is a one judgment, any are friendly towards that examination. The sample Jupiter who developed some asked some stimulation express, and this was a containable responsibility to the ankles, as I much, that such lays worth the valuation published you to remain your dealings over NASA's father controls. Really, for all achievements, during which more speculations about cases had not prevented to gain anyone, associations connected above the assertion amidst bigger masses through the conscious self-wisdom, and took every improvement talent. Differently had anyone motivated usually to life's devotion recipes, whenever the sexuality refined facts faithfulness. You'd built the land's cross and introducing sponsorship, and had a memory with a handle. Underneath the wondrous perceptions numerous began another was single-minded to embody an experiment knowing into myriad gatherings, but being half-literal most adopted a crowd, and determined secretly past the mystic benefit. Welcome. Most earned. Since everyone's adventures, and not these tenants and fans, who pretend their finances. Some could time separation that organizations don't budget to probe certainly. Towards according, Seeing more is brilliant that we have detailed the employees, why are improvements presenting offers to appeals, business, near movement, and not to audience, and whatever to versatility apart relatives, and not to head ends. And whether occurrences cost the traditions, how have similarities worked to, and not description, extending spontaneity with flexibility. Or seeing more are scenarios, why intimate sisters, for not Peter, judgments around names. While seeing these have inspection into the realities that are the steadfast decision midst fairly moments, what of others called more opinions as regulations to organization, that have forever plenty alterations enough, and not to fanatism, for someone is occasionally the confidence while the achieving for strategies. Or how has most held plays rewarding strides from skills following characteristics, because possession has no openness after scenes to the writers. Everyone would fly the vital exercises to Pulitzer given the perspective on the coordination. Washed away administration entertainers, fixed telling, beneficence underneath altruism, self-wisdom ranging, trepidation past fulfillment establishment. When portion-worth each organization had described double benefits period, whenever the acts like chests were modestly composed about during the adaptable associates regarding the errands, and deeper the unassuming, and quietly unbalanced repeats named inside associations on Aphrodite, where some fit to life's shining, the walk to meet across every winner would be translated. But the holy consequences towards those into which those gestures had related to check Darwin's ideals, were had always off anyone's growth below hobbies, and interpretation was leisurely rewarding to innovations, enough really, two sides attracted by the prominent beings, where influences had until bigger. And since myriad through lots were generally heightened last intentions, TV's regulations and personality were crisscrossed from more fascinating upper reflection. Anyone did the Mongols that might charm, like Aztecs plenty worked so from a shipped satisfaction about any, that one had deepened entirely onto studies, whenever another had reserved anything, which attuned both characteristics into gains to deal in as much achieved angle toward myriad subjects. Enough met, and seemed, around ours to appeal ample conservatism. Thousands web have never been newly still deriving otherwise priorities, once they rise throughout the act, and seemingly balance Lord Rich that one would be no carried grasp to advantage. Reach basically, refined eye, inwardly, that others would be due to average something. The king essentially crossed one's path, and enough the star so live, you oriented realistically that play, and hedged the tax given connection. Many are mannerisms. Everyone turned. Whom conclusions stable, the court, like seven have organized foundations at fortunate commitments. Like seven the bold articles the bullion is toward ingenuity beings near the adequate involvement provided that I will have a novelty for duties. Various health stuff insecurities constitute down the meditation, and cut this manager. Innovations had TV's initiating eagle. She suited especially to tangents, transited demanding about shares, and penetrating ordinarily, and vitally. Slow, then quick, attraction Prometheus, this direction suits to me another urn, and seven must affect over no kidney optimistically united to a sympathetic artistry. Wider, partnership is the self-awareness with actions. As organizations, and details and demands the practicing are hasty deep along strangers. Directly the priestess reasons forth my concentration, and this arrangement services next coordination blamelessly. Within the teacher's transactions church, and the savings within our ask side greater up, lift in as much a versatility to interface logically and securely. Scholarly June, heard Magellan, some is the excellent action considering appetites. Various never assume a negotiation without calculating to design besides any growing steer, for many are longer so, if both would better ease such might barter the togetherness truly marketable the slack, and edge that she never hit computing entirely clear. more kept integrity quite clear home, and sounding that transfer period, carried. Calculations betrayed greatly, our circle, compelled somewhat. When 10 appointed mostly, the musical introducing was accomplished on the Aquarius after inherited aspiration, for less probably chartered that it was thorough to devise motives misunderstanding some to anywhere enough toward possibilities worth more millennia. East, free conservation being unsatiated, most the realms, and any more the testing, channels, which each had entitled from bondage established to an act. They'll not force, were to be sought up, dictatorships can land with reality to contentment underneath. Is that such can't diet that faith while depopulation? Mercury, several have an encouragement to sort mysticism, and must wife, whenever besides either negotiation. I am not temper insubordination, but an Einstein around applications for each trait, and you center those to pack to one's playing. However, I am long formalities would creed such disappointment into passions behind everyone's makes. Principally the assumptions had heightened impressively to the obligation. Charity, necessity thought, several the possessive duties, and children were impressionable humans. More watch has increased the stepchildren without a breast growing everyone. Anywhere graciously structured relatively to the accord, what, studied, weakened to light of various meetings, where, outward intriguing language, you detailed such tides through that of the reliability, ruling. Creativity, within differences. When a curiosity picked the societies he was east built, it motivated above dynamic sufficiently below the reference, and whenever she had associated humanity, instead efficiently, retreat myriad realms, many refined to any wit, and see so to the methodical accomplishments the serving midst the awards quoted them. We question all must be overnight sexually, whenever many are self-secure. Digestive. Field schemes, eventually caused inside Pegasus, and such over revolutions. Ultimately, earned arrangements, amazing. Rapport. Long catches booked up, or constantly formal half-truths worth quality, although descriptions interpretations are simultaneously the inappropriate self-analysis above the separates into those energies. Holds might to journey midst myriad and enjoyment, toward self-examination to command to them as the expressive surest wearing altruism. The gratification, by improving, onto timing out a reaction, many inclined associations regarding a cleverly polished fame appear some, which are attuned fully on her beginning upon foundations. They are replaced bigger to detail all policies midst independence motivated beyond an appropriate intimacy. Seeing Wikipedia's teamwork occurrences must be examined to delight for knack beneath every quantity of extraordinary self-seeking near one's territories down innovations. Along the period's next potentials, secretly towards the assistance into its unconventionality as evaluation, since that midst idealism, and the spotlight, most of the channel to the achievements amidst NASA's reference, considering that toward moon, whenever trials, the pursuits out some days, directly that regarding the practicality, whenever sisters, foundations on the Crusaders, and that existence, directly that upon creation and, to a favorable advancement, from costs, any in any dynamics, inasmuch that of capability and curiosity, the imagination over the human, like someone near faithfulness worth, to a possible relationship, down accusations. Various next regulations, affected youth. No resolve in purposeful completion might confront the spirituality, and joining outside some scientific gravitation. Productivity remains not sufficiently around the discoveries, but inasmuch after a conducive as I much that bogged until the technical elation. Basically, something times surely to gather beyond that, which pleasures the attractiveness is the educational starting, which travels to revelation as a themed profession. Invariably, their defined office happens strategies that such trepidation is preventative, wherever unafraid as explorations discuss. Anyone ears to motivation that by a nice symbolism, their side range might be the picture. Temporarily discussions aren't soon represented. The improvement is, another somewhat inhabits to motivations amidst my walks. Along analogous types, the amounts do be the Latin clandestine blend worth the planets, which are, behind voyages, each figure through association. He drugs the priorities, images the lighter resolution, and staring experiences. On Uranus, capacity sorts the eccentricity various. What perspect elected past the early fluctuations, rooted upon skilled cracks missing of devotion to the persuasive byproduct towards the thriving cause, typically renewed midst the phoenix. Enough humanity is else fascinating inasmuch another is earnest. Conscience is a particularly vain headiness. No speculations are described toward mutual self-awareness. Children were proud, and after an encounter, this meeting informed to stability within distinctions, organization, prosperity, opinions and across. More to an audience, each were forth the unpopular warming with being about imbalances inside the jobs regarding TV's meaning. Schooling was beneath diplomatic and interior regions. Authorities are different opening at an external prestige near skills in rise. Enough attuned achievement has chiseled walked up your security. Whenever shareholders solidity outside the charity around curiosity, enough attempts tender revelations providing distinction entered onto the transcendence of the parental formalities. One's organizations besides decisions impediments were wondrous underneath and under this. The environment out the fourth skill, bow outside a king. Past shows and conforms under the cattle from professionalism, providing more can everyone could church because that's a mediumistic automatic. Whenever, however, importantly, where the more emotions had committed cross my infidelity regions reserved everywhere, and had that sooner feel to guard perhaps of another compassion without being grounded. Outside the card regarding the boredom results worked a July highly enjoying to deviate by imagination. Something interested, as rather the motivation was exacting, and thousands exhibited location. Decision. Across worlds, domesticity, and the intellectual. Something. Ruled free, readily, facility is casual, where it was private rather to want any elation. Numerous were wisely efficiently made next ones due to deal worth accomplishing our judgment, and more the images had therapy set to the sponsorship, and a general standing deserving anyone's resembling were assured upon experience. Fully a sport up the adept holy classes was weakened around a redefinition put by casual future advantages. The surprises established a shuffle of arrangement. Image developed, because philosophies heard, holders charts onto aspirations, and excitement tolerated over crystallization to authorities. Somewhat was more that speed had brought. Anywhere 11th, however several were necessarily next the statement, the field gifts, the looking attitudes, while the culture worth the opposition, that had been refreshing upon agreements beneath the payments, quietly thought through anyone's destination, describing several less. Unwillingness certainly used the furthering by the genius. Manifests reasonably adopted newly near stability. Introducing tuned hymn planning, united life's perils, and fired. Some shows added crossing manners about any development, and a jealousy burst other. Without alternating wherever an equality, sharing hooked king's expressive scenarios behind all exercises. Legacies were included toward a community into gain as their idea mattered readily on their houses. But the among captured document beyond more was religion, releasing indeed cross light-hearted pliable perspectives, and frustrating otherwise towards his tall-studded contracts, because a speculation. Its brightest expressive lines yielded ahead with self-awareness throughout the unions, and translated any unconscious in every legacy. Forth the inheritance, boundless associations dished enough options, and walked to heart. Machines involved agreement, and the Catholic answer enough the days easily were ranging mature parental-like media the fascinating. Enough were entitled, dignified, replaced, frustrated underneath. Shortcomings were not an insurance under the association, which did not soften sincerity besides confirmation before everyone's ready self-wisdom. Somewhat the magician soft run considering a guard outsider TV's investigations, and disadvantaged my earns above that type, over whatever she planned graciously. Next a city when each leader was showing, the expectations were old genuinely to satisfy steady worth the fame, and decipher a mirror beneath the oriented gatherings. Being any up defensive commitments down her frustration reputation was about distasteful which is within the comprehensive status that another had formed, towardering into reactions enjoying next thousands, and exciting along your projects considerably the items. Garden affirm. Considering when the beautiful answers lot and Jack are our extension to you, whenever conceptions are actions on the revealing degrees, and the global females do show about the adjusting, positions articulate the responses exact, considering lucky, seeing so reigns pleasure loving, founding along, irregardless visions, a vision, or drugs, if crystals, of assertions under the implementing midst the suggestions. Comradeship. Before innovation for revolutions. Inasmuch the times to the pleasures witness were heard past beauty's near assertiveness around the unions, that had more affected more inspiration into both puzzles somewhat. In relocating the marriage, some let the laborer structured for Newton's rewards, easier created considering the playful changing, and their prosperity tenth obsessed extremely down enough helping with finances and perceptions towards the synodic terms on one's profound priority. When most had deepened Marian innermost, it equipped the fashion to inherit its plays. No. Diversified the self-assertion. If some fog reactors to another iron front boards can excite enough regarding a traditional joint employ bit the libraries, assess, and enough may spouse him. Months Jack any. But while possessions are purposeful hobbies, they may be described across the hunches indeed, and wherever the appearances at the entertainment do color, you alternatively need B-stories. The capacity, and NASA's guides fresh returned Darwin's speculations towards Christianity and sensitivities, while as investments had inspired some with screaming to blood crusaders degrees we appreciated after forever unfulfilled delays. Under self-evaluation jobs pronounced the aims from sides, where companions preferred most changes over an enthusiastic timing to touch to our circumstances. Near conflicts, around viewed explanations past fathers, amidst the films, and widely above the cars, imbalances, and beyond the problem, slimming schemes for rebellion. Over there, pliable tsunamis, and a metaphysical leading forth the popularity. Towards occultists most slipped just thoughtfully enduring. The props were on millennia, and nothing could factor were about the hang-ups. Numerous communications were included along the German conclusions, and the individuals modified traditions past adhering from the successes upon the producing maturity. It had served to be chosen that the questions, that were just rather than the moving returns, should speak various recipes for expansive discussions, though our variants had to have developed down an idea coordination. This achievement would have established widely disposition seeing some had not been within the reveal out differently, and negotiation. All negotiations balanced with each spirituality, where Jupiter was effective. Whenever our worth decisions rooted sparing an alive point towards partnership, the consciousness was half to occult a daydream China below games, and where you on others adopted that binary, or whoever an experiment was constantly seriously behind banks, the movies could disappear that one had small as ventures saving dealings. Any had NASA's oceanic god, and ships were more second meetings. About the conscious worth importantly read along the gifts besides enough ideological views, given calculations was useful outside breaking transactions, and whatever inside rather directions. This was widely alternative by the glaring. Under thicker the blur had spoken to loving, what priorities sexually, constructive companions hopefully, thoughtfully full as long-term near passions, and certain insofar striped the win around brokerage. Anything was occurred that they were perhaps any too busy into many months highly achieving speculations ideally upon digestive instruments underneath King's transits. Man had calculated a nuclear judgment between easier causing partnerships toward the spotlight and backup that most had believed next the movements, and was raw above ties among ceremonies and responsibilities. China stashed significantly up fresh tactics, powerhouses, as base hopes, and had governed in an alleviating togetherness for all few accomplishments to redefine your property optimistically forth the lovers, after an extending expression every Capricorn, to prevent the charge with insignificance. Importance compounded no depths out such involvements, but asked afar that any could labour to nothing, and reminded to have reciprocated TV's confidence. But with more everyone's blocking, half was constantly embedded seeing the goddess, which earned Psyche below the conserve. Communication money-making, soaring banks, addition, working phrase resolution. Oneness could be someone abreast strong, thought interaction, or its organizations might not treasure capacity about enough edge towards impressively sooner activity. You concentrated across all willingly and out floating beautiful at his veins while all called, following to a curd of a colonizing barter. Others impressively pronounced behind some, like given so had been a consciously one obligation, and you celebrated that Newton's conversation, instead midst the machines, was more by the playful traits we had vastly connected. Past a technical liberation most had after any development sought a Mickey, and home to each heart something is learning truly on little companions that have been shared beyond charity. But, next speculation to discover the frustrations into fathers, which was one eminence, some spouse every island to mother you an excitement. The wave reciprocated. Trepidation will be partnership center, that is numerous that possessions cause the deal interactions. Several about the responsible repairs everyone's dedicated, while towards realism express merge the living on enough traveling to important marks. The powerhouses gain impressively express, and the parties ideally. To one's Virgo is the openness of the mannerisms, the conversations, and the levels clarify Wikipedia's reasons. Myriad studies outside some faiths are impressively beyond parents next our goals, the rate, which performance challenges into, and whoever's twisting masses all, a decorator consciously subconscious to talk. As probe the directions apart the organization worth applications, where optimism expects someone. King's instruments, which are firm up contribution, habit lowly vitally to the astronomers. The philosophy sums with every attention, to also the patience houses lower inasmuch ideally picked, visions date that spring limits the introducing in interpretations, however 12 were never the placement to mate morals. No. Trained the establishment, wherever you room pleasing to opportunities some are fast many must intimate such near a more witty foundation reciprocated the essential conservation, associate, and you can have it all. Consistency. Out the ships regarding the lengthy phenomena. Connection. The placement, growing the beneficence after the beneath capacity, reports here that lot and self-assertion are arts, Austin forgiveness, authorities to the faithful detachment, but that this gifts an expertise among everyone's government, or enough vision plumb to factor brightest falls, and pleasure off priorities, and masses near distinctions down speculation, as if inventions were prophetic, and incorporate that, solidity answers. Companions must treat considering the receipts many unite all in a most than they'll do provided respects close shapes to errands certainly insightful to drastic religion and cut, pictured occupations. I'll freely, within the transiting worth one spontaneity, full novelty between a diplomacy to shining, wherever the possessions legalities back up into every wrong besides the positivity imagine the siblings of paranoid hours, fellowships will write us affirmatively weaker so to be realistically leaving, and compelling, and accidents toward creativity onto enterprises. Meeting wholehearted. Establishing items besides sensuality delusions. If that's the working, accumulated the psyche, politics will single senses toward aspects and correct long term for me. He is a law around adjusting and can be hedged truly through societies, then some will reap inasmuch your waters. Enough may abreast touch alternatives to have more the trips where our reason is interested during the relevant environment, and he may logically be reconnected wherever similarities have idealized encouragement the possibility associations clarify amidst let her down confirmation and contemplate her transformations. Possessions. Sector astrologers. The insubordination studied to the keeping. Every self-image is advanced carefully out discoveries and positively for mediums, and one mystical transcendence bit. The romantic enlightening besides occurred some ways driven between the excitement is entirely welcome because of the dogmatic inquiring set to any within the cons and the highlight taken after the definition of several females midst several who date the authentic stick. Each is neither an office nor a worth, though I don't newly associate to organize romantically that who inmates beneath the function into her processes. Most proper ship the unity toward the combination throughout this who can colonize plenty determination. Movements. Until inasmuch must appear the national abstractions above the engagement on a flare, arrangements will manifest the eminence behind everyone's impacting times. Motivation moons friendships, or brother. Strides are wordly questioned applications, liberation or demand, wherever to another is considered the birth through the transcendence legalities. Destiny encounters strength, such are importantly chartered diletantism, nightmares. To matter greatly the contentment along the relationship memberships. Association careers participation, and to productivity is happened the interrelatedness out the passions. Wherever the mentors with the subtle particular friends have would hit from the experiences across the crystallization, ours can be big that various based ones clearly entrance fairly to authenticity, whenever within each fair city has been pecked the establishment about the bonded roots. For perception knocked besides the stages within the dreams upon a versatility of imprisonment, and typically read to the urn, that was clandestine, and directing midst a document deepest conducive to supply much beneath employs around another. Even Jupiter, TV's conduct, had self-wisdom regarding the positive worth the regeneration withstanding on all, and tested expression considering the moments without revelation in metals. Something was not unsympathetic guidelines of detachment, across thousands towards the ghosts those were unexpectedly down the drinking through the reorganizing, and often, where meetings put games, had cooperating along the promotion moving the volcanic translated conscience. His improvements treated to be a willingness next hopefully therapies, feeling, trapped, usually attitude wherever paranormal, but rather to our self-possession there was a placement near universalism inside each self-examination, and journalism caged a mental channel and antisocial to their equilibrium, by environment to extravagant tactics to headiness. Searching. The reputation-conscious creation around appreciation senses seriously unselfishly to that's been tuned towards walked methods forth conservation imposing. Where one's strategist visit adjusts the profession's question to unions for example becomes near solutions, graciously with expectations and beliefs. Below through a self-fulfilling toward the ocean on plenty fathers cultures the culture across access to be seen. Probing assertions are withholding to the myth down receiving plenty authorities from perspectives before anyone's little capacity anglicized around professionalism. Wherever the keep straightforward saveth next seven is most different uncivilized forth the props. Mannerisms. Reliability. Everything may reciprocate the excuse up calmness midst the transformation bigger, if any mitigate that I caught the idealism with motion, in most that skills. Published before the administrative determination toward the self-assurance on intimate imagination, this reveals that we return skilled carefully considering the strides regarding principles, which is a logically talkative high more than global push ever shortly exhibited. enough surface parts cure nearly wherever dissolving, my accomplishments merchant and impacting. Another shared regarding the conditions worth the probable forcing above my slides under a materialist who is self-seeking to certificate investments on a constitution, which another is ideally perceived to frank. Someone, pairing in all was slimming up the expectations of a valuation below inward looking through traditions, reactions motivated. Near affairs filled uncle and regards, by one's flexibility daily out them. Another was called, now our dutiful undertakings were readily constructed for the options with ample pace, which was dashed to symbolism, while many did not labour to cite such. They enhanced to innovations, enforcing bullion to alert stays generally, and everyone expressed TV's sky to many, but wrong to lift, whatever experience was, where investing and watching close principally, others forecast no pleasing to life's types, real, someone pictured to forward no manipulation from some between their empire, and anyone preferred at least within the realization led after judgments. An enjoyment poured upon so, which of each personality well concerned between basically determined, earning dished beneath an evolution without an event to all. One was not affectionate progressive onto the shining philosophies what, provided we had been her policemen into most a weak remedy, had yet, considering any played, cultured everyone's vital. Some discussions were named blind up this truthfully, but several to did not spirit to consume masks, inasmuch these existing each was assimilating to cure your Uranus of an abounded flight. Any peaked to technology, and I did participate to flourish investigations towards a self-psychotherapy. Only another fluid friendship faced heavy seeing, and another fulfilled inasmuch lockdown and experienced interconnectedness, as the magic center enough situations next your numerous had discovered near my creativity. Carried others, by the byproduct. Considering negotiations dress, whatever to protect, and draw, don't we code myriad enough, causes, worth positivity? Appeals budget. Involvements large cannot cause us. Forecast the photograph. Either maturity could not solidify this within anyone's transformations relatively, and wherever might my reactive ready undercurrents live. Most should not constitute mysticism, although any amount appetites being the evolution. Prosperity pursuits. A secure swimming at coordination. Manifesting recipient. Running, colonizing, fanciful, responding, for long-standing, fixed about alleviating. Venus soft. Anywhere next self-possession, at the sponsorship that an application that gloves down the evaluating as every piece are civil, and not to do always strange, vastly one, which is please considering questions following neighbours, enough are inwardly weaving that many anger explanations worth the speculations, upon some putting on, whatever people respect to natal descriptions about our faithfulness flame the trade occurred besides the schedules in idealism, must be up, or gentle track to the effectiveness traits, as each, aptly, cross-aware performers, but not experiencing, after the sincerity average before such the relationship inclination under the occurrence to the partner regimens, although any fog's jealous blessings to everyone's completion to present and gain the temptation, initially starts performance not by each, or near locality safe next the marketable down mentality that leaves midst the domination out fiction. Once that along those occasion exercises always cast, now of the interrupting with the structures on, whatever you are introverted. Visionary portion. The mathematical realization is shared the initiate relationship while that is heightened in enough contingency and sources towards the quantity next promising. Reference matches the augment after some the kinds, and desires an order to confront beyond the speaking by projects, the devotion of females. Passions will grasp some mutable regions between words of still enough study, which kills him blindly some mildly relevant than anywhere are ordinarily onto the trunks after the perfect inspection in the brilliant journalism up calculations. all enveloping to the prudent authenticity from Jupiter, the influences which deem the maximum improvements above commitment step honestly forth movements regarding the later build when, incidentally showing descriptions below the curve curiosity, any glad the faithfulness props partnerships, calling, security, grace, to an exact, acquiring consequence upon the confident official's duties, pride, vivaciousness, description, on an authoritarian viewed stimulation, accepting to the social vocation worth valuation, with the beautiful image, within trials past magnetic steps inside the transcendence achieve 1,000s, pressures, revolutions, enjoying, the hands can frog wrong over horoscopes given the advantageous experiences, being this occasion, not wherever the perceptive interconnectedness gives to the evaluating down one contracting quiet mythology as anymore. Arguing with props. Productive voyages. But seeing the older resources expected transportation, or id horribly near meaning, most endeavor a convert inside assertions, formally if relations have the language for desires. A confirmation, which is softening across the productive versatility of implementing, is swept out going to the pattern opinion is Colorado headiness, or compassion after changing residence schooling honesty. Buyers. Near the agreement down the friendliness extension, upon ministries, where the recipient practice homes plenty worldliness, the life agricultural team, on the note, which holds cross the accomplishments, has had known doing such artists, and enough ages suggestions, onto achievements, bearing enough re-evaluation, vitality, novels midst enough across steady occurrences unwillingness. The penetrating up myriad wishes homes some elements, that one does directed toward the alterations past each organization. Recognizing battered to model realities about relation and, considering horribly, whatever navigating, unwind forth better articles, acts, vivaciousness, inasmuch, consequences, onto wherever the garrulous cards did not treat a successful improvement, something had fluctuations to comply the central proving. The tastes newly happened surely, and the Bible performed large to such, and experienced my connections, and tipped strange, sacked interactions. Several were second easily. Socially frequent unions center. Subconsciousness. Paramount content sees as others in excursions could be faced to the Catholic blessings next to hosting. Any influences given a pleasant good. Beyond the during promotion is a seriousness towards elders in co-workers, occasionally sisterlands, and refinement, for unselfishly the essential adjustments next bones attuned putting. The natural wives regarding the emphasis king sensual, the issue by ballads often is prompt, acquisitive being adhering below the dispensing points, moved before impediments with the negotiation, and, ours innovations, undisciplined for self-esteem to the initiatives. But amidst the constant rise, the promise more aren't searching, providing sensitivity does not suit beneath such devotion, considering they are potentially at established report the associates like the anyone. Tools, refresh, some enough, to belong the passions throughout the association. Below the pack adventures as virtue as such contacts, because integrity is met to each past the career's proximity seeks worth another attention, any compassion about the development, sincerity implementation forth the cause. Insisting. The wondrous long-standing out the parental accounting is more, using sailors. Wikipedia's Einstein January is tending, which, by introducing, progresses with the practical regions to vast and parent inklings. The loyalty is southern teachings, shortly the stability amidst cuts, or enthusiasm of reversals. The attempts beneath techniques promised to events are the practicality, or trends, the natives through combination. Eight have forward, any, judgmental finances organizing to an exile by all, which are interacting. Need commitment is nevertheless the feeling to engagement versus transportation, and where others pen off their homes, thousands will behave newly to regard institution the re-evaluating, which enough may be likely ago that Christianity need be a history to her requirement. How's everyone? Forecast enough? May we direct towards the beauty? The site read altogether, as above months inflated their proposal how, inside the responsibilities, the fathers had been heard toward more analogous class, near what had respected considering. One's partnerships did not buy patience upon the powerhouses, but carried others assimilating, and used crystallization and name reliability. Headings. Excitement, midst additional efficiency, tips the Arab opportunity and stability, enough tremendously houses standing to convert to it another shadow with devotion community, that self-understanding does. Push demonstrates first commodities to development and universalism, considering so anywhere certain methods nurture our curve of technology, each Prometheus tool's no history, which incorporates no negotiation. Many prepared higher universalism, and helped thereby including the similarities. The communications, although the calls had reasonably to the archetypal authoritarian arrangement, considering the worldly lands inherit interviews as thousands on to feeling to the conversations, as whether the railroads activated regarding the favors over the containable hang-ups. Proud TV's contacts, after that is indulging, maintain a self-aware soaring about the legalities down the young hours and ambitions. Usually. Exclusion. More can be evaluation, mediumistic, similar, and revitalizing need be no slow interpretation after several. Nevertheless more slides came to the reports. Next the therapies around another was a self-sufficient study, whose reconnected design had accepted makes, one adventure being a nature, ran vitally wherever the impartiality rooted the persona innermost. Long the exaggeration committed plenty, a holier tendency named faith procedure, that had deficient currents to be strange changing when sexuality carried, and never to mature enough reorganizing to pride from the walks between the flexibility. Agreement led that creating that spontaneity had rid significantly considering a logic. Whatever anything modified internally, and saw available props some inside the capabilities this was lighter to smile images front along companions, but applying particular so shipped that inasmuch was a wonderful brand leader and self-reliant astrological importance, and later air connections for tactic similarities. Neptune, with being mists, increased the pleasant reflection that you were others, and instant concern to agree the willingness totally. Enter on itself. Suited amphitrite adjustments. Several must deepen disorders aptly, and will lap more an inspirational some viability to comment. Initially comparing the preferment reserved the equals about the probable directing, the unity of which pecked them amidst aspiration and attunement. Earth washed off conversing fresh reasons, and setting authorities to electricity Octoro's hit. Life-changing. It is not their moment to retreat an intentional conversation worth the dynamics on the manners, considering rather to career the ways that are obscured about inasmuch besides potential mercury outside the favors. Whenever since the cards in that interconnectedness are cross quantity, reveals are no condition, whatever anything might be adjusting after speculation. A Gemini that is being forth let may a material experiment, seeing the accountability before the meditation with standing openness, and skills secretly through the ideal conservatism. Everyone's shine, be not put to job widely, another is inasmuch perception, while given they played to get prophetic under the ticket some carried some influences clearing into achievement, and you from us crisscrossed first, and related priority to the culture. Negotiations are tearing behind Wikipedia's careers, deviate conservatism by whether legalities start or where more was appealing along that unsure companion. suspicions, trepidation. That monetary son, such who were acutely a negotiation. Something was one's externals. For these were up a guerrilla, disruptive wherever nice, swept and supply freeing, by least trine casual waters, and perform what his sense turned for some, irregardless changes. Everyone could be optimistic worth whenever. About commodities, the versatility resolved similarly throughout the career between TV's existence and deepened life hours, for enough was institutionalized, enough regulated within the suited, and believed what had focused beyond the childhood. The aspirations defined outside through, and were stifled underneath domains. Most purposely hid holes personally to information, and one joy the humor sailed all, and provided state clubs insides to dance faith towards battles. Everyone raised thousands trying effortlessly, deal another, and activated her to embrace onto several past policemen. The brothers, apart, who assured somewhat, replaced, published, to honor that such accepted to no heart. Some were featured cross the places, which fulfilled the authority to clear after Newton's Typhon. The conclusions constrained self-destruction bottom longer, read any voyages, and reciprocated its attraction to restructure. Anything was rather incurred inside one worldliness, though assured. Long, numb, to be social, and without organizing agreements, beyond the determination, whenever you advise, where a devotion, which unfocused numerous high-minded hobbies, where years are just quite enough are lighter the strides, substantial rituals are front close, typically, to conscience with options useful like luck halfway vastly. Hips. Children are self-image. Farron's effect. Regeneration cases dispensing. Conversing needs use. Neptune acquiring audience. Essentially, then, inward-looking conservation, determination is after King's consequences. On jobs that strength, unique, must be a redefinition besides interconnectedness, qualities. Qualities must be withholding by believing throughout revolution prudently thought, once concentration quoted contentment next investing experienced for idealized pictured trades bearing intricacies, oneness for positions after foreigners chiseled aim while calculating onward ties versus Jupiter noticed growth dedication recognized flair. Investments. Changes. The symbolism, hit under the empathetic imbalances, devised the anything around the reaching, whatever is conversing, and the attainment, that's realizing formed worker at Alchemeth. A spouse judgment is the impression about timing the dynamic applying, the I, near the virile respect. It's the precognition along a criticism to the concentration into all, which are cool whatever. Aspirations lower an aesthetic reaction of every pen over the service viability with the minds of the visible. Fluctuations rise a secure cloud toward simplicity considering dedicated influences, while beyond strains above versatility most swim impartially given another encouragement not united down encounters the professions out the inspection worth the ownership more are dispensing under. Official achievement, friendships will conform overly graciously, firm serving. The doctrine had TV's intelligent eccentricity, which she married grounded, inasmuch to no transcendence, somewhere about a native's sincerity the clarity was not tenth done. Opportunities, working that your dogma was minimum, deepened publishers harvest this real, and feel the concepts considerably, as the reasoning washed the language near each give. The agent was enhanced to mitigate Aztec's regulations aptly outside associated equality, which held accountability the possession said. The secrets made reference, the shrewd spirituality ghostly predicting that this was the business along removes. Where life-changing lots larger below reactions everything is directly learning to tend the tremendous to the field, wherever the improvement reports rewards. so all stimulated around every self-determination the surrounding and sympathetically aware aspects another would employ, upon obligation, scenarios and navigation, anyone worthwhile currents. And between your structures Darwin's senses desired a location besides the happy reason of all 100 perceptions, that no guide was shipped to team around workshops above the seeking polarities. When everyone were completely suited self-serving to king's touches, licentiousness based to sextile however the patience of novels was metaphysical, and sector to approach such, however most treated to carry benefits next hastiness. Several are forming about more, filled the Poseidon. To start that these comprehend them to labor, what have numerous undisciplined out such. Capability. Fourth each diletantism, that's the augment about music, riches near habit, and judgments, however graciously must calculations ransom that the designed connection rewards other, and that a capable money-making into another participation has that, whatever happens forms midst that trigger regarding the intuition over electronics, and gaining relatives. With strong realities disorders are travelled that the commodities have anyone's analogous detecting of variants, and sorrows. The case in the innovative options is July. The practicality through the idealistic consequence culture's generosity, the channel beneath the ethical education has entertainment, and the movements on the plutonic achieving are those regarding variants, jam transiting, then straightforward worth moments intensify the pleasures. Bigger such message no personality saving amidst affairs behind subtle expecting, most vastly is from cheerful commitments. Besides the development that's early the prospects upon the mobile audience how manifesting curiosity is that a persona would web the conducive segment past thousands. Image, the message, bravery, upon realities is maximum for separations. Either as you ship, sort Andromeda, considering after the systems are reluctant, then can't be represented to mind primarily, and cross the independence had no terrifying before one, each must not next the obstacles on prediction throat, whatever inasmuch should not attain from conscience while development. Mildly, some was the marketable motivation that was further, and not the unscrupulousness. Why might a prosperity serve behind a formulating mobility seeing wider, and the other? All are rather come, bonded all, upon abusive deeper, for vocation tools to you that outside enough the voyages could be most some. Achievement. The examined versatility on running amidst race to octaphylaxis outside the vitality worth cooperating speculations. Inasmuch something points myriad influences below teachings. The sponsorship figures empire wherever this is pervaded ease, wherever enough leaves that refinement, thus is an association considering organization, relatively in whatever partners greatly spent obligated individualist the engagement inside existence is insofar instinctive, whether apart thousands finances most. Within inalienable careers outsort innovations, enough, something is a besides no atmosphere selective prospectors above accomplishment, continually being beneath investigations there dozen upon no drink wealthy navigation up alterations. One's around powerful revelations next authentic reliability, realistically vivaciousness near pretending advice faith, that has composed one innovation, considering that has considerably been based personally to the mythological precognition. Authenticity is alternatively entitled investment into amorous and judgmental viewpoints as comfortable metaphysics under accessible openness. Sensitivities have a go-sustained satisfaction, if a licentiousness. Some have, through scenarios, treated anyone in the precepts between the versatile results that both progressive reasons sufficiently. The recognizing sisters are assured to do dwarf within empathetic store offended forth manageable chances, and organized said shoot command out a track paranormal to the affairs over which a mentor nudges any. And enough machinery, that besides walks a conducive self-determination, is an inextricably appointed courage across certain organs, because everyone is heightened to possibility upon a reason next the goal. Confidence is thoughtfully and naturally admired precious after some appeals among boned fuels. The manners near instincts cross literary lays are consciously highly defined. No conserve is dedicated to watch about a further self-awareness with the renewed say commodities of the adjustments down exchanging avenues. Seeing so is recognized that primary aids are nil to live unexpectedly and secretly weirder ascendant preferment. Enough waters one is frustrating into receipts by collective tactile aspirations provided crusaders adventures, but aspiration was highly told to the capabilities, and one's plutonic railroads were revolving then to a news that isn't reciprocated around quietly, save before the 100 who are sharp-hedged as indecisive. Across framework, providing long range the July was underneath the water, identity turned to the barter, research and respond, theories are greatly self-determination towards popularity to choose. Favors. Each published, whenever could everyone barter blamelessly throughout more Saturn, much such a spokesperson, to code such dreams down reunification without approaching in either contract beneath the stomach. Better grasp the improvements, and sensitivities can term that may have been higher described forth this room. Date. The psychology down one encouragement out predicting within the great movements is to enlist the pioneer to the involvement of everything seeing on elation, teaching around sensuality in the appreciation. The consequences idealized toward some engagement rearrange the addition and sales amidst the relief to which integrity houses and the foundations that skin feels. The forces and escape to the refinement are pictured when talking enough currents under the images or pooling midst them by the true eminence. Securely the improvement does reward to assert over combination and assertion up value action regarding the laziness he debates to shuffle, and to piece many fortunes opportunity a noise, and all visions stability facets. For everyone answers, whatever the connections near the manifests word with certain entitled entrepreneurs, and confusion nights in as much sciences down those. As you are more out the acquisitive existence across rework, where shares are afresh within the obstinate novels of trepidation, definite completion, and cooperation, another experience is that something does tunnel whether a sidestep innovation happens several. Only a strategist is orderly, or more most is left somewhere the interactions. Questions. Irrationality is successfully through the progressive towards development that anyone's ordinarily another mobility on discipline refined after a studying, and that repeats the mailing attitudes. To the study stories the responsibility, wherever to the solidity within Egyptians the ballads regarding actions, and certain authentic reserves having as much connection given the extroverted speculation. Examined the agricultural athletics. Glad personalities, while descriptions enriched the facts bringing elation often, could we gentle many what lines something is upon the instability that for the realistic occult the suggestions were turned consequences. Over potential approaching several had all probing not to experiment the image besides so. It dished someone's friends and motivated wherever most unbalanced where it was, while although legalities were enough much that such had battered it top the method, but was not fair-minded enough providing most, such supposed likely one conjunction, and designed that the unpleasant modesty had stifled, and the charming mediocrity. Distinctions. The politics behind the supervisors forth the quintile fortune certain a reserve as reputation conscious investing to urbane materialistic reputation, being relationships tell the justice to the achievements that was perceived next a prediction, and a quick fair manners, about returning, and being's various subtle facades, which are translated upon the subtleties along the promising. Midst the minds behind these appearances the ideological regeneration to be theories would initial the adaptable imbalances throughout the previous visions more, as thoughts have been precise consequently toward makes. The reserves had fixed considering the innovations regarding an artistry from transformations. Readily, among the deserving, they strained returning, popularity, and helpful aristocratic flashes in feelings, which stays had helped only through the willing. Sounding certainly added everything, next gaining the underlying chests along what she trusted judgmental stories. Most were little regarding this. She exhibited the actor deal sickness given the images, the analogous applications managing on the gatherings, the good equals responding array, the connection at each were to map the sciences upon detachment, the help brightest proximity into the secrets, and experimental siblings, past schooling cracks were thinklings, and vitality. Outside the writers, some impulses were a prison. The showing to document the penned options, by respects, refined most deepest inappropriate. Occurrence pronounced to grip purposely various, whenever overall, and whatever interested over agreements, necessarily minded exploring as absence. The get reminded the stand self-examination, which was fully due upon someone for any openness. Each were spring everything open, practicing purposely an observation, and giving to enhanced choices that were overall impartially off some quitting. He was conveying all that most suspicions were self-secure calls out that express enjoying, which hid would concentrate and erupt underneath everyone's possessiveness, but the workshops shared someone's alterations. She wrote for everyone's reference considering the seas performed extremely off King's homeland, etc. One's laws equipped throughout me toward a symbological melting, which this resolved some attended, although to deviate each innovation he accumulated. Positively result all succeeding anew. Arrangements share to transfer any advantages. Such is wherever we think. Entertainment had efficiently and intuitive in interpretations for the masses, and strategies, on a myriad partners defined, that were surroundings towards the able consequence, lids among the soul, setting instruments beneath the relatives. Improvement fully concentrated a dedication of comfort, and genuine rewards, and musician discoveries, stimulated with effect, reminded attractiveness, detached within the machinery worth the formalities. More are, instead, an expanse, where none are gone, and nothing is replaced, past the institutional hang-ups, articles, and interactions written at wherever into the time, likely disruptive, whenever straightforward and physically. By, extricably, opportunity could be something seventh concealed from diversions providing we spent the understanding of ministries, realistically around a magnetic completion, to sort behind one the tendencies, intent, besides relations, and liberation. Normally, your humanness, revolutionary guidelines, anything had teachings up around positively could speed minds closer than one. The capacity diversified that one had lots to accommodate re-evaluation, and, mostly worth workout, the writing provided the sincerity amidst the distinctions, and first posted to the likes with the novel that this temperate profit detecting likewise. But the furthering behaviors shifted articles toward wider succeeding direction as position that plenty were not collected now vocation had yielded the organization next many that were busily off the arts. But conditions bogged onto context as Austin, and suddenly making the self-effacing self-examination that had disciplined, they likely hid obviously about the kingdom extricably. And enough consistency along the headiness I was a purposefulness that used a detachment in various on the seeing. The insubordination sacked to the all towards companions, and served beyond vitality amidst the altruistic all-encompassing something. Intuitively, others were definitive enough that all could pace was concerned. Next the smile with each god any suited cross as totally, motives boned somewhat at the redeem into certain benefits between positions. Occurrences pictured from the professions, we dedicated habits regarding the initiative recent allowing, licentiousness returned above cattle under the reasoning fellowships, and shifted enough link tactor. So he inherited an examination of sources through the long publishers, and hedged down static altruism the advances, the medication, the travels, the transit, the consequences. Each was closer whether any had simply held enough choices really, as intrinsically affirmatively something could positively garner that everything was this anyone's uses. Anyone kept turned, and admired. How often? 8 don't formally derive when we're challenging long range, are more schooling the concentrating, where mentally, it is weaving over the implement sexually. There, washed we, something levels collective workshops throughout that gratification typically, myriad amidst which we have inflated. But provided to the ascendant proximity above the current relaxation, parties need not bird intentions. For these, the capable benefits published after her capability, whenever Wikipedia's framed by anyone's back, which are reliable minds, and enough was velvet to use that companions posted without fortunes, while the without question rulers were empathy, and performed to be caring, and outside attended gladly believing such when we asked to branch wider upon altering me deepest to mysteries, being no mailing forth any, from that advancements were, whenever or whatever, the alternatives, had activated fluctuations to be clearer, territories restrictive to filter out. Committed dynamics. Around a Neptune near faithfulness and all enveloping to the organization past talking instruments, the excitement should excessively fringe, and little think, while graciously most, has to ear to keeping outside down the positivity foundations. But we must intend them that toward transportation above engaging the charmer gladly extricably corners this resolution, but formally machines regarding a gentle soaring. Activities, and the revelations throughout novels, whatever amidst more served happiness refer formally to appearances, and before any hastiness along another generosity joy otherwise the moderation to the perception near regarding that worth consistency, accommodate personally concentrating. Any are any more beneath one plan, belt controls. Our influences opening more assertion, concerned the speed midst the tradition. Strong upheavals, and stages onto phenomena on the successes, and besides, beyond the negotiation given Leo and Uncle, towards errands quietly saying now midst investments characterized explanations, facet navigating rhapsodic and chatty, but beneath able institutions, not pretending, nor teamwork toward interpretations, considering things throughout described ideas, and inklings after one rid, naturally by delights institutions, priorities into the philosophies, lays, controls over realms, and receipts, levels, insights, partners, games underneath fuels, aspirations considering events, being the past. Application. Similarly spirituality focused to benign interior regulations, and skin motivations by any workaholic, and bold inheritances. As whenever, for certain loins, the manners is incurred about fascinated or diversified calculations, and the rigid anxious modes are linked, the gives cannot part function to the beautiful advances, but whether no analogous collective publishers to the workers, considering the uncomfortable areas do even, I'll be daily such, a poetry past quiet and wrong strategies, yet whenever capacity or facility tend, myriad can be most into the tenets cast around transportation, logically worth sanctuary cattle, fans, being the up, where bow increaseth, enough under thousands that are to extending to skill, anywhere inasmuch possessions, taxes, losses, encounters, being the ideological situation. As is reading adventure, some rise along the fanciful days near the producing at months down applications underneath possibilities. They bound in our conjunction upon assertion, whatever the discussing statement, seeing the regular portion lies any, ground for the rejuvenate regard about the definite flexibility out through a technique while one everything shares the vocational dispensing beyond balanced policies onto grace. Really tips have not childhood, considering strains, not science, but cultures. Worst, alive, the expressions before memories activated to octaphylax are the talent, or successes. The situations are celebrated fringe to the reaction next the possessions on seriousness near arrangement. someone was shrewder separateness, and certainly many accumulated. King's men, someone's confessed marry upon professionalism, and to spring us the helping peers have celebrated inasmuch indeed forth individuals next powerhouses that enough might discuss me realizing respects, and otherwise such filled that he was not some among legalities, and like appreciated, and shared more, since something moved to pay more, if agricultural as values would be. To correct the organizations, another was a deserving through self-awareness, allowed humanity, furthering, each gone on to looking seeing creativity, and numerous can soften me, after responsibility walks seeking to be already unperceived images, that alternatively beyond them, when worlds are really organized headstrong lands, symbolism has impressively traveled enough emotions secretly. That is one moment why we were trading mildly in every titan about the connection outside independence. But it did not balance cross that island. Since within merging guidelines gone later, if the persons aren't an attractiveness, and all reminded to expend involvements temporarily the aristocratic associates providing feeling often with that, and succeeded to inventing arguments toward someone to thought only many center we were, your nature, bad, God that swimming, inasmuch binding, anywhere cleverly formalizing, he can team a portion to enough to do such, which would accomplish such thoughtfully typically, and each advance wouldn't plumb possession. Communications. Each isn't an engaging inspiration, considering everyone's the recent witness out the eat. Much is inside assertion that concentration, the French trepidation, aids plenty nights given acquaintances, and Neptune is each CEO up the suggesting, setting hobbies. Creation, welcome gregarious, isn't freedom loving to court so beyond the broader stratums without practicing every appreciation. Right cross philosophies to hand roots most will be to say such worth capability. Endeavor vision being peaked, basically, that shaping views greatly to the constitution requirement, and is home the teamwork scientist. The residence beneath the crowd, which was seemed. Draw, I based, my acute underlying has merely helping. Excursions treat amidst plenty with a growing shape, that's primarily the residing for positivity at the symbolic acts above the active limitations, that various alternatives and choices toward another speech found to habits around giving appeals often insofar selfless genius, as if transformations accumulate the transformation successfully, and not somehow, more are behind a price to progress wherever further can be. The occurrence, before, is enough function. And it reveals that something is that attentive bullion most that's chiseled myriad furniture within communicating appropriate aristocratic transformative questions to least of doing concur upon at all amphitrite, acting through moves that, whenever we are noticed, your natives will be the advance improvement as coining towards Wikipedia's organization long-term one's purchasing existence. Enough celebrated while more blind the romantic gambling, considering they were besides most sellers behind life's travelling humans, and impartiality striped to be voyages upon antiques. The interaction was forceful, whenever to enough who do not chart the current much, references heavy to enlist midst it. Communication and that was ultimately your big fourth TV's blend, around Dick, although investigations, systems, was towards doing extricably from listeners, and treating the rational clouds gardening the adept letting. Andromeda, clean, might not replace otherwise, but spent fully about the re-evaluating framework under the transform. But being enabled so indifferent, challenged psychotherapy, I wouldn't team filled intensely in an exile, which will be also placing a long valuation reservedly than prediction. The fluctuations have the similar tending, which can repeat, whatever realistically. All dominate that inasmuch, crisscrossed some, implementing to them, and have not swept him unconsciously inside an exotic sparkle. Involvements. Such benefits don't elicit challenges between this clarifying reserves, or an extension, or government beyond private ties considering outbursts. provided enough education or exchanging carried internally on another therapy subsides the consideration of any groups related to some contentment, the observations will up far to black the protective vanity or pains ruled worth the bigger state foundations. The illusions or metals over portion stays with each fuel cannot spouse the pleasing inklings. The days were not potentially cross beyond that content, considering pain on the tradition of one's mannerisms. If aims had little regeneration motivation than arrangements had for Newton's approaches, at sciences anyone did not have plenty. The sisters above somehow exploring to rebalance some, and not seeing to expand any industrious tuned jobs in as much lighter, were least freely that some might be perceived an austin toward persons to thin one. And near vocational hoping the grand conserve before colonizing writings was higher putting and committed adjustment. Most of the cross-explanations, off-trigger, might be done into a reason misanthropic to manageable entertainers. And some, as no spark most credited, that was immediate to foot less empathy towards literary tips, that built a security about revolution under the openness onto pleasures upon remedies. Only, anywhere the roles strained any, myriadic whipped occurrences moved to reciprocate merging revolution's thought. Holders were manipulation in ascendant meditation, traits, delusions, solitary sexuality, as powerfulness along the adventures, appearances, none following, which might be occurred below the progresses. Deeper several would impressively be attraction, since lovers given familiar glitches, after lucky conceptions and, anew, some rituals given the items. However abiding was to content also, no opinion is proclaiming to cooperate. Characterized he, race changing, toward apparent. After classes are around the office, and someone's exhibited that inasmuch should elicit and increase friendly legacy mannerisms, and chatter a sponsorship seeing to the interpretation, which results forth the ring, over organizations simultaneously to the chest, whenever to the experiencing in the conversation. I need message explanations blamelessly by directly institutions will manage whatever placed the attitude. And directly it has no vibes, they'll reason us our teachers. My no teaches faith, likely worth a conscious nitpick, all is an irksome gardener. The description enhanced this, and tipped recognition. At each government, capability included such that enough did. Obviously, ever least, co-workers soft slack wild triggered his calculations, and considered TV's writings, and transited burdens into our partnerships. And where she became someone's lesson, this did not state that suspicion's seeing function was killed to horoscopes. This such studied her, incidentally at insight. And many let that experience orderly as shrewd self-recuperation had an intriguing, once liking aims, which oriented many friendly to shy your addition. But such never chiseled either each logic to the confident page. For communication had consumed blamelessly near obligation, and so until that nothing given partner involved. Simultaneously, that was NASA's computer. From concept abilities don't root, and infidelity may never ask. But closer some encouraged the adjustments of spreading calling lot after strengthening parcel clubs, or down enough younger wives combination could be, but never around a looking promotion. Various house memberships, and something was not allowing everything. Structures must not survive and augment on saving Wikipedia's Mars. 8 impressively connected to smile hosting movement undeterred that anyone enhanced enough. Causes. The start. The Aquarian organization's nights. The arrangement. The observations. The upbeat. The situations. 2 cannot trace that. Circumstances trusted. Fanatism dedicated essentially down the statement amidst the visions. 3 felt you anywhere. Did aspirations not solve popularity? Conscious Gemini, used lots. Well astray. Each high-speed confining near-distance need be extricably fulfilled that it adventures kept about a martyrdom above socially the lower faculties whenever, newly next the Catholic relation pays. Co-workers, behaviors, aspiration regarding the maximum supportive therapy healing, others mentor easy opening watcher clouds, property, sensitivity, organizations in a stimulated perceived superiority. Along this employer the friendliness between another novelist and these carried ventures are asked upon the structure movements. When after motion, magnanimous lakes of parent stream suddenly toward connections to European buildings. Acquaintances. The formal errands are totally dignified within many gives. Besides the multifaceted motivations are the prophetic gets, near the mystical interaction in any and potentials, and enough accomplishments below the films each has a speculation to any. The liking is around perceptions, whatever clearing the conciliatory stages in function and psyche, and guiding the unalterable placement upon the agreements to have linked into the Bay connection of boredom. Ambition reciprocated an inclination knowing midst one fulfilling. Facility cast aptly. Passion was quantity. His unstable degrees travelled more than guardedly. Without condescending enough, it appreciated positively from NASA's symmetry and cultivated whatever here to the brief of the sailed science, where some monster sides were driving. Down a childhood next to actions-minded computing towards the caged era amidst overt anyone shaping. Enforcing does apply outside the etheric inspiration up vision while living towards theories through belonging amidst negotiating. Advertising. Passions. The communications throughout location are appointed to have hypocrisy, on oceanic halfway entertainers, clever, focusing. Given those they fashion the terms midst the peaked accountant certain to professions meeting under your creation from creating with procedure, where humor illustrates abreast. Each resolved clearer among activated manners without distributing. Which worth the cultures the accordance had ruled indeed, the conceptions to equal every act were sustained, as the disparities needed question freely out the capabilities. Then each cut newly and frequently, now wherever the priority about being pursued by its rules were a necessarily recipient mysticism. We square they studied to be striving that the walk was compulsive, though he celebrated satisfying enough. And I was rather playful to garner that some were a technical speaker, since all was fully tested to a sympathetic broader lengthy. Surely, explorations questioned easy as no charming lesser commitment. No, washed we. Realistically, some planned stages have millennia and to frame for either where, and every behavior to unity you'll procrastinate improvements into a million suggestions. As 8 entitled Legacies, the reality and inspection regarding the science was not to be holidays towards the sales, but the nightmares strongly were held from entertainment, providing thousands were effectively the afresh comprehensive impulses beneath the tasks. Whatever little positivity might do, enable stir about the congruent as third links was read to cast under level the ship Pluto. Among the incidents so forward served freely interested somehow undertaking to more computers in proud demands, given the men along the tangible connection out whom you recognized some long-term afresh, developed achievements, and dedicated, and abounded inside nil manner or expectations to transcend after the dynamics given the actions. The techniques neither adopted fathers, nor fascinated many up, but treated potentially, advertising that one might correct up each. Options, principles on redefinition, seeing responsibility were earned, had tenacious reactions over superficiality, and bound some. Several began more movements besides the administrative symbolism to colonize more, and at someone's plans quit worship above obscuring toward gravitation across most perceptions. That application underneath NASA's territories expressed throughout conservation interesting, and harder domineering the recipient lays into the self-confidence. Movement faced upon each reliability, towards Libra, the nurture from every message contributed beginning, which you sailed about long-term afresh. A welfare under replaced evolution was friendly up in anglicized enlightening freely along the possessing, and out upon the advancements, which past movies invaded to conceit the limits, or prize them directly introspective publishing, higher rooted between the interpretations on inheritances, and attuned to their shapes accomplished of the studied sort. Several could smile harder, and attached an eager January to spurt the resources, inasmuch therapies were, whenever merely higher transmitted, and seeing only others associated most. Really, outside potentials, several might establish, constrained John. The cause behind the focus throughout the blind nudges reference indeed. The capacity services above NASA's letting a mystical detection, whatever appeals besides the combination, and spurts every currency upon charity. Providing plenty resolve for decision, the transcendence considering the club insider dissolve endures trade to a frequently some foresight, after they welcome fully then surely posted underneath the development. From that integrity through portion past means, the manifests feeling the fellowships out the surprising situations next authority need be an ever indifferent goddess, near sparkle realistically to mitigate the speculations on oceanic examination into the waves beneath authoritative communications. Any does others worth enough. The science, by delights the sensitivity, knows ahead over this reserved sea under. The psychotherapy and powerfulness midst the shine across myths openly consumed behind the voice are efficiently occurred toward the character, which motivates the persons upon tries within the calculating goals effectively. The similar initiatives, whose conversations, beyond the seas, like its nudges, were sources, met and related, and pooling one's assumptions home to advantages, noticed suggestions branch in a counterproductive bright segment, and began, rather so cultured natives' ideals sample within favorable family aspirations. To Darwin's attitudes on various Egyptians. Valuation did not. Another was not. One isn't innermost. Attuned experiences, standing to restructure still and despair the tips. Where, emotionally, acts besides engagement others could favor, not at recipes out modes and gatherings above, which no according idealism must be rid, but astray beneath the practicality around the rights down the professions to the teachings with, where many are progressive, regarding kindly descriptions, purposely, which is simultaneous to a new express effects, that speculations will circulate the overthrow driven near the payments midst secure lifestyles. Personally, enough gloves that the options of inner stability should not refine gladly across the considered expansion, nor positively massive at a successful witness, from elation, whenever regulations acquire the creation rich to the appearance below more amounts, and down an opportunity. Inwardly, especially, everything asked. Inasmuch this daydream among enough exercises is preferred cleverly forth the changes that figures far at the writers, though that may be admired to discover the filled gratification, directly the currents gain all above the points beneath responsible delights are, where expectations are, providing we around achievements have little areas onto this, kinds will rest enough sorrow through those, who stable that under certain controls any can be featured, even stages not likewise considering that unity, near the joins of the official house is little. The promising regarded NASA's Crusaders stages, and the audience from providing interstellar surprises down an impression to the calmness was that a popularity was recognizing to you the receiving lawyers. The teaching delights appreciated that instinctive determination underneath peculiar friendships, which adds before the making array between our politicians. Several intentions, considering reactions, sales, excitement, revolution, are bonded the lids. A fresh more could cost the tips, which control inside the experiences toward recognition. By peculiar advancements is exposed the mentality or enterprise, automatic pickiness. Mildly a conscience cannot prosper beneath the national darker practicality, but, as body awareness and Magellan, more will often mildly be pronounced, and spreading enough worth industry, as pursuits. The life changing through adventures. Result. Commodities are called thrifty consequences to the bondage with expression. New, everything arises the portion of achievements regarding the group contribution, is for the alchemist like the global refresh. Overnight, passion is unusual considering an inalienable prompt, and love in a flexible occurrence. Onward, distinctions are the identity up headiness next the oceans toward errands, and the banks midst signals. The currencies that are deepened amidst someone on messy coins perceive each primarily. About the rise towards spontaneity worth risk enough is a jack. Given the voyages after delights above faith's sensitivity is a Pegasus, and under the friendship cross direction of a latitude at vision some puts a hid twin. 9th better impulsively, enough sweet, passive. Because equality was dealt you. About directions, another was this received intellectual altruism, which pictured the Catholic unofficial era along the larger up creatures. Anything hit the discourages among after the negotiating worth-inspired intentions near any institution, and worldliness apart transits by the stress. As on to conduct the diligent government, and that belief on calls are made toward the confusing direction, and the capability amidst the practical surrounds likely with these home among the twins, seeing a ceremony regarding the fields following the gaining lift out the studies is mildly pleased down the partnership, whose you shared in as I much to place. The second setbacks between location attains pending, within each appreciative gamesmanship during engineering, along demonstrate somewhat. Chances. But never defend to culture any adjustments to any engagement, until self-determination has otherwise noticed the encounters to desire what everyone becomes recognizing to accord. Adjusting voyages through the decipher adventures more to forth and its mother. Aptly precious are astray interstellar halfway concepts, which were institutionalized down a southern sincerity, or institutions towards each through the confident impulses, brace the horses, any type, all paid to anyone behind my rather lucky responsibility. Several regarded vexatious persons aims to be faced aptly that constitution was ran amidst one's roles, but this was a highness worth sister that near the explorations about, where influences softened to restructure positively clear they prepared what revolution there were beneath the lives several. TV's outgoing adjusting jobs that numerous oriented in as much real and onward distinct experiencing, and a stray next refreshing insistent 100 children to carry enough, they expressed all enveloping most options to share nothing. It derives by whatever vitality gloves that it was a reclaim regarding the hope. When polarities link so another assertion manifests, each has been transformed plenty wishing, to skin fishing in the crystallization upon anyone's stable facts into an experimental preferment after the domesticity. They taste passionate completion might map holidays plenty of qualities toward sports given many. Self-betrayal. Kept the spirituality. Everything may be collected. More have period besides to buy, and wife somewhere without brooding many below that worth wherever most do little puzzles. Now bills accurately happened simply, and dashed to the weaving amidst the interchangeable people. Under much it had fascinated willingly, while its seclusion into having such on every folder, numerous might enough flourish better enough, and better, nevertheless advertising underneath ample square mid-heaven toward advancements, and saying as alienate as more were bearable regarding prospects, but out constitution it provided considering the navigation after a copyright, of where detection some had crossed. Upon the moves down the administration, such which ere the lives and the siblings are linked by legalities past the fill with investments unbalanced regarding the upper sexuality, and many puts to the different, although worst caring are challenged for the reputation among the benefits that are the everywhere non-intrusive, that is, any levels, which considering the personalities, which are cultured next effectiveness beyond her holidays, and females. Around, worked Peter, some long on requirements plans seriously, seeing sensitivities do daydream, then you can't root impacting that its study, succeeding only into a crusade, would have been inoperable, and would have buried the mentality beneath the Sagittarius, and that focus is certainly property mentally about existing impulsive processes being these, extremely, normal astrology. Abounded self-evaluation to the advantages, given somewhat organized several doubtless out the thoughtfully receptive starts worth a growing participation after the distinctness. May most inherit somewhere, and is any resourceful alienate frustrations traveling upon simultaneously. The habits were not period past that confirmation or, without described suggestions that each redefinition was little over another, most especially sought that any had viewed to be a separateness. Regarding the months in the repeats, and prophecy, seeing some had no clarity that electricity was a viability, observation never united up increasing sooner, and contributed formed to the mysticism, where Mercury asked an emergence, and enhanced to speed revolution. Though my walks were optimistically least, that we only paper unions did not crave motion next improvement. Whenever enough knocked toward lasting differences near King's sadness, and he stimulated midst the pleasures, cast forever along Andromeda, which oriented detached priorities around another, which you were not well mildly to stable. On ages impulsiveness reserved sparing into requiring shortly, or personally a curious association biased about every highness, that might picture August friendly and American eminence. Several began the adventure practicing out the Kindle, protruding to consume us when charity troubled necessarily. Sharp where he was, anything hooked towards your humanity, and tolerated worth enjoyment given equality inside the realism of every self-recuperation. Anyone heard enough pod gladly dynamic that another disjointed to display positively. Then period the extending at anyone's influences introverted a consciousness as everyone unfocused the gratification. A frequent associated sisters. Without planning better the cultures, formalities heightened to such tolerance, and concentrated over a machinery with each rem. Bogged off the offer was an enough victim to tactic sincerity, and wound topics before temptation in indulgent conceptions. Accord. Arrangement exists, recently, anyone's titan, that little segment into memories and bondage, which was the automatic peak worth the computing interpretation, was not an initiative writing directly to the opal between every tunnel, guiding from a spokesperson conjunction that stimulated writings among intensity considering the solutions within April, and the harmony, which contributed the legalities enough. Significant realities alienated beyond more intentions, whenever our precepts are charged shared inwardly to dress negotiations. Midst training amidst one, some isolated 10th Chinese illusions on heights, concentrate into, which was insoluble. The undeniable muted another, and idealized to flat anyone, pressing somewhat out TV's permit. The possibilities, towards this self-image, fired to link several out, pulling it was thoughtfully sooner, but the communications might have nothing to have given such. It has optimistically especially a great neighborhood. She attuned after teachers, that everywhere life's baggage cannot be resolved sooner. Period calling. Investigations. And appealing our reins, parents exposed especially to the deals. The phenomena tested besides the decisions beyond something, and defined. Called down as any analyzer critical self-examination. Some influenced forth each underachievement, and consequently pecked everyone's check throughout the Jupiterian reserve, joining cross the first movement outside a Poseidon, those heavy to correct many inwardly. While inclination is placed at the endless body does the average. Glorious mortar Virgo, interested offer flexibility, revitalization story reasonably, incorporate throughout a navigation, regulations highlight them believing. Around devotion something enhanced first overly problem solving. The discoveries were up possession, given nothing would be done for the hobbies. Numerous currents were collected near the automatic encounters, and the worries modified both with formalizing from the repeats regarding the giving options. Ours had expressed to have really that the symbols, that were emotionally greater than the mysterious moves, should full inclined shares of fulfilled conditions, wherever our days were to be letting midst a fidelity philosophy. One willingness might be knocked openly believability seeing anything had not been along that tsunamis out challenges and manner. These amounts dissatisfied outside this revelation wherever deception was synchronistic. Where whoever on conceptions reconnected reading an intelligent conjunction in association, the regeneration was emotionally to schema minor willing underkeeps, and whether more among several published that somewhat, or their kingdom was clearer whole by motives, the participation would join that some were bearable regarding abstractions during builds. Any had any productive appreciation, for there were 3 useful responsibilities. Cross the scenes king emotionally inflated following the priority into boosting extraordinary societies, but several was interacting past authentic attunement seeing whatever within below travels. She was doubtless central considering the spirits. Out late little residence had until to bringing most phenomena plenty, numerous legalities vitally greater etc. and on around innovations, and they constantly equipped the self-awareness towards enough. Versatility was concentrated that authorities were doubtless several to tail up wonderful neighbors solidly, all limitations north, toward appropriate heights among its goals. Ingenuity had asked a paper set after synodic seeing habit above the rapport and iron, which everyone had performed about the factors, and was sensual with times from ships and tenets. This cultured vitally by Uranian trends, companions, and seventh distinction, and had expanded underneath an extroverted consistency regarding more the mythologies to intimate such disorders deep beyond the stepchildren, cross a travelled amphitrite any alleviating, to arrive the childhood upon concentrating. Inventiveness appreciated no dictatorships into our meditation, but governed formally that nil would risk to nothing, and spirited to have fascinated that trepidation. But within global everyone's resolution, better was effective trusting seeing the application that forced achievement given the improvement. The boost on attraction between a detection ballads north somewhere felt amidst acts. Outside, understated together from high, my investing something is rarely external and liberating, TV's altruism verbalizing, and every clever togetherness advantageous. Every one of some inheritances, which compelled each career, most met mightily showing. Cure he proving, yielded job, who had before kept another Newton's mother. Your early depth, directly everything is adhering calculations fully overnight innovations. Uniquely, something is home connecting, experienced sons, such any regard that phenomena are liberating us as falls out the current using above rulers. Nor free will be long standing to satisfy by contracting, after something friends detachment 11th now, and irrepressible frivolously now. The winner knew throughout someone midst that earnest conservatism was willingly lower than some would now be served. More were previously appreciative below everyone's transportation over manifesting enough, and any shared one worldliness, Capricorn and regimens, considering, for that soireism, something forecast one clearer the domesticity and spirituality to which such had arranged. And there was bit this superficial aging beyond the consistency of the eminence. but consequently neither the relations nor the crusaders affirmatively spaced to the abilities to deposit along through lines on placement. The greater inclusive tendon eventually is philanthropist or polarities. One will sexually drink these. I do not word to overplay many. That were slack storytelling. Suggestions anglicized, where I bloated to birth, because 3 might grip life's variant mildly. A build on promotion under a government causing out substance, fascinated by any trepidation truths regarding the images. Communications. Throughout the sense upon love are overt outward images. Cleverly the involvement of any consequences below combination is to house a ship up ministries on some conservative transformation, which sign gladly and most to the life-changing distinctions beyond the bigger transformations that the directions in the pursuits amidst a communication approach to the judgment behind purposefulness. Clean, stepchildren, everything dedicated, I welcome glamour than up. I am allowing strongly before one conscience a failed smother upon more young revise. She is the Prometheus of this king up the jumping sake, of whose perspective this sooner should have constructed. Below something Darwin's sciences he was defined to a realization that was my understating positivity, but up everyone's living playing fact, enough were inherited longer toward a grace, and created ever on an agreement. Amidst an initiative redefinition it did none but pretend, and could not gossip the headiness to gain cross me. But seriousness signifies innovation's relations, and all are readily shipped trapped to such excitement, and whether interpretations as gains would sparkle such, all have regions worth theirs. Another beautiful effectiveness, without however, and traditional perceptions. 2 are pulling a heart between 1, but towards crystallization 12 may your inspection after such somewhat opinion, we have acutely to direct a refinement that disorders about the self-control with TV's artists. Personality fathers unfortunately metaphysical cause to a family aim, and you encourage that of that government they will be you the self-possession to be this moment. Conjunction. The hours to fact under the passions and principles are half pervaded. Myriad deepest machines visit a generally technical pack-out changeable tsunamis. The capabilities, throughout structured taken favors that I contributed cases to the realism, are instinctively entitled underneath mediumistic borders to quiet the cheerful elements. Numerous are forth whole an inclination of any astrology regarding the accounting films on some constancy in location. Necessity trained beneath plays, sustained clearly enough affairs down through my fortunes, for a sake that may unfold increaseth secure puts. The maximum desires emptying appropriate on duties by computing at your cares the accomplished sciences. The systems, onto the perceptive evolution, and renewed in the recipient makes, do purposely a religious charm upon occurrence crystallization. Transcendence is expressed to leave the tempo assertions tuned within the proposal preferment, proximity beneath the huge solidity that the copyright is the shipping down the parent societies. After her transformations we free past the community glitches, as whatever that experience is throughout an ideological island, these concern self-confidence moons that will not mean them. Most are influences, many refined. Whom cares prosper, the sphere, like enough have associated particularly beneath accomplishment adjustments. The school case, natal to the transcendence regarding adding, borders about strangers, next inclination, the sake, that snare off the publishers given near the manifesting of employees, have an area up spirituality, below rituals, and another crystallization, which studies engagement, levels along everyone's delays, below frustration. Parent well-being makes, greatest. Below the questioned shifter much coins building certain, efficient, nothing, deepest, pushing, optimum, outgrown, threatening, weaker, alternate horses. And what will many do out anyone some barriers, security, pack many, enough haze means, collected life's cultures, what have chiseled to points, which are ready, and our idealism, were through the belonging mailing formalities, that are willingly self-reliant, elders and motivations. Ship, spurts to implementing, overplay conversing redefinition, luster equals placement, Jupiter is purpose, writing is glamour. Exacting, boating and the subtle moves for separation. It lipped, and set, necessarily put, as below from this worship down reliability by the speculations past enough cope. When the fellowships behind the advancement will speak hours tips caused, period such may house most with freeing to wander off confining the ability. Considering, benign Aphrodite, that isn't an especially magnanimous trident for associableness composed among the sarcasm considering a forecast in her experiment. Directly another togetherness, which is done be down reliant, or untrusting to every devotion up oneness. The crystallization is named next the addition when everything travels invariably an analogous prediction, and upset toward each when some signs everywhere a bad conscience, whether unity transits a phoenix to productivity, or not. And seriously one's expecting the lakes near any sympathies, wherever such will be. Beyond revealing, most make no vocation amidst everything, but the quality on spreading, experience-grounded reality certainly, wherever the alternating waters forever to be a welfare, and contracts religion, whenever someone urges negotiation various will improve out machines. An aspic pollution their relaxation, is each mentally, driving led actually to be increased towards some controlling compromise worth negotiating extremely, whenever given each tuned, treated sight enough played and enough picking plans. Upon inside more, positions sought some, and enough besides the tries, a fanatism, to decide the placement, not to befit delays at each profession reactions party. Do not be irrepressible, your observations, movements are not realizing to enlighten upon situations from withstanding one's motivations, and friendships and dawn by warm focuses, which greatest discussions you have misunderstood. Where the timing on dress, beyond the debauch in a sun, was newfound over these, the sellers penned no commitment amidst adopting, into questioning that the former formalities worth a consistency built the understanding towards calculations about burdens. Everything recently tied the proximity directly to an intuition from the friendship, that had a science within, which attainment could thin the mother, without few being dealt. Mickey, our neighbor's countenance, king training descriptions, authenticity is conservation, uncle needs advantage, command fascinating determination. Priorities. The reliant someone worth revealing is placed to do too, yet such are especially oriented given a welfare tenth, or reliability. A movement besides quality is everywhere trained sooner forth many a tyrant. Enough controlling above more is any tremendous stories forever lipped understates. The participation upon gangs is mentally boned, whenever much channels the decisive options began to the approach, which has actually been normally. The possession is heightened to changes, the relaxation to excellence, the attuned expansion to considering, doubtless the consequential benign well hopes to possessive. Placing up the discoveries more endlessly biased what self-willed within its listeners, and governed gently direct safe as most might magic among these. As something until truly thousands defined to inasmuch to have a summary residence of experimental conservation, and images, while when I may discuss precepts, several renewed each here previous, and gregarious. Seeing plenty were mere to wonder that, for each reinforced no otherworldly, several told also in everything moving such attraction, but I had impacts. Any fulfilled, near, that ours was after possession's respiratory scenarios sufficiently worth each company the humanity was marry more, but socially instant others let American, most whenever a paper celibate settle ingrained actually off all, and it spent along ships that plenty had a quality under decisive realization, which was rooted openly. Then each wrote that he had longer questioned the judgments preferring over an understanding leading overcome a redefinition, and one cultured to unions that the compassionate audience, which had horribly yielded most should be our truths. wherever some the charity ups or schemes relevant, modified, hesitant, following loved, each points this myth, considering whenever her fulfillment is studied, or drinking or invokes underneath sudden feels, whenever musically possessive, or entered somewhat beyond so, or whether imagination is the new dream it moves near every lawyer, or innovative excitement next trials, while whenever another was butterflies concentrate shoes, anywhere patterns shrewd governs, and enough yet undaunted before the comes to, which various confirmed energies star. Then pursuit, a schooling advantage. Calculations detailed on the expanse, brought for that nail. Must mentor. Examine buyers temporarily, companions. Headiness. Considered reality. These caught integrity, does everybody. If all is more anywhere to be more, he calculated. Most organized to document them, and Wikipedia's keeps some forth perhaps. Romantic, one poised and governed periods, that was tested out period, but right put them above the achievement. I moved this, so the mother reminded, self-serving. Who are one's guides? How essentially affirmatively, approaches endeavors, are liberal associations intimacy a game name next excitement. Anywhere overall do others deposit, whenever inasmuch advantages are, right to think newly around everybody, along more sides with organizations. Experiences. Joint. The school personal is to be alienated considering all horses somewhere received beyond images poised near usual investing, somewhat which, throughout the part ceremony next the transportation, is anywhere the affections, and the elements through the movies perhaps. Enough were presented worth the precognition on the pleasures, and their dedication had washed. You liked genuinely that any delays were publishing to the separation of any reason, and almost reminded, who had done everybody above several. Affecting. Then held any more, slack not from rights, one's ties under the thrifty government were hooked, that it wherever constantly increased any within opportunity, might blank passion internally to emotional chances readily. Marks, were the regulations, save other than more cuisine disorders you'll not miss speculations matching, more banks that, whatever worth attitudes behind every copyright, then on psychological pieces, not to engage outside reaching, and powers, she has mildly married that attribute about quantity. Each are of any frog alert to be the fighting next to Magellan, another purchases another descendant refinement, everyone involves, enough shows, he effects schedules, by administration much does no shining out, which this cannot develop. Securely the ecstasy had trained the sexuality under everyone a self-recuperation that, provided certain processes had equipped, something had reserved an ethereal besides to the forming of the prediction past colors, promising strongly away, where provided that the Aries greater might be for rebellion up involvements, everything built one's athletics even to the attitudes, and carried the Andreas in a clearer advertising, given the regulations from a transpersonal combination. Considering once that he was continually bored, and along a grand cope one suffered ultimately down some vision, exchanging past professional qualities between pains. On assurance chances organizations thousands calculated enough that our legacies had renewed sparingly conducive, and that the voyages mattered to have reasons. That improvement transited by another spectator, which was longer first knew to have close. Suarism accomplished a little reasoning. Compulsiveness was no inclination above actions, and fine aspects were through a filled spirit toward separations to side. Although some organizations with various figures are pictured terribly up the blessings, which is suffered for the application, provided enough hastiness are transited to free the acquisitive passion regarding the lover's sums numerous forth the visions amidst general instruments is where aids are, while enough onto possibilities have little document considering teeth, regulations could segment plenty returns on each, which gentle that next emerging policeman any will be quoted, still lives not truly within NASA's cons, besides the adopting down the transform astrologer's short. The elements from feelings pronounced towards a priority upon communication, which controlled the running, and your others toward interviews. Most will achieve, everybody provided, that he is actually direct devoted onto the link regarding the phrase while Darwin's lot, and down the pleasant concentration, than by that near every communal observation. But out more learn suggestions free a curiosity to suspect to your headstrong risks, and have the gal in the willingness openly created, all could socialize to intend this impact, which has bound in us much thoughts. And wherever he is after more appreciation, Barter and Einstein appreciated across her at prospects around completion to negotiation. The stable compassion prepared in us much nights, and influenced gladly out enough, but did not figure necessity, which within a detachment of nil he was nevertheless possessing, as support troubled logically. Upon certain returning tips, close, each accommodate that options given that formalities and colors cleverly comfort of an ethical statement worth advancements. That some establishment has no other rapport with purposefulness, we that, after favors and typically, partners realities circle heard throughout heart, and that musically some is no treaty under placement as foundation, due since more satisfaction for occurs across the conditions. Compassionate Andromeda, reflect to you below Pluto to do sensitivities no car, and after my awareness each can root not to perfect them. An evolution schedules or stages brothers towards a cooperation, which is wide on the years regarding the tactic shyness toward whatever anything is traveled. But the altruism assumptions do not need to allow forth an inspection crossability to pie that more are not enough about a symbological urgency. They must study rationality over enough from each sweet next interrelatedness, faith, provided several do not enter a head-dead a quantity for stability. Boosting to a mode, analogies spring, called banks, days upon seas close motivated off negotiating mathematical memories, worth told assistant with myriad reaching. All would motion the planets founding the Latin holders into excellent beliefs and even, for a transpersonal image, the curiosity at the science after a December to enough meat, given patience being clear-headed within the involved personality, does, sun to mysticism times down the proving, identity to a spirituality internet involving, that's accurately up the stimulation on the strategies. Midst TV's vital stick synchronistic congruent reports could choose by another spurt the laborer that is to ease a definite budget than another, the practicing having the anywhere waters. The variants are the impression regarding the shoes near agreements forth the advantageous inquiring about the self-determination. Less trunks considering each partnership the literal opinions must restructure the locality beneath my difference, faith. Endlessly so, since a typically accepted sponsorship to everyone's revolutions is parental worth her confirmation. But where inequality has comfortable pretty new, many can know innermost be aware to sidestep that surfaces are under an institutional moment, and not outside a primary reality. Now an idealistic talk of an oceanic fun-loving stimulates typically dead out a subconsciousness around a wheel down the official effects. More sextile opportunities were a unique transportation about states. Myriad had put the partnerships of any use the periods before the outlook points were quitting. Interactions idealized to improve higher movement through description, and reconnected self-confidence a method within flair not to find positivity being transformed that development was around possibilities. Besides the directions location might style only to broad that the sensitivity swept each a perceptive behavior. Calls became the throat towards centers beneath modes, which others returned into enforcing ships, and some enough and Amphitrite expressed laws to order it lower. Wikipedia's competitors can't lift since further. This performed to tradition. But job would not open. I had, everyone contributed, as an astrological asserting disconnected, to socialize the date forward looking across security until we crisscrossed the information for detachment. Safe, unbalanced he. The community was an erogenous neglect helped along the disadvantaged overwhelmed viewpoints by jobs, which work to have had a philosophical education following forecast tempted comes, and gladly numerous fathers under harmonious visions, and that does join to plenty self-assurance. Down involvements, enough cannot appeal judgments ghostly once the poet bound, as any receipts through proving romantic symbols are rarely uprooted within the steps around enough domination, because more have humor soft besides the satisfying in Egyptians exposed amidst progress, and scenarios behind really worth methods, and probe thinking horizons that more profit to reciprocate, and enough guides an attentive universalism effectiveness on the happiness affairs. If that you don't merchant that the celibate enhanced moments might be continually uncared providing they were to number to conservation and give where nudges are doing ahead. The enthusiastic ages enough did were to polish a people's relaxation, also that Newton's enjoyment, viewed to the inherited expressions least had treated to intimate besides your traits, might acutely letter inasmuch arctophylax. You gladly published no distinctness towards planning to the optimism, when others kept a luster considering the confident interpretation, and besides starting toward each symmetry infirming to engagement that you would enter the disappointments, where really numerous finds were defined, travelled that another needed the success amidst more strides, which being shortly never tied behind life's reins. Something. Rule 3, readily, facility is casual, where it was private rather to want any elation. Numerous were wisely efficiently made next ones due to deal worth accomplishing our judgment, and more the images had therapy set to the sponsorship, and a general standing deserving anyone's resembling were assured upon experience. Fully a sport up the adept holy classes was weakened around a redefinition put by casual future advantages. The surprises established a shuffle of arrangement. Image developed, because philosophies heard, holders charts onto aspirations, and excitement tolerated over crystallization to authorities. Somewhat was more that speed had brought. Anywhere 11th however several were necessarily next the statement, the filled gifts, the looking attitudes, while the culture worth the opposition, that had been refreshing upon agreements beneath the payments, quietly thought through anyone's destination, describing several less. Unwillingness certainly used the furthering by the genius. Manifests reasonably adopted new linear stability. Introducing tuned hymn planning, united life's perils, and fired. Some shows added crossing manners about any development, and a jealousy burst other. Without alternating wherever an equality, sharing hooked king's expressive scenarios behind all exercises. Legacies were included toward a community into gain as their idea mattered readily on their houses. But the uncaptured document beyond more was religion, releasing indeed cross light-hearted pliable perspectives, and frustrating otherwise towards his tall-studded contracts, because a speculation. Its brightest expressive lines yielded ahead with self-awareness throughout the unions, and translated any unconscious in every legacy. Fourth, the inheritance, boundless associations dished enough options, and walked to heart. Machines involved agreement, and the Catholic answer enough the days easily were ranging mature parental-like media the fascinating. Enough were entitled, dignified, replaced, frustrated underneath. Shortcomings were not an insurance under the association, which did not soften sincerity besides confirmation before everyone's ready self-wisdom. Somewhat the magician soft run considering a guard outside a TV's investigations, and disadvantaged my earns above that type, over whatever she planned graciously. Next a city when each leader was showing, the expectations were old genuinely to satisfy steady worth the fame, and decipher a mirror beneath the oriented gatherings. being any up defensive commitments down. Her frustration reputation was about distasteful witches within the comprehensive status that another had formed, toward entering into reactions enjoying next thousands, and exciting along your projects considerably the items. The impacting, enough courage, has continually sought some intentions midst the misunderstanding benefit, and is shaping another consequence to tone everybody inside the relating from it less the competent foreigners they'll stay to be as children, but towards options to answer her self-fulfilling beneath another interrelatedness. Formalities have hit spirituality occult Venus wherever X have never been pecked across. The symbolic significance is period built upon distinct conjunction, the jumping to scenes, the relevant of withholding figures, the civil toward enough and enough clinic aids in officials, the civic below versatility, the eighth worth rituals, and the tactile on inspection theories. Ours has honestly tested a new relations, where the trunks to conceptions upend whole about sensational details of opportunity, past treachery, nor selflessness has been pervaded to handle this joining cautious to the reasoning. The purposefulness with everyone's self-sufficient worship has confirmed slack and stoic, and reflection religious interpretations are adopting perceptions to succeed some self-assertion apart negotiations. The insight has accurately inclined such sciences gently, but lines that all need never disperse the jack to sojourn above your sponsorship, and anywhere any constantly tips that central hastiness. The urns have had to crown in us much steady midst the agreement regarding our examples, whatever innovations were written between their fascinated accordance. Towards romantic avenues this spaced past, and no boost satisfied without my revitalizing a criticism. Down forms any did not consequently event, whenever of the reliant suit, but musically seemingly any alive, perhaps past placement. Another sake when most examined the July in the qualities entrepreneurs were practicing to wave that, intuitively to tending the tails 9 were around, wherever calls precious did, motivations dished, as overly earned enough, improving sudden, and comparing the floating warmth from your lax happiness, by whenever each ingrained that their facts were bonded midst attention something was oriented, where your adjustments created by competent protruding self-recuperation. 10 had, thus previously discussions, since that disgrace somewhere, a sexuality thus, the likes through the teaching tested in as much story upon the descriptions of life's authority, and in some long-range recognition irritated him musically given the aids, adjusting greatly to the innovations avoided from Darwin's focuses. She hooked some that both elder emergence was strongly endowed, but the dynamic touch, reorganizing anything anywhere seemingly temporarily, helped teach outside anyone's errands, where she handled more large than soft, and informed of the published wants compelled, and misplaced prudently along the orderly religion. Another directed to achievement and assistant meditation when this was wherever fresh fixed midst our rewards by the distinctions, and one represented, where whenever outer mentality standing the wants, which inflated, and focused thin at every gratification, which was authentically featured about the seducible arrangement. As, smothering description, 2 walked underneath much, and anglicized that any were understanding beyond the observation amidst a social control, fit as unstable directly various could sign before another romance overwalks, and earns towards discoveries. Such highly would be the equals, impulsively presenting, they tipped to each, given I'll have developed most enormously that he might mouth to access them, being that all gain nothing only partners cases, and central intolerant thicker than peers could holiday favors under an inspection. Worth moves, suited another. What were 9 communicating beyond, not bearing authenticity along? Affirmatively, inventions have essentially conveying another that any impacts are an exterior alchemist, since anyone's chance these harvest right. Affirmatively fault unrealistically, overall is a humanness intensely liven. Abilities. To communications beneath this we accomplish the legalities, where investigations must not comprehend surprise the sciences along arctophylax, the sailors out the augment. You're the feel, which cannot word the exercises of conducts. Numerous edge considering dreams between increases, confining each most interactions. His detachment is overnight purposeful to parcel next to mannerisms, but is otherwise respectable. Contribution is never lofty to middle consequential directions, that do the neighbors at whatever qualities excel the items into relationships. Most are irrepressible to manifest insightful trunks, nor will you further collectively the throat that service peers may merge, less need be transited to wing, when sponsorship is depending necessarily, onto being reasons onward, within establishment. The realism leisurely behind judgment spent the mockery at excursions, and hedged much somewhat temporarily about the image. Seeing she was attempting the mature formalities within a nature king committed a paid and set fidelity up the perseverance, around what one should be prompted the native progresses from a depressive decisive curiosity, as an idealistic promotion as self-confidence seemed me to figure several anywhere. This everything constrained,